era of football. Est video is purement para intratnamiento y no infringe derechos de autor. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclama más propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 526. Digging a hole. After defending the opponent's attack, the morale of the yellow team was greatly boosted. This is how temporary teams are formed. When you see that the opponent has a big shot, you know that your team is in danger in this game. When you see that your team has a big shot, you feel much more at ease. Everyone comes to play football frequently, and of course they know that in terms of level, more than 99% of the players are about the same, or there will not be a decisive difference. However, there'll always be a few awesome people who are better than others and occasionally appear in a certain team. When encountering such opponents, most players can only sigh that they're unlucky. After all, the probability of this is very small. Of course, even if you encounter such an awesome opponent, the worst thing is to fight hard. It doesn't matter if you lose, just think of it as seeing more, but it is inevitable that you will feel a little frustrated. Now, the players of the yellow team found that although the opponent has two awesome people, their team also happens to have two awesome people, and their morale immediately rose. So in the next attack, they were in high spirits and prepared to give the opponent a good look. Zheng Qi started to move forward with the ball in the middle. With his attributes, he could constantly break through by controlling the ball, while his teammates kept running around to help him run out of space. With the support of his teammates and the assistance of Zheng Qi had a great grasp of the next attack. After all, with his overall view, he could show extremely powerful lethality just by breaking through and passing the ball. When Zheng Qi dribbled the ball into the opponent's half and prepared to launch an attack by controlling the ball and organizing, he quickly sensed the danger. After sensing the danger, he quickly turned sideways and suddenly moved 2 steps horizontally with the ball. Just after he moved, a figure slid past him with a whistling sound of wind. An imposing sliding tackle. And before the shuttle was released, there was no sign. If Zheng Qi had not sensed something wrong instinctively in time, he would have been shoveled to the ground with the ball. So Zheng Qi also broke out in a cold sweat and yelled at the other party angrily. "Do you want to get a red card?" Although he would not be injured if he was hit here, it would be too ugly if he was hit and fell. The other party got up from the ground. It was the center forward. "If you tackle the ball first, you won't get a card." The other party laughed. "Oh, very powerful," Zheng Qi said. "With me defending you, do you think you can still break through like you did just now?" The other party laughed. "Try it," Zheng Qi replied, then dribbled the ball forward and began to prepare for a breakthrough. The opponent's strength and balance were indeed similar to his, but what about the 8 attributes? In addition to these 2 and speed, there are also burst, endurance, physique, flexibility and other attributes to compete. Zheng Qi didn't believe it. With such a great attribute, can't he beat the opponent? Thinking of this, Zheng Qi began to break through. His breakthrough skills were not bad. With all kinds of shaking and changing directions, he was very good at it under his physical attributes. Such a one-on-one attack is more advantageous to the attacking side. After all, one side is passively beaten while the other side is actively attacking. However, the opponent's center showed no less comprehensiveness than him. His fake moves, the opponent did not take this way. He stopped suddenly and changed direction. The opponent would quickly react and intercept in front of him. He wanted to force a breakthrough. The opponent used his body to stick to him tightly, so that he could not accelerate. As a center, why is the defense so strong? Zheng Qi said angrily. "You're an attacking midfielder, why are you so good at jumping and strength?" The opponent asked back. Zheng Qi was speechless. This attack ended in failure. Although Zheng Qi kept passing the ball, he always had to complete the last pass. However, under the opponent's close defense, he could not find the opportunity for the last pass at all. In the end, the yellow team could only barely launch an attack, which was easily defended by the opponent. "Damn it, let's defend, don't let them score." Zheng Qi hammered the grass and said to Zheng, "Calm down, don't be impulsive." Zheng reminded him. Zheng Qi nodded. "Don't worry, I won't get carried away." For the players on both sides, the battle between these 2 big legs was an eye-opener for them. In addition to grabbing points, the opponent's center forward was also constantly retreating to get the ball, but even if he retreated to get the ball, Zheng Qi, who was retreating to defend, also made it difficult for him to move. Just as he cut off most of Zheng Qi's offensive means when defending, Zheng Qi also cut off his offensive means in turn. On the wing, Zheng also fought hard with the opponent's winger. In terms of game experience, Sujin was much worse, but her delicate mind and excellent observation made her more and more adapted to such a game. At the same time, this more one-on-one confrontation can better play her strengths in attributes and cover up her lack of cooperation ability in such a game, so in this way, Sujin also began to become the big leg of the yellow team. Thus, this game began to become a contest between the big players. The other players did some assisting work. Most of the time, they just watched the big players on both sides fighting each other. You interfered with my attack, I interfered with your attack. The first half passed like this. Both sides scored a goal at the beginning. Then, with the big players guarding each other, they had no way to score any more goals. The draw was quite reasonable. Thanks to you two, I'll give you the captaincy. The captain wiped the non-existent sweat and said to Zheng Qi, "You are still the captain, so what?" Zheng Qi smiled. "Then what should we do in the second half?" The captain asked Zheng Qi sincerely, and the others gathered around and looked at Zheng Qi eagerly. "Well, let's do it this way. I will continue to fight against them, and you just do your own things." Zheng Qi suddenly felt a little stressed. "Well, it seems that this is the only way," the captain nodded. They all knew that the personal abilities shown by Zheng Qi and the opponent's centre forward had exceeded the limits of their imagination. No matter in any attribute, they had an absolute advantage. If they were not entangled with each other, it would be impossible for others to defend them. In this case, others could only wait and see. "But if there is a chance at the last moment, we can," Zheng Qi whispered to all the players, and the others nodded and prepared to play in the second half. After the second half of the game started, the two sides continued to fight on the court. Zheng Qi continued to fight against the opponent's centre forward. In terms of attributes, Zheng Qi seemed to have a little advantage, but this advantage was not enough for him to form an advantage. "Damn, is it Brother Fei? It doesn't look like it," Zheng Qi thought to himself. But this is not the time to consider such things. What he is thinking about at this moment is how to defeat his opponent. Facing such an opponent, the game began to become much more interesting, but Zheng Qi was more eager to win. But it is not easy to defeat such an opponent. His teammates do not have enough tacit understanding with him. In more one-on-one situations, only by defeating the opponent can he score a goal and take the lead in this game. Obviously, the opponent also knows this. In the second half of the game, the two sides repeated the confrontation in the first half, constantly making physical contact, constantly interfering with the opponent's offensive or defenser. In such a confrontation, the defensive effect of both sides was very good, and the offenser was repeatedly frustrated. The opponent's centre forward kept retreating to get the ball, or grabbing the point in the middle. In addition to retreating to get the ball, Zheng Qi would also pass the ball when attacking, and then rush into the penalty area to grab the point. However, under the opponent's defenser, any offensive method is not very useful. Under such entanglement, the game began to move towards boredom. However, for both sides, even if the game seems so boring, they can't relax at all. After all, if they relax, they may reveal a huge flaw and be caught by the opponent. Although it is a confrontation between two thighs, ordinary players like them must also exert their own strength. The game has been extremely fierce so far. The confrontation between Zheng Qi and the opponent's centre forward made everyone feel pale, but the more in such a situation, the more they need to stay calm. What they have to do is actually very simple. When defending, they should keep an eye on the other offensive players of the opponent, and when attacking, they should try to get rid of the opponent's defenser. Such a simple job will certainly not cause any problems for anyone, so after running all the way, both sides began to fall into a huge inertial thinking. This stalemate lasted until the 88th minute of the game, when the game was only 2 minutes away from the end. Zheng Qi took the ball again to launch an attack. He faced a complete back line, with the opponent's centre forward blocking him in front of him, and behind the centre forward was the opponent's defence line. Zheng Qi began to sprint forward with the ball. With little time left, he seemed a little anxious and began to force a breakthrough. The opponent caught a flaw and kicked the ball out. Fortunately, Zheng Qi reacted quickly and turned around at the first time to control the ball. However, he was strongly forced up from behind by the opponent's centre forward, and kept pressing from behind, making Zheng Qi unable to control the ball. Others go up to and force his passing route in the receiving players. The winner of the green team shouted in the team channel. At this time, the other players of the yellow team had already run towards Zheng Qi to prepare for the response. If they could cut off his passing route, they would most likely intercept the opponent's ball. The green team defenders who were originally behind the center rushed up, ready to intercept the yellow team's receivers, but the yellow team's receivers ran directly across them. Just when the two sides crossed, Zheng Qi picked up the ball without warning, and then passed the ball directly behind him. At the same time he passed the ball, the attackers of the yellow team rushed to the green team's penalty area like a tide. Chapter 527 Classical Football World Cup. Zheng Qi's backward pass was completely unexpected by everyone on the green team. The center forward of the green team could only watch the ball fly over his head. All his strength was in the contest with Zheng Qi. Even if he wanted to jump at this time, he couldn't. The green team defenders brushed past the yellow team attackers, a perfect counter offside. The system did not determine that the yellow team players were offside, so naturally there was no offside. After brushing past, most of the yellow team attackers stayed and blocked the opponent's return defender with their bodies, while the remaining two forwards chased the ball at the same time, forming a double ghost hitting the door. The green team goalkeeper had no choice but to attack, so he was teased by the opponent's forward. After being dribbled past, he directly pushed the ball into the empty goal. Yeah, I won. Zheng Qi raised his hands and jumped up, and the players on both sides, including his teammates on the yellow team, looked at him with the eyes of a beast. It was obviously a one-on-one contest, but you used conspiracy. Even if we win, we still have to despise you. This is called tactics, understand? Zheng Qi said to everyone. Others started to make noises. Who doesn't know about tactics? It's just that in this kind of game, what everyone wants to see is the confrontation between the big men, a contest like heroes. As a result, you can't win the duel, so you come to sneak attack and gang fight. It's simply shameless. The opponent's center didn't seem to have any opinion. You are always shameless. The opponent's center sighed and said, "It's as if you know me." Zheng Qi smiled. "See you after the game." The opponent's center reported a coordinate, and Zheng Qi nodded. Of course, the next 2 minutes of the game must be played, but after the yellow team takes the lead, what they have to do is simple, just defend well and keep the lead until the end of the game. Although they still despise Zheng Qi's approach, who doesn't like to win in the current situation? The opponent's center forward showed an extremely good state at this time. He kept attacking from the middle, with great momentum. If Zheng Qi hadn't followed him closely and offset most of his impact, he might have used the last bit of time to tie the score. Fortunately, the yellow team successfully maintained its leading advantage until the end of the game. When the final whistle sounded, they cheered loudly as if they had won the championship. After all, in this game, although the main players played a role, they also make their own efforts. After celebrating with their teammates, Zheng Qi and Su Jin refused the proposal to stay and play another game and walked out of the stadium. Although the teammates were very sorry, they also knew that the chance of encountering a big player in such a wild team was actually good. If they wanted to keep the other party to play together for a long time, it would be a bit too much. Such high-level players naturally have other places to go. After Zheng Qi and Su Jin left the stadium, they immediately went to the coordinates reported by the other party. After arriving at the coordinates, both sides showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "I knew it was you. Apart from you, only Brother Fei could have such a strong impact." Zheng Qi curled his lips and said to the handsome man in front of him. Lu Xiaoshan laughed. "When you scored the first goal, I thought you were Li Qing's. Later I found out that you were not. I'm really curious about how many attribute points you have. I'm actually a little worse than you. This is a team secret." Zheng Qi laughed. Lu Xiaoshan naturally wouldn't force him to say it. Everyone's specific attribute points are personal secrets. No one would be so stupid to leak it out. "But aren't you preparing for the Intercontinental Cup? Such a precious rest time, why don't you go out and relax?" Zheng Qi asked Lu Xiaoshan. Next to Lu Xiaoshan, of course, was Wen Xiang. Wen Xiang smiled and said, "Other places are boring, it's better to go to football era." Zheng Qi and Su Jin nodded in agreement. Compared with the real world outside, the world in football era is broader and more exciting. "But are you here just for entertainment?" Zheng Qi asked curiously. "Not really, just a little practice. I rarely join such wild teams. I have a fixed team and often go to the competition." Lu Xiaoshan replied. "Well, I don't have a fixed team. I'm more used to playing with different teammates and opponents." Zheng Qi smiled. "It's normal. After all, our styles are different. My characteristics are different from yours. Your overall view is your strongest weapon and needs to be constantly strengthened. As for me, I just rush forward." Lu Xiaoshan shrugged his shoulders. "Don't think that I will relax my vigilance against you." Zheng Qi shouted. Wen Xiang and Su Jing looked at each other and laughed at the same time. In a few days, I will prepare for the Intercontinental Cup, but my team is striving to qualify for the Classical Football World Cup. There are only 11 people in our team. Without me, it will be a bit troublesome. Lu Xiaoshan suddenly said. So? Zheng Qi was stunned. I have participated in many wild team competitions in recent days, just to see if there are any outstanding players who can join our team, but it is not easy to find. If there are really such outstanding players, they should have a fixed team. Lu Xiaoshan said. Why are you saying this to me? Zheng Qi asked. Do me a favor? Lu Xiaoshan laughed. I only have 1 week off. Zheng Qi shouted. No way, you're a newly promoted team, and you don't have the Intercontinental Cup to play. Why do you only have 1 week off? You have to actively prepare for the championship, right? Lu Xiaoshan asked in surprise. Of course, this is our task this season. Zheng Qi said. Do you think it is more useful for you to continue training them to participate in such a competition? Lu Xiaoshan did not answer directly, but asked Zheng Qi in return. Zheng Qi was stunned. From the perspective of technical characteristics, you have no room for improvement. This does not mean that you are not talented or your operation level is not good, because you have reached a limit. In terms of operation, neither Inosh and Rufei can do better than you. For all professional players, there is a limit to operation. When you reach the limit, no matter how hard you train, it is nothing more than maintaining it. Lu Xiaoshan continued. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. He knew this truth. In fact, although he had only been in football era for a few years, his operation level had reached the professional level early, and was even better. That was because he had trained himself in other derivative games in the past. Although those games were not as inclusive as football era, there was no difference in the core of operation. Zheng Qi only had acted for half a year. When he entered the myth zone, he had already reached the level of a god-level player just by operation. For people like us, it is not difficult to reach the limit of operation. After doing this, what we need to do is to find our best trait, and then constantly temper it and strengthen it, so that we can become more and more outstanding. Lu Xiaoshan continued. My characteristic is to move forward courageously. I have been training this. In this regard, Shen Rufei and I are the same, and Li Qing's, his characteristic is the performance of on-the-spot tactics. Through this, he can make the whole team perform better. What about you? What is your characteristic? Have you been honing it? Of course. Zheng Qi nodded. In the game, it's not enough. Forming a wild team in the arena. It's not enough either. These directions are correct, but they are not deep enough. How can we better exercise our overall view? There is no other way. Facing opponents with tighter defense, finding their flaws in a shorter time is the best way to exercise our overall view and insight. Lu Xiaoshan said with a smile. After all, you still want me to help you, Zheng Qi muttered. It's to help me, but it's also a good opportunity for you to exercise yourself. How about a win-win situation? Lu Xiaoshan said with a smile. Hey, Boss Lu, your personality is cold and high class. It's not appropriate to induce me like this, right? Zheng Qi asked. It's just a business personality. Lu Xiaoshan shrugged. Yeah, Xiaoshan is usually very nagging. Wen Xiang smiled. Should I reveal some information? Zheng Qi said to himself. Su Jing pinched him to get him back to the normal topic. What competitions are you going to participate in? How long will it take? It won't affect the next league, right? Su Jing asked Lu Xiaoshan. Zheng Qi finally realized that even if he participated, it didn't seem to be a big deal, as long as it didn't conflict with the schedule. Of course it won't affect it. Lu Xiaoshan replied, when I don't have any competitions in the summer, I will participate. Every year, the top 100 countries can send a team, and the other countries have half a place. In the end, 128 countries will participate in the Classical Football World Cup in August. It is a single elimination system until the champion is decided. In short, even if we can make it to the finals, it will not affect the subsequent professional league, but we may not have much time to train. July is the domestic qualifiers for each country, and August is the World Cup. Is that so? It seems to be okay. Zheng Qi touched his chin and looked at Su Jing. If that's the case, then you will only miss training. We have done almost all the overall training, and your characteristics will not have much impact. Even if there is some impact on the next game, it will not be big. Su Jing thought about it and said to Zheng Qi. Okay, then it's settled. Boss Lu, take me to find your team. I also want to see how outstanding the World Cup of classical football is. Zheng Qi laughed. I believe you won't be disappointed. Lu Xiaoshan smiled slightly. Chapter 528. Overlord Team. What? He's not coming to training. This is a bit disorganized and undisciplined. After Su Jing found Zhu Shan, who was also on vacation, and told him that Zheng Qi was going to participate in the Classical Football World Cup, Zhu Shan said angrily. That shouldn't be the case, but if it doesn't affect the next game, then it's fine. You know, Zheng Qi's characteristics, in fact, it doesn't matter whether we train together or not. These 6 months are enough for him to get familiar with everyone. Meng Fan said to Zhu Shan with a smile. I believe this, but in this more than 1 month of training, everyone's level will be improved. Can he quickly get familiar with his teammates? You know, in the first round of the second half of the season, we will play against Tinhe. Zhu Shan said. We are still ranked first, aren't we? And I think Lu Xiaoshan's suggestion is very good. For Zheng Qi, he needs to improve his competition ability now. There is no better way to exercise his overall view and insight than participating in this competition. Anyway, we don't have to win a championship this year, right? Meng Fan said. Okay, you're right. Zhu Shan sighed. But this time, it was Su Jing's turn to be stunned. What do you mean we don't have to win a championship? Didn't we already shout out the slogan? Su Jing asked in surprise. Zhu Shan and Meng Fan looked at each other awkwardly. This was something they knew very well, but they had never mentioned it to the contestants. As a result, the two of them subconsciously ignored Su Jing just now. This really shouldn't have happened. Well, it's like this. Meng Fan coughed, and then told Su Jing in detail about his and Zhu Shan's plan. From beginning to end, he knew that Su Jing was a person with a delicate mind and a particularly strong observation ability. If he was secretive, the more he said, the more flaws she would notice. It would be better to tell her the truth honestly. Anyway, Su Jing knew that he often liked to take risks and use various means to train the entire team. Sure enough, after listening to Meng Fan's explanation, Su Jing shook her head. Uncle Meng, you keep playing with this, aren't you afraid of playing with fire? No way, to move towards such a goal, risk is inevitable. Meng Fan shrugged his shoulders and said. Well, it seems that I really shouldn't have heard this, otherwise how can I gain experience in winning the championship? Su Jing spread his hands and smiled bigly. Well, I heard there is a method called hypnosis, Meng Fan said. I will never let anyone hypnotize me, but I can hypnotize myself. Su Jing looked alert. Anyway, just keep this to yourself, don't tell anyone. Meng Fan said. Su Jing nodded. Don't worry, but if we train ourselves for a long time, our performance in the second half of the season will probably be affected. That can't be helped. The price we pay this year is to lay a good foundation for next year's glory. It is not an exaggeration to treat opponents like Chengfeng and Tinhe with any attitude. What's more, the current Suitland is also very good. We have to deal with not 2, but 3 opponents. Meng Fan replied. Well, it's really great that Nanguo can double-kill Changfeng. Su Jing nodded. As long as Chen Feng is here, Nanguo will be an amazing team. However, if the top management disagrees with him, he will probably be greatly affected. Meng Fan smiled. Did anything happen? Su Jing asked curiously. It hasn't happened yet, but based on my observation over the past 6 months, it will probably happen. Meng Fan continued to smile. For some reason, seeing Meng Fan smile, Su Jing felt a little relieved. She knew that Meng Fan would not do anything without a purpose. And Zheng Qi, what kind of competition is he participating in now? Thinking of this, Su Jing sighed with some regret. She wanted to fight side by side with Zheng Qi, but such a competition was still a little stressful for her. Normal training was enough for her to keep improving. What about Zheng Qi? Zheng Qi needs more. A rare opportunity to rest, Su Jing muttered in her heart, then turned and left the club. She wanted to find her best friend Lu Li to have a good chat, have a good rest, and enjoy the remaining days of vacation. Where's Zheng Qi? Zheng Qi was receiving some doubtful looks at this time. Chen Fengxiao, you are not kidding me, are you? Our situation this year is very good, and the team is very strong, but you want to withdraw temporarily and let another person join. Do you think it is so easy to join our Shishu team? A tall player looked at Lu Xiaoshan unkindly and asked him loudly. Why call you Chen Fengxiao? Zheng Qi asked Lu Xiaoshan in private chat. A pseudonym. Players who will sign up for the Classical Football World Cup will use a pseudonym. Don't you think the name Chen Fengxiao is very unique? Lu Xiaoshan replied in private chat. What kind of broken custom is this? Well, I'll use a pseudonym too. Zheng Qi replied while complaining. Although he was chatting privately with Zheng Qi, Lu Xiaoshan did not delay that chat with him at all. Bo Wang, I didn't just pick someone here. This guy is very good, about the same level as me, and he is a core midfielder. With him in the midfield, we can perform better, and don't we just need such a person? Bo Wang looked at Zheng Qi suspiciously. Really? Of course, when have I ever lied? You and I are of the same type. We are two powerful forwards in the front court, and there is some overlap in position. Now I change to a core midfielder, and the whole team is more balanced. Lu Xiaoshan said with a smile. Is that so? It seems okay. Bo Wang thought about it and said. Yes, that's it. Come on, introduce yourself. Lu Xiaoshan pulled Zheng Qi over with a sense of relief and said to him. Zheng Qi looked at the 10 tall and short people in front of him, and was about to turn around to ask Lu Xiaoshan something, but found that Lu Xiaoshan had turned around and left after pushing him over, and ran very fast. Damn, why do I feel like this guy is dragging someone down with him? Zheng Qi complained in his heart, then turned to the Overlord and said, Hello, Overlord, right? My name is Zheng. The Overlord's face fell, and at this time, a guy of medium build standing next to him coughed. Sorry, my name is Zheng, so you have to change your name. Ha ha ha, really? Someone has already taken this name? Hey, what are your names? Zheng Qi laughed without any embarrassment. My name is Yuji. A slim woman standing on the right side of the Overlord smiled and said. The Overlord coughed. This is my wife. Excuse me, my husband and wife are going to fight together. Zheng Qi said. Longju. Yingbu. Jibu. Thonglei Mei. Yuziki. Wanshu. Xiangzhuang. Others also signed up. At first glance, they were all pseudonyms, and the names of Xiangyu's councillors and generals were all the same. At first glance, they were all cause enthusiasts. Hey, you guys have taken all the names, what else can I use? Fisherman. Zheng Qi calculated, then said dissatisfiedly. If that's the case, it seems to work. Someone laughed. Then I have to overturn your boat. Forget the joke, I'll just give it a random name, just call me Yuan's Thong. Zheng Qi waved his hand, then said. Whatever, it's just a code name anyway. The guy said his name was Chen Fengxiao before, didn't we believe it? Why isn't he called Chen Tai's Thong? Overlord complained. It's just a code name, don't worry about these details. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Yeah, then let me introduce these guys to you first. Overlord nodded, then began to introduce the other players of the team to Zheng Qi one by one. Overlord is the captain of this team and a powerful center forward. He has excellent strength, good ball control and can be said to be an all-around center forward. Lu Xiaoshan compared him with himself before. Although it may be modesty or to lure Zheng Qi to join the team, it is enough to prove his strength. Zheng is the goalkeeper. He is older, but experienced and responsive. He has a very high level in attributes such as jumping and reaction. What surprised Zheng Qi was that Zheng was Overlord's elder in reality, an uncle. It was normal to use the pseudonym Zheng. After all, in history, Overlord Xiangyu regarded Zheng as his father-in-law, that is, he regarded Zheng as his godfather. If someone else had this pseudonym, Overlord might have beaten him. Now, as an uncle, being a godfather is nothing. Yuji is a winger, with excellent ball control and cross-ball abilities, and is agile and nimble. However, because of her poor physical confrontation, she roams more on the wing and rarely participates in the attack in the middle. After all, there is a tyrant in the penalty area, which is enough. Longju is an attacker on the other side. He is more versatile. His crosses are not as accurate as Yuji's, but his ability to confront and force a breakthrough is quite good. He can also attack from the back row, and has extremely outstanding abilities in the penalty area or outside the penalty area. Yingbu and Jibu are two defensive midfielders, with strong running ability, excellent confrontation, and can pass the ball with one foot. Taking turns to attack can also create some threats, but there is nothing particularly outstanding in organizing the attack. The other four people, Thonglei and Yuziki, are two fullbacks. Their characteristics are comprehensive. Because the wing attack relies more on two wingers to complete, they have good support and defensive abilities. They can respond to the attack, but lack explosive offensive power. They are relatively mediocre central defenders. Wanshu and Xiangzhuang are standard central defenders with strong frontal defense and high-attitude defense abilities. This lineup is said to be a very outstanding team among the domestic classical football teams. It has been formed for several years and has a good understanding of each other, and is just waiting to impact the Classical Football World Cup. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 529. Will not underestimate how long has Chen Fengxiao played with you. After getting to know these teammates, Zheng Qi nodded and asked them. About half a year. We just met last year. Unfortunately, when we met him last year, we had already been eliminated in China. Otherwise, if he was there last year, it would not be a rare thing for us to rush into the World Cup. He and I are really an invincible double arrow. There is no need for organization. We can just pass the ball to the sides and hand them to death. B.A. Wang replied. Such a simple and crude tactic is easy to be defended by others, right? Zheng Qi asked. It depends on who is the player. Both of us are good at passing the ball from the wing, and I am very good at grabbing points and scoring. My strength and jumping ability are both 150 points. Ordinary defenders are not my opponents at all. If there is only me, I may be guarded more. With Chen Fengxiao, it will be different. B.A. Wang said confidently. Well, 2 and 1 are indeed different, but if the opponent's central defenders are also so outstanding, then such an attack will seem inefficient. Zheng Qi said. Yes, last year we met the West Hand team, and we were blocked by their 2 central defenders. Long Qi said. Then B.A. Wang glared at him. Do you have any good ideas? B.A. Wang turned to Zheng Qi. Just play as a whole. In short, surround me and I will let you keep getting opportunities. Zheng Qi smiled and said, but you have to run more and support me more during the game, so that it can be effective. No way, you just came and you want to play as the core? B.A. Wang made a strange cry. Isn't this the competent one who gets the job? Zheng Qi snapped his fingers and said, come on, tell me what the competition system is. When Zheng Qi said this, he was extremely confident, so that others could not help but listen to him. Of course, the opponent who wanted to compete for the Classical Football World Cup was certainly not an ordinary person. The opponent we met before might not be strong. We can try to let you play as the core, but if the effect is not good, I'm sorry, then you can't be the core. B.A. Wang said to Zheng Qi. It's a fair approach. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Seeing Zheng Qi agreeing so readily, B.A. Wang's doubts were reduced a little bit. Of course, this is also related to the current situation. To be honest, it is not so easy to form an excellent team. It's okay to have a group of acquaintances together, but to find a very outstanding player, it depends on luck. They also found Lu Xiaoshan with great difficulty, and after knowing Lu Xiaoshan's strength, they can be said to be ecstatic. After all, to have such a strong player join, it must be a matter of luck to bump into one. Because there is no professional league system, teams from various countries often have to rely on luck to be able to organize, or to find suitable teammates from countless people participating in temporary competitions, which is completely like looking for a needle in a haystack. The B.A. Wang team was lucky. At the beginning, it was mainly composed of 3 people. Every day, they recruited people to play games, and then talked to the other party when they met outstanding performances to see if they could let the other party choose to stay. In this way, they slowly accumulated some good players along the way. During this period, some came and some left, so that a good team was formed. Last year, they made it to the final 8 in the Chinese qualifiers, and they made it to the quarterfinals without Lu Xiaoshan, so B.A. Wang is very confident that he will strive to win the Chinese qualifiers this year, and then go to the World Cup. Players who will continue to be obsessed with classical football naturally know what the word World Cup means. Although there is also a World Cup in the professional league of the football era, in the eyes of those players of classical football, a World Cup with only 8 teams participating is not a World Cup. You must know that more than 100 years ago, when the World Cup of classical football reached its peak, there were 128 participating countries. That is a real global sport. Almost every country and region can personally participate in the World Cup. Although the level of the game is somewhat uneven due to the large number of games, it can basically represent the peak level of the national team in the later knockout rounds. Although the space for human outdoor activities no longer exists because of the great change, traditional football has also died out and has been replaced by the professional league of the football era, but there are still countless people who miss the moment of classical football. The various video recordings of the games that have been passed down, those exciting moments, even in this era, still have a shocking effect. The Overlord team is moving towards this great goal. As a result, Lucian had to leave temporarily, and then he stuck to a guy who looked smaller and not very strong to come over. Of course, the members of the Overlord team knew that in the world of classical football, body shape does not mean anything. However, after all, he is a newcomer, and it is normal to have doubts, but they cannot force Lucian to stay. This kind of situation where someone leaves temporarily is too common. After all, it is not a professional game, there is no contract constraint, and the coming and going of personnel can be said to be extremely free. In the following time, Zheng Qi began to ask the members of the Overlord team what the preliminaries were like. Then he got a speechless answer, a very simple and even crude approach, that is, all participating teams participate, and then play all the way through the elimination rounds, and the team that finally stands at the top will enter the World Cup. It's really simple and crude. Zheng Qi sighed, can't we have some kind of round-robin group stage? What if two strong teams meet early? Wouldn't it be a pity? What's a pity? In the end, only one team can reach the top, so it doesn't matter. B.A. Wang said. But this is not beautiful enough. Zheng Qi insisted on his opinion. There are millions of teams participating every year, what's the point of beauty? B.A. Wang asked. What? Millions of teams? Zheng Qi was really shocked. You know, even the amateur elimination tournament of the football era only has hundreds of thousands of teams. The requirements for our team are lower. B.A. Wang shrugged. Zheng Qi thought about it and it was true. A football era team must have at least 10 to 20 people, and then there are auxiliary players, offensive players, receiving players, etc. For many ordinary players, they don't like to be auxiliary players. After all, it is a thankless job. Therefore, it is also a difficult thing to form a team to play in the amateur league at the football era professional league. Classical football is much simpler. Unlike before, a team does not need to change players. There are no problems with physical fitness and injuries. You can play that game with 11 people. Of course, it is much simpler to form a team. And so many teams, indeed, if they are not eliminated all the way, what else can they do? If there are too many participating teams, it is normal to play 2 games a day. Overlord sighed. This can be said to be very tight. Zheng Qi said. Yes, there are so many games in a month, but this can also better hone your skills. Yuji said with a smile. I understand. Next, let's see how I show my skills. When does the game start? Zheng Qi asked. Tomorrow. B.A. Wang replied, so today we have to train well and give each other some time to adapt. That makes sense. Zheng Qi nodded, and then he looked at his watch. Oh, sorry, it's too late. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon today, and I have something else to do. When does the first game start tomorrow? Before the others could react, Zheng Qi looked at his watch and flicked through the schedule. Well, the first game tomorrow starts at 9 in the morning. I will be there at 8. Goodbye, everyone. After saying this, Zheng Qi ran away, leaving the other 10 members of the B.A. Wang team staring at each other. Fuck, this guy runs so fast, faster than Chen Fengxiao. Fan Xing couldn't help but shout. Captain, is this guy reliable or not? He doesn't even practice with us during joint training. Why do I feel like he is just here to mess around? Long Qie complained. What else can we do? The game starts tomorrow, and we can't find another person on short notice. Besides, this guy is so confident, and he named himself Thong, which shows that he is very confident in himself. Overlord said helplessly. How dare he name such a talented person like Thong? Let's see if he is really capable tomorrow. If he is a troublemaker, I will beat him up. Xiang Zhuang shouted. Forget it, in the game, no matter how badly you beat him, he will not lose a hair. Disperse, have a good rest today, and don't be late tomorrow. Overlord waved his hand and said. Others nodded and dispersed. Indeed, now they can only hope that Zheng Qi is a reliable guy. You can obviously prove that you are a reliable guy in today's familiarity. Su Jing said to Zheng Qi helplessly. That would be boring. Zheng Qi chuckled. It would be interesting to play against unfamiliar opponents in an unfamiliar environment with unfamiliar teammates. But the game is tomorrow. If I'm not careful, there are millions of teams. It's not easy to run into a strong team. I can handle the weak teams by myself. Zheng Qi laughed. Really? It's not your character to put all your hopes on the draw. Su Jing said in surprise. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. Even if it's a strong team, I'm sure. Well, I'll practice ball control tonight to let them know what top ball control is. With the ball at my feet, I'm not afraid of not being able to make a good pass. That's right. I still believe in your overall view. Su Jing was relieved. Obviously, Zheng Qi did not underestimate the game of classical football. She also believed that as long as Zheng Qi did not underestimate it, there would be no problem. Chapter 530. Powerful opponent. Zheng Qi practiced for a long time in that club's training room that night. Ball control has always been a project that any professional football player must practice. After all, in professional games, ball control has always been a very important technical link, because no skills can be used in the process of controlling the ball. This training is just to consolidate it. Otherwise, he has never practiced ball control before, and it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to expect that it will be effective in one night. Zheng Qi's ball control is very good, but he still made up for it temporarily, which is also that key factor that Su Jing began to feel relieved about this. The next day, Zheng Qi got up early, and then went directly into the holographic cabin in the arena, and then found that all the people from the Overlord team had arrived. "Oh, you are here so early," Zheng Qi said in surprise. This time he was really a little surprised. He himself is used to getting up early. He has always had a good work and rest schedule, even when he was playing live broadcasts. Today, he got up at the same time as usual, got up at 6 o'clock, and entered the football era at 7 o'clock after some exercise. Now it is only a few minutes after 7 o'clock, but all the people from the Overlord team have arrived. They are not professional players, but standard amateur players, but they came so early today. How can it not be early? When I saw the opponents in the draw yesterday, my heart sank. I didn't sleep well at night, so I had to get up early, Yingbu said with a wry smile. Zheng Qi was stunned. Yingbu didn't say much yesterday, but he seemed resolute and silent. Now he spoke such discouraging words. What happened? Don't mind, it's mainly because it was the first draw. We were too unlucky and met the Western Han team. B.A. Wang said to Zheng Qi. What's wrong with the Western Han team? Are they rare? Zheng Qi asked. Nothing. It was those guys who prevented us from entering the semi-finals last year, and they also made it to the finals last year, but they lost to the Carloway team in the end. B.A. Wang replied. Wow, doesn't this team represent the highest level in China? Zheng Qi finally understood it. You can say that. Although the teams that can enter the top 16 are all excellent and have the strength to challenge the championship, in the final analysis, the West Han team is one of the strongest teams now, judging from their state. We lost to them last year. Overlord said a little discouraged. The top 8 will meet the top 2 in the first round. Is this draw scientific? Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. That can't be helped. There have been more exaggerated draws than this. We can only say that we are unlucky. Fan Zheng sighed. Were you all there last year? Who was the other person? Zheng Qi asked. Well, we were all there. The other person was not strong enough and was eliminated by a SPE 4. Yuji replied. Oh, that's no problem. One less scumbag and one more me. Our strength has doubled. It's time to seek revenge on the West Han team. Zheng Qi waved his arms and said confidently. Then I'll leave it to you. Overlord was silent for a while, then said to Zheng Qi. No problem, just watch me. Zheng Qi smiled. So confident, it seems that he really has some skills. Long Qi whispered to Fan Zheng. Our offensive is actually very unique, we just lack a player who can control the ball and pass the ball. If he is such a player, then we can really compete. Fan Zheng nodded and replied. In fact, in last year's competition, overall, the Overlord team was not at a disadvantage. In terms of the individual abilities of the players, they were actually at the highest level, with attributes at the level of professional players, rich experience, and good cooperation, but there was no particularly outstanding player, so they seemed to be at a disadvantage in the competition. In last year's competition, they were able to win to the quarterfinals, and it was also because of some luck along the way. For example, in some games, they were at a disadvantage, but they relied on a sneak attack to win the game. The combination of the front court players was too suitable for counterattacks, and their strength was not enough to suppress other opponents. When the opponent did not have particularly outstanding players, they could still rely on tenacious fighting spirit and correct tactics to win, but when facing a team with such players, they often lost without any temper. For example, when they met the West Han team last year. Compared with their players, the other players of the West Han team were of the same level, a little better, but not too much better. However, their top striker Hansen and top midfielders Liang were extremely good. One could score goals continuously, and the other could constantly instigate attacks. The other players around these two showed quite good abilities. Although the Overlord team played tenaciously in that game, they were still scored 3 goals by the opponent and were beaten to a state of no temper. In this case, the Overlord team would have a shadow, which would seem much more normal. There were actually more than 10 teams like the West Ham team last year, but some of them were unlucky and met strong teams like the West Ham team and the Carloway team early on and were eliminated. The prospects of the Overlord team are not so optimistic. After some adjustments and warm-ups, the Overlord team headed to their own competition venue. There were thousands of stadiums in this arena, but it couldn't accommodate all the participating teams. After all, with millions of participating teams, there would have to be hundreds of thousands of stadiums to allow them to compete together. So except for a few games that were played in these famous stadiums in the arena, the other teams played in temporary stadiums. The Overlord team was somewhat influenced by the West Ham team. Of course, they themselves were not small in reputation. Last year's top 8 played against last year's runner-up. Because of their respective identities, this game was arranged at Old Trafford. There were also many players who did not participate in the game but were interested in classical football and came to watch the game. The Western Hand team was the runner-up last year, and they eliminated the Overlord team last year. It seems that the Western Hand team will have a big advantage this year. You can tell from the name, the Overlord team is very famous, but Zheng Qi, the Overlord of Western Shu, was finally killed by Liu Bang. It was the same last year. I watched the game and the Overlord team was beaten badly. In fact, they have a lot of good players in their team. The forward Overlord, the two wingers Yuji and Longju, and the goalkeeper Fan Xingjie performed very well. It's a pity that the Western Hand team has more good players. Goalkeeper Liu Bang is their captain. He is very responsive. In addition, they have leaders on all 3 lines, defender Xiaohe, midfielders Liang, and forward Hansen. Just looking at these names, you can tell that this group of people have been playing together for a long time, and they have an excellent overall performance. There is no change in the personnel of the Overlord team this year. It seems that the Western Hand team still has the advantage this year. You can tell from the odds. The bookmakers are also very good. They will open a handicap for this kind of game. Who are you betting on? Western Hand. Although the odds are low, it's safe. A large number of fans in the stands were discussing that among the more than 1 billion players in China, although most of them were watching professional games, there were still many fans of classical football. At least for such a heavyweight match, there would be many spectators coming to watch the game. The West Ham team is good at ball control tactics. They have 5 players in the midfield, with Zheng Liang as the core and Hansen at the front. His characteristics are different from mine. He is a standard opportunistic shooter. It is difficult for us to defend him. The key to this game depends on Yuan's Thong. If you can suppress Zheng Liang in the midfield ball control organization, then we can get more offensive opportunities to score more goals. Facing an opponent like the West Ham, relying on defense is a dead end. In the locker room before the game, B.A. Wang said very sadly that they used defensive counterattacks to reach the quarterfinals last year. They still have strong confidence in their tactics. However, in the quarterfinals, facing the West Ham team's ball control and fierce attack, they could not find any counterattack opportunities at all. The proud defender was constantly opened up, even if they set up an extreme defensive formation of 3 defensive midfielders. It just so happens that my characteristics are not suitable for playing defencer. In short, you run more, I will constantly dispatch you through passing the ball. When you get the ball, just pay attention to my position, and I will appear in the right place to meet you. Zheng Qi said. The Western Hand team is also very good at this kind of play. Zheng Liang is such a good ball controller. Can we beat them with this tactic? Longju asked with some doubt. What tactics did you want to use before? Zheng Qi dug his ears and asked frivolously. Quickly pass through the midfield, fly on both wings, and grab points in the middle. B.A. Wang replied. At the time, I thought that with my Chen Fengxiao's ability to grab points in the middle, as long as there are continuous crosses from both wings, we can continue to create threats. Then there must be a pass in the middle. Who will pass the ball? Zheng Qi asked. Hearing this, B.A. Wang felt more at ease. Yingbu and Jibu both have a certain ability to pass the ball, and Thong Li Mei and Yu Ziqi's ability to receive the ball on the wings is not bad either, which is enough for us to pass the ball to the wing to launch an attack. Well, then if we change it to the tactics I mentioned, there will be no problem. When we attack, the 2 wings will insert more and receive more. After getting the ball, pay attention to running, and don't control the ball too much. The task of controlling the ball is left to me, and everyone just runs more and involves more. I can guarantee that I will not lose the ball easily, and at the same time I will better send the ball to the most threatening place," Zheng Qi said. The players of the Bawang team looked at each other. Although Zheng Qi's words were not long, they did reveal the essence of the ball control offensive tactics. "Okay, listen to you, we must beat the West Hand team. If we beat the West Hand team, we will be qualified to compete for the championship and the qualification to participate in the World Cup." Bawang waved his fist and said loudly, "Okay, no problem." The players of the Bawang team shouted one after another. Chapter 531. Confrontation in the midfield. Without playing together or even practicing together, Zheng Qi was recognized by all his teammates so easily. It was a rare thing for him to be the offensive core. Of course, the main factor was that when the Overlord team knew that the next opponent was the Western Hand team, they knew that it would be difficult for them to win. After all, in last year's game, the Western Hand team completely defeated the Overlord team. Just 3 goals in the score alone, the Overlord team was suppressed by the Western Hand team on all 3 lines. This kind of complete suppression of the scene and the score was the key factor for the Overlord team to be convinced. In that game, Hanxin, who only appeared a few times in the whole game, brought a goal when he appeared, and performed a hat-trick with 3 flashes, completely controlled the situation in the midfield, making it impossible for the Overlord team to attack. Zheng Liang, who was extremely stable, completely stifled the few counter-attacks of the Overlord team, and Xiao He, who ate the Overlord to death. The Western Hand team had an advantage on all 3 lines. How could this make the Overlord team's players feel confident? Looking at the roster, there is basically no change in the personnel at both sides. If the Overlord team wants to win, they can only hope that Zheng Qi will perform well. In the Overlord team's first game, Zheng Qi encountered such a strong enemy. He was really lucky. Is it the West Hand team? Zheng Qi's luck is really, after Lu Xiaoshan knew it, he couldn't help but sigh. Did we watch the game together last year? When Xiang gasped Lu Xiaoshan. Yes, the guys on the West Hand team are very strong. Although they are not as good as those in the league, everyone's attributes are not bad. Captain Liu Bang and the 3 core players on the 3 lines, I roughly estimate that their attribute points are probably over 800. Lu Xiaoshan nodded and replied. With such strong attributes, they don't come to play professionally. When Xiang sighed. Not every player with high attributes is capable of playing professionally. With over 1 billion players, it's normal for a group of people with abnormal attributes to appear. There are also a few guys in the Overlord team with attribute points above 750. However, classical football requires more skills and tactical awareness. Good attributes alone are not very useful. The core players of the Western Hand team not only have excellent attributes, but also have good skills and tacit cooperation. This is the key to their strength. Lu Xiaoshan replied. Will they not be eliminated in the first round? When Xiang suddenly became a little worried. It depends on their performance. If Zheng Qi can play a good overall view, mobilize the whole team, and suppress the opponent Zheng Liang in the midfield, then there is still a chance. Lu Xiaoshan smiled. But does he have experience in classical football? Classical football games are not quite the same as the leagues we usually play. When Xiang said. The principles are interchangeable. And in that game, I saw that he was also very familiar with classical football, so there won't be too many problems. Lu Xiaoshan replied. While the two were chatting, Zheng Qi and his teammates had already appeared. He had only known these 10 teammates for 1 day, but Zheng Qi didn't care. He was confident in his observation ability. As long as his teammates didn't have any particularly strange running habits, he believed that he could see clearly after observing for a few minutes. The strength of the opponent, such as the Overlord team, was not weak. At least they should be very experienced. In this case, he was not worried about whether he would make any mistakes because he was unfamiliar with his teammates. Zheng Qi was very curious about the strength of his opponents. When the 2 players shook hands on the field, Zheng Qi looked at each other one by one. The tall one was their captain and goalkeeper Liu Bang, the plain-looking one was their shooter Hanxin, the gentle one was their midfield core Zheng Liang, and the majestic and brave one was their defensor core Xiao He. When shaking hands with these people, Zheng Qi looked at each other very seriously. Those who participated in the classical football competition used their own appearance, and these people on the other side were no exception. After all, who doesn't want to make a name for themselves in this kind of competition with only honor and no benefits? The players of the Western Hand team also focused most of their attention on Zheng Qi. In the wild team competition of classical football, many people use the system appearance, but in such formal competitions, there are not many people who use the system appearance. Zheng Qi uses the system appearance. What a pretentious person. For a moment, I don't know how many people complained in their hearts. There are not many people who use the system appearance to participate in the qualifiers of various countries. This is also the reason why the Overlord team was suspicious of Zheng Qi at the beginning. What if he is a liar, patting his butt and running away after the game, and cheating his teammates? Such perverts have not been seen in the past. Of course, those who generally use the system appearance are either such perverts, or there is a kind of players in the football-era professional league. Their appearance is too familiar to people. If they are recognized, it is easy to cause trouble. Zheng Qi belongs to this kind. So the players of the Western Han team pay close attention to Zheng Qi. What if Zheng Qi is a professional player? Although those guys may not be able to play in classical football games, their attributes are still very advantageous. Be careful of the opponent's Yuan's thong. After returning to his own half, Liu Bang said to other teammates, "We'll know whether they are good or bad after we take them out for a walk." Zheng Liang smiled and replied, "Even if they're really professional players, they may not be our opponents in this environment. Even if they are God-level players, how much advantage can they have over us in terms of attribute points? Besides, football is not something that can be played with physical attributes." Zheng Liang's words were full of confidence. As one of the best midfielders in Chinese classical football, he had such confidence. The players of the Western Han team participated in the Chinese qualifiers every year and were familiar with most of the outstanding players in this competition. The Kalawei team, the Shuhan team, and the Eastern team were all traditional strong teams with many outstanding players. After all, everyone wanted to grab the code names of these historical celebrities, and the teams that could keep using these code names must be strong teams. Compared with the midfield cores of these three traditional strong teams, Guo Jie, Hu Liang, and Zhao Yu, Zheng Liang never thought that he was much worse than others. Such players naturally have their own pride. Just like the professional competitions in the football era, such competitions are also judged by the system, which is absolutely correct and will not have any misjudgments. In the draw, the West Han team kicked off first. The Overlord team was somewhat dissatisfied with this result. They had intended to give the opponent a head start by kicking off. However, it now seemed that they would have to bear the opponent's fierce offensive from the beginning. However, this was also unavoidable. For the Overlord team, the strength was at a disadvantage, so even if they suffered a loss, they had to admit it. Be patient in attacking, don't give them too many opportunities, get a ball first. Zheng Liang said to Han Xin when preparing to kick off. Han Xin nodded. He rarely participated in the organization and ball controlling the game. He was more running on the court, running, and then appearing in a key place to kill with one blow. The game of the West Han team actually looked a little boring. They had too much ball control and too many back passes, but it was precisely because of this that their winning rate was quite high and quite stable. When the whistle sounded, Han Xin passed the ball to Zheng Liang, who turned around and passed it back to Cao Shen behind him. Cao Shen controlled the ball and began to form some cooperation with Chen Ping beside him. Behind Zheng Liang, Cao Shen and Chen Ping assisted him. Both of them were all-around midfielders who could pass the ball, advance, attack and defend. With such midfield assistance, Zheng Liang could better play his characteristics of controlling the ball. Press them up, don't let them control the ball and attack easily. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel and took the lead in pressing up. As the core of the midfield, he moved, and the entire Overlord team naturally began to move. Overlord Zheng Qi and other attackers rushed across the half-court at the same time and began to press in the front court. Compared with the past football players, with the support of almost super physical fitness, there was actually very little space left in the classical football game. If you stick to the ball too much, it is easy to be pressed by the opponent and lose the ball. Under such pressing, what is actually tested is the accuracy and insight of the players' passes. With the pressing of the Overlord team, the defenders of the Western Han team knew that they could not pass the ball at will. Although they were confident in themselves, mistakes would happen to everyone. If they made mistakes in the backcourt and were intercepted, the threat would be too great. So after Xiao He received the ball, he quickly passed the ball to Xiaoyan who was on the wing, and signaled him to pass the ball to Zheng Liang to launch the attack. As the core of the midfield, Zheng Liang had a very high authority on the field. When he wanted to launch an attack, he would pass the ball to his feet. So when Xiaoyan took the ball and moved forward, he was observing Zheng Liang's position. Then he found that although Zheng Liang ran out of position as usual, there was a person following him, Zheng Qi. Zheng Liang looked at Zheng Qi in surprise. Just now, he ran back and forth in the midfield, and also used the cover of Chen Ping and Cao Shen. As a result, Zheng Qi was not blocked by these two people at all, and still appeared beside him, faintly threatening him to get the ball. "Pass it to me," Zheng Liang shouted in the team channel. "Even if you are marking me, what can I do? I can still get the ball." With such confidence, Zheng Liang asked Xiaoyan to pass the ball to him. Although Xiaoyan was a little hesitant, at this time Zheng Qi had already pressed towards him, and it seemed that he could only pass it to Zheng Liang. The ball was rolled on the ground and accurately sent to Zheng Liang's front. Zheng Liang accelerated and chased after the ball. When he chased after it, Zheng Qi stopped and turned, then twisted his body to pass by Chen Ping, who came to block him, and chased after Zheng Liang at the same speed. "Be careful!" Several players of the Western Han team shouted at the same time. Judging from Zheng Qi's speed, it seemed that he could be the first to arrive and disrupt the pass. The two of them caught up with the ball almost at the same time. Zheng Qi used his body to hold Zheng Liang and stretched out his foot to poke the ball, but Zheng Liang withstood his collision, kicked the ball first, and passed it to Cao Shen, who came up to meet him. Chapter 532. The excellence of the Western Han team. After Zheng Liang passed the ball to Cao Shen, Zheng Qi released his guard on Zheng Liang. The two looked at each other and knew that the next battle would be long. Although it was just a simple contact, both sides knew that the other party was not an ordinary person, whether judging or after the contact. The two sides were tied in the previous contact. Zheng Qi failed to steal the ball, but Zheng Liang could not control the ball well and could only pass the ball. Zheng Liang began to run on the field, but Zheng Qi followed him closely. Such defense was not advisable in the past football games. After all, it would consume a lot of physical energy, and few people could support the whole game, but now, it is not a problem. If you force it to Zheng Liang, even if the opponent's Yuan's Thong can run, he may not be very good in defensive awareness. Liu Bang shouted in the team channel. "No problem," Zheng Liang replied. So, without getting rid of Zheng Qi, the other members of the Western Han team still gave the ball to Zheng Liang. Zheng Liang received the ball by stopping suddenly and turning around, then turned around quickly, facing Zheng Qi, and then shook his feet twice in a row, doing a beautiful bicycle kick, and then forced a breakthrough. Zheng Qi reacted immediately, and after sticking to Zheng Liang, he quickly fell to the ground, and with a beautiful tackle, swept the ball directly from Zheng Liang's feet. "Damn, no way!" Chen Ping, who was closer, couldn't help but curse. Zheng Qi's tackle action when he fell to the ground was clearly seen by everyone. This tackle action was very standard, and the timing was not bad. However, it was not a particularly remarkable defensive action, but it was very fast, so fast that even Zheng Liang couldn't react immediately. Chen Ping knew that Zheng Liang's flexibility attribute exceeded 130 points, which was already a very outstanding attribute. As a result, he didn't react. How much flexibility attribute did the opponent have? Fortunately, the ball shoveled out by Zheng Qi did not fall at the feet of the Overlord team players, but was controlled by Chen Ping. Otherwise, the attack of the Western Han team would be in vain. It was just an accident, right? The other members of the Western Han team complained in the team channel. How could it be so fast? Be careful, let's attack from other directions first, Liu Bang instructed in the team channel. The Western Han team began to attack honestly. Since Zheng Qi had entangled Zheng Liang, they would attack from other positions. Although Zheng Liang was the core of the attack, the Western Han team was not incapable of playing without him. However, with Zheng Liang being targeted, the defenders of the Overlord team were not really worried about the opponent's attack. Fang Kuei's cross after breaking through the wing was blocked by Zhong Imei with his body. Fang Kuei quickly counter-opped on the spot. In the entanglement between the two, the football flew into the Overlord team's penalty area. Han Xin appeared like a ghost at the landing point of the ball. After Xiang Zhuan came to intercept, he quickly raised his foot and shot at a small angle. Fan Xingzhi made a beautiful side dive and saved the ball, a corner kick. Zheng Liang took the corner kick, and the Overlord who returned to the penalty area jumped high and headed the ball out before Xiaohe's head. Yuji outside the penalty area took the lead in controlling the ball, and the Overlord team's players poured out of the penalty area like a tide, and the players of the Western Han team were not slow either. If they stayed in the penalty area, they would be offside when attacking. After Yuji got the ball, she started to break through to the side, but was quickly entangled by the opponent Zheng. After she barely controlled the ball, she looked up and saw Zheng Qi preparing to respond not far from her. Yuji passed the ball, Zheng Qi ran to receive the ball, and Zheng Liang rushed out diagonally, trying to interfere with Zheng Qi's getting the ball. However, Zheng Qi did not control the ball, but shook his ankle while receiving the ball, and passed the ball directly to Yinbu, who was not guarded. "Go, there's no one in front," Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. Without him shouting, Yinbu also realized that although there were opposing players around him at this time, there were really no people in front of him. Yinbu began to sprint forward with the ball. With the speed being almost the same, Chen Ping and Kaoshan on both sides were chasing closely, but they still couldn't catch up with Yinbu easily. It was not until he passed the midfield with the ball in one breath that Yinbu raised his foot and passed the ball to Long Qie. Long Qie broke through along the side. He did not slow down, because in a fast break, if he slowed down a little, the opponent might have all his players in place. Even if he didn't slow down, the speed of his teammates who followed up would not be slow at all. However, when the Western Han team was attacking just now, the number of players in the backcourt was still not small. They began to retreat frantically. When Long Qie rushed to the edge of the penalty area, there were already two defenders, Xiaohe and General Pu, in the penalty area. Even if he wanted to cut inside, it would probably be useless. Just when Long Qie was hesitant, Zheng Qi's shout rang out in the team channel. Turning his head, he saw Zheng Qi running towards him, and Zheng Liang was chasing him closely behind him. Long Qie knew that he could not hesitate anymore at this time, so he quickly raised his foot and sent the ball back. He had just sent the ball out when Xiao Ying's tackle arrived. What a close call. The ball flew towards Zheng Qi, and Zheng Qi accelerated to meet the ball at the same time. Zheng Liang was chasing closely behind him. Although he did not look back, Zheng Qi also knew that if he stopped the ball, Zheng Liang would immediately come back to entangle him. So after catching up with the ball, Zheng Qi swung his right foot and passed the ball horizontally. The overlord, who had been following up in the middle, saw the ball rolling horizontally in front of him, and immediately increased his speed by one gear, swung his right foot while running, and shot a powerful long shot. Zheng Qi's lateral pass was just right, and Ba Wang kicked the ball out with great pleasure. This feeling was quite refreshing. If it could fly into the goal, it would be even more refreshing. However, the next moment, Xiaohe's strong body appeared in Ba Wang's sight. The football whizzed and hit Xiaohe's body, then quickly changed direction and whizzed out of the baseline. It was not until it hit the wall outside the baseline that it made a dull sound. Damn, this guy is so annoying. Ba Wang almost watched the football fly out of the baseline with his own eyes. He jumped up in regret and then fell to the ground. It's okay, let's continue to attack. Zheng Qi stretched out his hand to him. Ba Wang and him clapped hands heavily. This guy is really outstanding. Just these few minutes of the game were enough for Ba Wang to begin to believe in Zheng Qi. In the confrontation with Zheng Liang, he was not at a disadvantage at all, and even had some advantages. When he was defending Zheng Liang failed to create opportunities, and when Zheng Liang was defending him, he also sent such a beautiful pass. Although 1 or 2 times can't mean anything, it at least proves that this Gyeonthong is not a boastful guy, but really has great skills. After confirming this, not only Ba Wang, but also other teammates began to get excited. Although they entered the quarterfinals last year due to luck, it can prove that their level is not bad, at least they are ranked among the top teams in China. Now there is a top midfield organizer, which can just make up for their weakest link. With such a reinforcement, it is not a foolish dream to impact the championship and the World Cup. Cooperate with this guy well, we can do it too. The players of the Ba Wang team echoed in their minds, which made them high-spirited, and they had to cooperate better with Zheng Qi to complete the next attack. However, the game is not that simple. In the next few minutes, the Overlord team launched several waves of attacks. Zheng Qi kept receiving the ball and then kept passing it out, allowing others to launch attacks. However, under the tenacious defense of the West Han team, the effect of such attacks was not particularly good. Instead, after stabilizing its defense, the West Han team began to launch counter-attacks from time to time. Although Zheng Liang was closely watched by Zheng Qi, he began to take the ball in the back and then create opportunities through long passes. In such an attack, the two wingers and even the two fullbacks of the West Han team began to move forward more, suppressing the two flanks of the Overlord team, so that they could not launch attacks well. When Zheng Liang retreated, the two midfielders Chen Ping and Kaoshan began to move forward continuously, so that Yinbu Jibu could not help Zheng Qi well. When the game reached the 26th minute, the continuous flank offensive of the West Han team finally achieved good results. Xiao, who was advancing, received the ball from Chen Ping, and then broke through from the wing. Zhong Lei went up to intercept him. Xiaoyan passed the ball back, and then advanced again. Kaoshan, who was responding, sent a beautiful overhead ball. Xiaoyan passed the ball directly without stopping, and the ball flew to the penalty area. This cross was extremely fast and of a very high standard. It flew right between the goalkeeper Fanxing and the back line of the Overlord team. Fanxing did not dare to attack, and Ma Shushai and Zhuang in the middle and Fan Kuei and Zhao, who were advancing from the other side, were unable to touch the ball. When Yu Ziki was about to clear the siege, Han Xin suddenly accelerated, advanced from behind him, and shot before Yu Ziki could clear the siege. The ball quickly rushed into the Overlord team's goal, and the Western Han team led by 1-0. After scoring, Han Xin spread his arms and rushed out, followed by his teammates who were in high spirits. See? Even if I am being stared at, I can still play a role in the back. Zheng Liang did not go up to celebrate, but smiled and said to Zheng Qi, Yes, it's amazing. Zheng Qi replied. Zheng Liang choked, and it seemed that he couldn't continue the next sentence. The players of the Overlord team looked helplessly at the players of the Western Han team who were celebrating. They had tried their best to defend, but they still couldn't keep an eye on the most dangerous Han Xin. This man was like a loach. If you don't pay attention, he can cause huge damage. With Gyun's Thong, we still can't do it. Zheng Liang's defense against him is too effective. It seems that this can't be blamed on him. Many players of the Overlord team thought helplessly in their hearts. Zheng Qi has shown his strength, but such strength does not seem to be enough for them to turn the tide. Chapter 533. Different. Hey, what were you doing on the court just now? Just when the players of the Overlord team were feeling a little depressed, Zheng Qi's voice rang out in the team channel. The Overlord was stunned. We tried very hard just now, Yuji said a little aggrieved. Yes, we didn't give you, Yuan's Thong, much support, but we have tried our best to fight against them, Long Qi said. They thought Zheng Qi was blaming them for their poor performance. They didn't have any opinion on this, but they just felt a little aggrieved. We're just that strong, and we didn't deliberately not cooperate with you. Hey, I'm not saying you didn't work hard. Zheng Qi said quickly. I mean, the way you ran just now is not what you're used to, right? The players of the Overlord team were stunned at the same time. Compared to the opening, your running rhythm and so on have changed a lot. Zheng Qi continued. Then the players of the Overlord team remembered that they seemed to be running more actively than usual just now. Could this affect the game? Several times I tried to pass the ball as expected, but you either ran too close or too far. Compared to your usual running style, you were more active, but messy and without a sense of rhythm. In this case, after I controlled the ball, I could only try to use simpler ways to attack, and I couldn't fully bring out your level. Zheng Qi added a few words. Just now, we seem to be a little too active. B.A. Wang coughed and then said. That's the problem. To be honest, at the beginning I thought about the route of the pass based on your usual running positions. Before we completed that attack, we played very smoothly, but in the following games, we were affected. I understand your feelings, but our opponents are really good. If we continue to maintain this chaotic game mood, we won't win this game. Zheng Qi continued. You mean, we have a chance to win this game? Long Qi heard something and asked in surprise. Of course, although they are good, as long as we play well, they will not have any suppressive advantages. In this case, of course, anyone can win. Zheng Qi replied. That's right. B.A. Wang nodded. Then let's fight hard, play to our usual level, cooperate with Yuan's Thong, and fight with those guys from the West Han team. The players of the B.A. Wang team nodded one after another. They lost badly last year, so most of the time this year, they were thinking about how to retaliate against the West Han team. Although there were some shadows, now that they see the hope of victory, they will also burst out with an extremely strong fighting spirit. In the case that the team is not a professional player and it can be said that it all depends on self-consciousness, if you want to achieve outstanding results, you have to look at the fighting spirit of the players. The players of the B.A. Wang team are not bad in level, and the tacit understanding is not bad. Now that they have fighting spirit, they will not be afraid when facing any opponent. Seeing their reaction, the players of the West Han team frowned. Originally, the West Han team was quite happy to be drawn against the Overlord team in that first round. Although the opponent was not bad, last year's game had proved that they would be suppressed by the West Han team as a whole. Moreover, there was only one change in their personnel, which meant that the change in strength was also very small. In the first round, it was better to encounter a team that was strong but familiar and had advantages than to encounter a team that was strong but unfamiliar and did not know the opponent's strength. However, after contacting them in the game, they immediately found that Yuan Thong, the new member of the Overlord team, could actually fight Zheng Liang on both offensive and defensive. In this way, the Overlord team had the capital to fight against the West Han team. Although the West Han team still had some advantages in other aspects except Zheng Qi, the biggest disadvantage of the Overlord team when facing the West Han team was that there was no leader who could compete with the West Han team. This problem had been completely solved. Under such circumstances, the Overlord team was no longer the team that the West Han team could completely suppress. After finally taking the lead with a beautiful attack, the morale of the Overlord team did not seem to be affected. As a result, the experienced players of the Western Han team knew that the next game would be a bit troublesome. Zheng Liang, do you know your mission? Liu Bang said to Zheng Liang. Zheng Liang nodded. I will entangle him well, even if I give up my offensive advantage. This is undoubtedly a very wise choice. You know, even if Zheng Liang does not directly participate in the attack, the Western Han team can also complete the attack through the two wings. Once Yuan Thong of the Overlord team is marked by Zheng Liang, the attack of the two wings of the Overlord team will not be able to play such a role. They still have the advantage, but it is not as easy as before. The game started again. After the Overlord team kicked off, Zheng Liang immediately went up. Although he didn't like doing dirty work, he didn't have any objections at this time. It is also a very fulfilling thing to mark such an outstanding guy. In the previous 10 minutes, Zheng Liang made it impossible for Zheng Qi to properly take the ball and organize the attack through his own defense, so that the Overlord team's suppression attack could not really create a threat. This sense of achievement is no worse than completing a wonderful assist. No wonder I read the records at the time. Everyone said that they wanted to be an all-around midfielder. The all-around midfielder is more important on the field. Zheng Liang thought to himself. While thinking this, Zheng Liang approached Zheng Qi. In his opinion, Zheng Qi's face, which was covered by the system's appearance, should be quite solemn at this moment, hiding his true face to participate in such a game, and his strength is so outstanding, most of him is a professional player in the league, right? I thought I would be invincible in the field of classical football. Hee, kid, don't bring the set of professional teams here to play, it won't work here. This is the world of classical football, the only real game left of those traditions in the past. In the face of the charm of the game football era, which greatly enhances physical fitness, other sports have basically been eliminated because they have lost the meaning of competition. Only football can guarantee normal confrontation while controlling the speed. It is not only about physical fitness, but also about understanding football to have an outstanding performance. Players who can perform well in the classical football field have enough pride in this. Moreover, it is not uncommon for such things to happen before. Professional players in the professional league changed their appearance and came to the classical football field. They felt that they could be awesome to the sky, and then they were taught a lesson by these top players of classical football. Zheng Liang felt that today would be no exception. Hee. However, he heard Yuan Thong's low laughter. What are you laughing at? Zheng Liang couldn't help asking. I'm laughing because you will see what the real midfield core is next. Zheng Qi said. I've seen this just now. Zheng Liang replied expressionlessly. That was just now. I'm no longer the same person as before. Zheng Qi replied. Zheng Liang rolled his eyes. Why is this guy talking so much? Can he count? Just now, I stared at you so hard that you couldn't perform at all. Didn't you realize that my attribute points can match that of a god-level player? Even if you were a god-level player in the league, you can't suppress me with attributes alone. As for my understanding of classical football, I'm much better than you guys who only know the era of football. However, Zheng Liang also began to wonder who this person is. With the attributes of a god-level account and hiding his identity, he should be a god-level player in the league. There are many such guys, but generally speaking, people who hide their identities will not talk so much. After all, the more they talk, the more mistakes they make. So Zheng Liang thought of someone at the first time. Shenhua's #1 master, the ultimate killer in the league, Ye Jian Shibang Xi Fan Juan. Just looking at this series of titles, you may think of cold-blooded killers like Fu Hongxiu, Fei, and Thong Yuan Yidian Thong, who are extremely cold, extremely cruel, and never smile. However, Fang Yuan is indeed like this in terms of technical characteristics. However, he himself is quite talkative. Although he is not the kind of super chatterbox who wins by quantity, he can't help but say a few words at any time. This is also well known in the league. The way Yuan Thong talks a few words when he has nothing to do is really a bit like Fang Yuan. In fact, this is also a characteristic of Zheng Qi. He is not a big chatterbox, but he also likes to talk. This year in the Super League, many people have compared him with Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan's chatterbox attribute is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. No wonder Zheng Liang directly thought of Fan Yuan. At this time, Zheng Qi made a sudden stop and turned around, dodging Zheng Liang's defensor, and Yingbu immediately sent the ball to his feet. Zheng Liang immediately stuck to it, not allowing Zheng Qi to have room to control the ball. This is how he defended Zheng Qi before, so that Zheng Qi had no room to play. However, this time, it was different from before. Zheng Qi received the ball, Zheng Liang pressed forward, but Zheng Qi did not stop the ball, but raised his foot and sent the ball out at the same time. Zheng Qi, who was advancing on the left side, just received the ball. After Zheng Qi passed the ball, he turned around and went around Zheng Liang, advancing forward. Zheng Qi quickly passed the ball back, and Zheng Qi received the ball again. Zheng Liang immediately turned around and pressed forward again, but Zheng Qi was now facing the goal. He began to move forward quickly under the interference of Zheng Liang from behind, and then passed the ball to the Overlord in front. The Overlord turned around and shot, but was saved by Liu Bang. I said, it's different. Although there was no goal, Zheng Qi was not discouraged at all, but smiled and said to Zheng Liang. Chapter 534. Mistake. It was indeed different. In the next attack, Zheng Liang still kept a good eye on Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi still had 3 chances to receive the ball under his defensor. When he received the ball for the first time, he passed it to the wing. When he received the ball for the second time, he sent the ball to the front. When he received the ball for the third time, he passed it back. Zheng Qi pretended to shoot immediately. Zheng Liang flew to intercept. At the same time, the attention of the West Hand team's defense line was also on him. Zheng Qi raised his foot and sent the ball lightly behind the West Hand team's defense line. Zheng Qi, who was cutting forward, received the ball, and then volleyed it. Liu Bang was extremely embarrassed to save the ball. It was a corner kick. Damn. Zheng Qi cursed himself fiercely. Just now, he just instinctively cut forward, but received such a beautiful overhead ball, but he didn't score. It was unforgivable. It's okay, pay attention next time. Zheng Qi gave him a thumbs up from a distance. I can't defend him like this anymore. He doesn't give me a chance. Zheng Liang said in the team channel with a straight face. He can attack with one touch of the ball. This guy is too good. Liu Bang got up from the ground and said in the team channel. At least I can't do it. Zheng Liang replied. Then don't mark him. Use your ability to organize the attack to the fullest and blow them up. Liu Bang said decisively in the team channel. In the current classical football game, there is no coach on the sidelines. Generally speaking, the goalkeeper takes on the responsibility of coaching. He has the widest vision in front of the goal. At the same time, with the quality of the current players in the game, he can see everything and make the most correct judgment. Although it seems a little unreliable to compare the offenser with the Overlord team, in fact, for the Western Hand team, this is also where they have an advantage. Zheng Liang nodded and clenched his fists. Zheng Qi took a corner kick, and Wang Qiu, who made a forward assist, overpowered General Pu and headed the ball, but unfortunately it hit the crossbar and bounced out of the bottom line, and the Western Hand team escaped. Counter-attack. Liu Bang quickly kicked the goal kick and shouted. They did not launch a counter-attack through a long pass, but instead passed the ball to the wing. Zheng dribbled forward and quickly passed the ball to Zheng Liang. Zheng Liang took the ball and saw Zheng Qi approaching. He did not give him a chance to force him, but passed the ball out and ran forward. Hey, are you going to join the attack? Zheng Qi asked as he chased him. Zheng Liang did not answer, and he was too lazy to answer. It was the most unwise thing to talk nonsense with a chatterbox. The chatterbox was used to talking nonsense while observing the surroundings, while he had to focus all his energy on observing the surroundings. This was the difference. When Zheng Qi was about to approach him, Zheng Liang made an emergency stop, then retreated, received the pass from his teammate, and then he also kicked the ball directly and passed it to the other side. Learn from me? This won't work. I always kick the ball in the front. You kick the ball in the back. Even if it is sudden, there is no direct threat. Zheng Qi continued to chatter. Zheng Liang knew that Zheng Qi's words were correct, but he also didn't think about organizing an attack by kicking the ball forward. That required excellent insight and understanding of the surrounding environment, and he didn't have such ability yet. Of course, he also knew that this was probably the only way to continue to improve himself. But now, he still needed to play that game in his own way. After passing the ball, Zheng Qi began to move forward step by step and participate in the attack. Even if he was stared at by Zheng Qi, he had to participate in the attack. The more people there were, the greater the pressure. The Western Han team launched an attack from the wing. Fang Kui and Xie Huang began to cooperate and move forward on the right side, putting pressure on the left side of the Overlord team. Long Qi also retreated and supported the defense on this side with Zheng Qi. Under their running, it was not so easy for the Western Han team to easily gain an advantage. However, the strength of the Western Han team was indeed better. Soon they advanced to the 30-meter area. Fan Xingji loudly commanded the defenders in the penalty area to keep up with Han Xin and other Western Han forwards who entered the penalty area, and not to give them a chance. After receiving the pass from Xiaoyan, Fang Kui was about to kick across from the right bottom line. Zheng Qi rushed over, and Ma Shu and Xiang Zhuang in the penalty area also stared at the attackers of the Western Han team, not wanting to give them too many opportunities. However, Fang Kui's cross flew directly to the front of the penalty area. Zheng Qi, who suddenly advanced, temporarily got rid of Zheng Qi's defender, and volleyed the ball directly. Seeing Zheng Liang's action, Zheng Qi knew that Zheng Liang wanted to shoot directly, but he was still a little far away. Although he rushed to block it, he still couldn't stop Zheng Liang's shot. The next moment, the ball kicked out by Zheng Liang, like an angry dragon, drew a perfect arc in the air, passed in front of Fan Xingji's hand who jumped up, and then fell rapidly, and quickly flew into the goal of the Overlord team. Damn, this long shot is really wonderful. Zheng Qi couldn't help but say. Long shots are fast and powerful, which is nothing for current players. After all, even if the power of 80 attribute points is enough to shoot a super long shot with a speed of more than 300 km per hour, but you have great power, and the goalkeeper's reaction and power are also great. It is almost impossible to score a goal by long shots in a straight line. However, Zheng Liang's long shot was a standard falling leaf ball. The key to scoring a goal was to be able to hit such an arc with such great power. You have to know that if you want to hit an arc with such power at a distance of more than 20 meters, the controllability of the football can be said to be quite wonderful. Damn, this guy can do it, there is no reason why I can't do it. Zheng Qi muttered in his heart. He can't shoot such a shot casually. It seems that your pressure has put a lot of pressure on him. Although he lost another ball, the Overlord did not seem to be affected by his mood. He smiled and said to Zheng Qi, "We are 2 goals behind." Zheng Qi asked curiously. "No problem, with you here, we are confident to catch up." The Overlord replied. "No problem, let me get back a point next." Zheng Qi patted his chest and said with great confidence. The players of the Overlord team nodded at the same time. Although they were 2 goals behind, the attack led by Zheng Qi before was quite effective. It was just a little bit of luck that prevented them from scoring. When a team is attacking, the most fearful thing is not that there is no goal, but that the attack cannot be carried out properly. As long as the attack can be carried out, then scoring is basically a matter of time. The personal physical fitness of classical football players now is not comparable to that of previous professional players. They can seize more opportunities. With strong confidence, the players of the Overlord team started to kick off again. After 2 passes, the football came to Zheng Qi's feet, and Zheng Qi began to dribble forward. Zheng Liang came up head-on, and Zheng Qi raised his foot, as if he was going to pass the ball horizontally. Zheng Liang's attention was distracted for a moment, but Zheng Qi quickly dunked the ball back and then broke through from the other side. When Zheng Liang turned around, Zheng Qi happened to pass by him. Zheng Liang immediately stuck to him. The 2 of them collided fiercely. Zheng Liang, who took the initiative, was bounced away by Zheng Qi, while Zheng Liang was temporarily unable to move. Zheng Qi accelerated and left Zheng Liang behind. Chen Ping and Cao Shen came up at the same time. Zheng Qi then raised his foot and passed the ball horizontally. He knew that Zheng Liang would not be blocked for too long. If he continued to dribble that ball, he would be trapped in the double team of the opponent's 3 midfielders. Even if he had good skills, he could not control the ball well in such a situation. After all, there was an upper limit to ball control. In the current classical football game, it is almost impossible to pass several people and then score a goal, because there is an upper limit to ball control. No matter how good the ball control is, it can still play a big role in one-on-one in front of the opponent's extraordinary strength and reaction. It is difficult to play a role in one-on-many. Only by continuously passing the ball to play the overall level can it play that greatest role. Zheng Qi naturally knew this. Only by combining breakthroughs and passing can it be more difficult for others to defend. If you only pass the ball or only break through, it is easy for the opponent to see through your route. Jibu, who followed the response, received the ball, and then he saw Zheng Qi suddenly accelerate and rush through the middle of Chen Ping and Kaoshan. He immediately raised his foot and sent an overhead ball. Chen Ping jumped up and wanted to intercept the ball midway, but Jibu had already taken this into consideration. This was a pass that exceeded the height of the bounce, and it almost flew over Chen Ping's head, and then began to fall rapidly. Zheng Qi raised his foot and unloaded the ball smoothly. Zheng Liang, who had been returning to defenser, and Kaoshan, who turned around quickly, rushed towards Zheng Qi, and the entire Western Han team's back line in front of Zheng Qi was also ready, staring closely at the forwards of the Overlord team, leaving Zheng Qi with no passing route. Overlord began to retreat, ready to respond to Zheng Qi's pass, but Zheng Qi swung his right foot at this time and shot hard. Liu Bang tensed up his nerves. Zheng Liang had just scored a great long shot. Could it be that Yuan Thong wanted to copy Zheng Liang's attacking method? Then he had to be careful. Since the opponent had excellent awareness and footwork to kick the ball out, it was normal for him to be good at long shots. Liu Bang, who was on high alert, found that he had done nothing. The football flew high into the sky, and then, it did not fall, but flew directly into the air until it flew out of the baseline. A beautiful skyrocket. The field was quiet for a few seconds, and then the players of the Western Han team burst into laughter. Fighting planes, someone shouted in a long voice. The players of the Overlord team wished they could find a hole to crawl into. We just placed such high hopes on you. Mistake, mistake. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said embarrassedly. Chapter 535 Learning Ability. Although the morale was somewhat hurt by the anti-aircraft cannon, the players of the Overlord team still did a good job at defense in the following time. Zheng Qi followed Zheng Liang closely and controlled his organization very well. Without Zheng Liang's organization, the attack of the West Han team was still very impressive, but it was still lacking something. Is there a problem with the force just now? Zheng Qi was defending Zheng Liang while thinking in his heart. He said that he was bluffing when he said he made a mistake just now. When he shot, he thought that his long shot was perfect, but it didn't hit an arc, but it was a cannon. So Zheng Qi had been thinking about Zheng Liang's long shot just now. He firmly believed that the force could be observed through the action. When touching the ball, there is an upward movement, so that the rotation of the football can be better increased. Damn, I'm not good at this kind of calculation. I'd better ask Zheng Qi after the game. After the West Han team failed in an attack, Zheng Qi also put aside his thoughts on the shooting method and focused more on the game. Regardless of whether or not he wants to make progress, he is still 2 goals behind, so he has to play that game well. Half an hour has passed in the first half, and if he doesn't hurry up, there won't be enough time. Receiving the ball, passing the ball, breaking through, responding, Zheng Qi continued to organize the attack in this way, while constantly adapting to and getting familiar with his teammates. This is a good opportunity for him to exercise his observation ability. After all, no matter what opponent he faces, these opponents and teammates are relatively unfamiliar. If he doesn't seize the time to observe, he won't be able to fully play that team's strength. This is very important, and it is his original intention to participate in this game, to improve his observation ability and overall view, and to exercise better in these 2 aspects. Of course, the game needs to be won as much as possible. One more game means one more opportunity to exercise. Zheng Liang is still interfering with Zheng Qi's ball. Even if the interference is not effective, he has to interfere. He can't just leave such a dangerous player empty. Under his interference, Zheng Qi's position began to move back and forth constantly to better receive the pass from his teammates. This made Zheng Liang very happy, proving that his defensor is still good and effective. Zheng Qi retreated to get the ball again, and Zheng Liang pressed forward. Zheng Qi raised his foot and made a passing motion to distract Zheng Liang, and then pulled the ball back and broke through by force. Zheng Liang's reaction this time was much faster than before. It was obvious that he was waiting for Zheng Qi to break through like this. With a quick lateral move, Zheng Liang blocked Zheng Qi's route and waited for Zheng Qi to bump into him. It was obvious that when he broke through by force, he had already exerted his full strength. If he bumped into him like this, he would definitely lose control of the ball. Zheng Liang's lateral move this time was not unexpected, but when Zheng Qi was about to approach him, his whole body also quickly moved horizontally 2 steps, and then he pushed the ball forward and broke through. Zheng Liang, who was left behind by Zheng Qi, had a blank mind. Just now, he thought his judgment was quite accurate, but in this case, Zheng Qi still easily got rid of him. What an excellent prediction and reaction. Reaction can be enhanced by adding points to attributes, but this kind of judgment ability is undoubtedly a talent. After breaking through Zheng Qi took a step forward with the ball, then swung his right foot and prepared to shoot from a distance again. Chen Ping and Carlation, who were blocking him, rushed over at the same time, intending to use their bodies to block Zheng Qi's long shot. After all, although Zheng Qi's anti-aircraft cannon seemed a bit funny, this kind of long shot, even if one was hit, could basically score a goal. When they rushed over, Zheng Qi kicked the football. The football flew off the ground, but it was not thunderous, but flew up quickly, drawing an arc in the air, and flew directly into the penalty area of the Western Han team. The retreat of the Overlord just now had made the opponent's defender follow up unconsciously, and Zheng Qi once again inserted from the side. This time, the long pass once again landed in front of Zheng Qi with great accuracy. Xiao He was the first to react. He turned around and rushed towards Zheng Qi, trying to force him to have problems. Zheng Qi met the falling ball and volleyed it directly. The ball drew an arc at a small angle, accurately bypassed Liu Bang's outstretched hand, and then spun into the back corner of the goal. Before the end of the first half, the Overlord team finally scored a point. Zheng Qi opened his arms, waved his fist vigorously, and then roared. "This is a declaration. See, we have the ability to break through your gate." Then, he rushed to Zheng Qi and hugged him. "I didn't waste your pass this time." Zheng Qi shouted at Zheng Qi. "You just hit the arc ball beautifully, tell me how you kicked it later." Zheng Qi replied with a big laugh. Zheng Qi also laughed, thinking it was a compliment. Liu Bang got up from the ground and shook his head helplessly. When the goalkeeper faces the opponent's single knife, he is so powerless, especially the outstanding classical football players. Now, whether it is pulling the arc ball or some other technical links, they are doing very well. Even if his reaction is fast, facing that kind of speed and technical excellent shot, he still can't react at close range. No matter how fast the reaction is, the opponent is full of strength, which can also offset this advantage. "Attack, let's try to expand our lead in the first half," Liu Bang shouted in the team channel. "They are good at attacking and have enough offensive players. There are still 3 or 4 minutes left in the first half, which is not impossible. However, there is no doubt that after getting 1 point back, the morale of the Overlord team players in defense is much stronger than before." They stubbornly resisted the attack of the West Han team, firmly stared at Han Xin in the penalty area, and Zheng Qi's defense against Zheng Liang made the West Han team's attack only through long shots. After Chen Ping's long shot after the forward insertion was higher than the crossbar, the first half of the game ended in stoppage time. 1-2, this is not a shameful score for the Overlord team, and it is not a safe score for the West Han team. We did a great job in the first half. In the second half, we need to attack better, surround Yuan's Thong, play one ball at a time, and play step by step," Overlord said excitedly in the locker room. It's no wonder that he is so excited. After all, for them, the first half of today's game gave them hope of defeating their opponents. "How did you hit the ball in an arc just now?" Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi. This was the second time he asked Zheng Qi, which made Zheng Qi stunned. "It's very simple to hit an arc, don't you know how to do it?" Zheng Qi asked curiously. "If I knew how to do it, I would still ask you," Zheng Qi said unhappily. Zheng Qi couldn't help shaking his head. This guy has such good skills, but he can't even hit an arc. This can be considered a basic skill. What he didn't know was that Zheng Qi's ball control ability was indeed at the top level, because in the game of the football era, ball control and shooting are the 2 most important links, but the shots in the football era game are more straight shots, which is to not give the defending side more reaction time. This kind of shot is not very meaningful in the game of classical football, because it is difficult to surpass the reaction of the opponent's goalkeeper. Only various arc balls and long shots can break through the goalkeeper's 10 fingers. But in terms of ball control, Zheng Qi is absolutely the best. Even in the professional league, his ball control ability is one of the best. This is also a dominant position in the classical football game. On the contrary, he is quite pale in terms of small skills such as curveballs, because he has no experience in this area, because these small skills are of little use in the football era. Seeing Zheng Qi's serious look, Zheng Qi shook his head and began to explain to him the key to pulling the curve. In fact, this is not a very profound skill. This kind of side curveball is relatively easy to pull. It is the ball that Zheng Liang scored in the first half. At that distance, with such a great force, it forms a rapidly falling curveball. That requires a very high level of skill, and also requires luck. That kind of curveball, no one in the Overlord team can be sure to kick it. Well, that's it. After listening to Zheng Qi's explanation and demonstration, Zheng Qi nodded in sudden enlightenment, then raised his foot and kicked the ball out. The ball drew a clear arc in the locker room and hit the wall diagonally. The arc should be a little bigger to completely avoid the goalkeeper's save. Zheng Qi corrected subconsciously, and then he was shocked and his mouth opened wide. Just listening to a few words and watching a demonstration, he learned it. Although this is not a particularly advanced skill, he can learn it just by watching. Is this person's learning ability so strong? So that's it, when the inside of the foot touches the ball, you have to have that feeling. When Zheng Qi and his teammates looked at each other, Zheng Qi muttered, then pulled a few players and asked them to stand in a row, then picked up the ball and raised his foot to shoot again. The ball directly bypassed the last overload in the wall, and then quickly changed direction, bypassed them directly, and hit the wall. Yeah, that's the feeling. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said something very happily, then he looked at the players of the Overlord team in surprise. What's wrong with you? Why are you all stunned? Haven't you learned to draw an arc before? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. No, otherwise why would I ask you? Zheng Qi replied. But you will learn it after watching it once. Zheng Qi shouted. It's very simple, it's nothing more than the skill of exerting force. We're very good at using force, so what's the difficulty? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. Zheng Qi was speechless, and the other members of the Overlord team were speechless. This is the truth, but to show it in person, what level of control over one's own power must be achieved? Is this thing a robot? But even the most successful AI can't have such learning ability. Zheng Qi smiled and didn't explain much. His learning ability has always been very strong, otherwise, his level of live broadcasting would not be so high at the time. You know, it only took him half a year from the time he started playing Era King to forming the ZY team to play live broadcasting. Si estés escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significat lo descarga en y subir en Cinesfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 536. Will it work every time? That Yuan Thong has a very high level of ball control and passing, and a strong observation ability. With him in the midfield, we're afraid that we will not have any upper hand. So in the second half of the game, we should make more use of the advantages on both wings and use more goals to defeat them. Everyone has no objection to this, right? After listening to Liu Bang's words, the players of the Western Han team shook their heads. They had no objection to this. The situation in the first half was obvious. Now the Overlord can also create a lot of opportunities. It is unlikely to control the opponent. Only through offensive suppression can we have a better chance of winning. At this point, even Zheng Liang had to admit that even if this tactic would weaken his role in the team, at the critical moment of the game, even if he sacrificed himself, he had to ensure the interests of the whole team. His organization and delivery are very good. He can find teammates in the gap in time with one kick. This is something I don't have, but he is not impossible to defend. His delivery is basically a straight line. If we focus on defense, it is possible to successfully steal the ball. Zheng Liang suddenly said. The other players of the Western Han team did not notice this, but Zheng Liang, who had been marking Zheng Qi, did notice it. Really? Liu Bang asked in surprise, then closed his eyes and thought about it. After opening his eyes, he said with a happy face. Really, in this way, we can better predict the route of his pass. If we can steal the ball, we can quickly counter-attack. Fanku and Zhao, you two should not retreat too much, and be ready to counter-attack at any time. Do you understand? Fanku and Zhao nodded at the same time. If there is a chance to steal the ball and counter-attack quickly, then the probability of scoring a goal will increase greatly. As long as they can score more goals than the opponent in the end, they will be the final winner. In this case, of course, we have to pursue more goals. The break time passed quickly. In fact, the halftime break of classical football now is more of an opportunity for both sides to discuss tactics, and there is no such thing as letting the players have a good rest. After the halftime break, the players of both sides came to the field again, and now there are more and more spectators in the stands. There are already quite a few, and the wonderful performance of both sides in the first half attracted more spectators to watch this game. It's a pity that you missed the goal scored by Zheng Liang of the Western Han team in that first half. It was a 25-meter-long shot, a curved ball, which fell rapidly when it flew into the small penalty area and hit a dead corner. It was very exciting. The two long passes by Yuan Thong of the Overlord team were also very exciting. The speed was fast and the landing point was accurate. It was really a pleasure to watch from above. The audience in the stands who watched the first half of the game started to discuss it, which made the audience who came later regret it. However, as a contest between the top 8 and the runner-up last year, the excitement of this game seemed to be worth looking forward to. The audience in the stands were very confident about this. The players of both sides were scattered on the field, preparing for the second half of the game. When the whistle sounded, the Overlord team quickly kicked off, and Zheng Qi started to move forward after receiving the ball. Now it was not only Zheng Qi who came up to defend. After being broken through by Zheng Qi twice in the first half, the midfielders of the Western Han team dared not underestimate Zheng Qi anymore. Chen Ping also came up to press with Zheng Liang, and Cao Shen was ready to respond at any time in a little further back. This scene surprised many spectators in the stands. Chen Ping was already very famous in the circle of classical football, but he had to join forces with his teammates to mark Yuan's Thong. Who was the Skion's Thong? Seeing the two opponents double-teaming, Zheng Qi immediately turned around, passed the ball back, and then moved forward. After Yingbu received the ball, he passed it to the side, and then began to move forward to help Zheng Qi distract his attention. Zhong Limer, who received the ball on the side, passed the ball to Yuji in front. Yuji began to force a breakthrough along the side. After breaking through a few steps, she stopped and turned around and passed the ball back. Zheng Qi, who followed the response, received the ball, then quickly raised his foot and moved to the other side. This was a ground ball, and the timing of the pass was just right. However, Xiao He quickly appeared on the rolling route of the ball, quickly fell to the ground and tackled the ball, and cut off the ball in the middle. Well done! Zheng Liang shouted in the team channel, his face full of joy. This interception proved that his judgment was correct. Although Zheng Qi's pass was timed accurately and precise, his pass was straight. If he reacted faster and predicted more accurately, he could have intercepted the ball directly in the middle. Although Xiao He's interception also showed all his strength, it at least proved that the Western Han team had one more way to control Zheng Qi. This point is very important. After Xiao He intercepted the ball, he quickly passed the ball, and Zheng Liang took a big step back, retreated to get Xiao He's pass, and then turned around and passed the ball long. A long pass in his own half. When he started the long pass, Fang Kuei and Zhao Bo started to check forward at the same time. They were very fast. The defenders of the Overlord team who were still attacking just now ran back with all their strength, but they still seemed to be a step slower. While running, Zhao Bo lifted his foot to unload the ball. While unloading the ball, he adjusted his direction of advance and began to rush into the penalty area. Xiang Zhuan finally pulled back and stopped Zhao Bo before he broke into the penalty area. Zhao Bo stopped, but moved his feet and stuck the ball directly from Xiang Zhuan to the penalty area. A gust of wind blew past Xiang Zhuan, and Hanxin, who followed up, cut into the penalty area, caught up with the ball, and then shot low at the ball. For this kind of close-range shot, the goalkeeper can only bet on the direction. Fan Xing pounced to the right, but Hanxin shot the ball into the left side of the goal, 3-1. Shortly after the start of the second half, through a beautiful and quick counter-attack, the West Han team once again expanded its lead to 2 goals. Hanxin opened his arms and ran out. Halfway through the run, he was hugged by his teammates who rushed over, and then a group of people began to stack up. It's my mistake. I didn't expect them to react so quickly. Zheng Qi raised his hand to express his responsibility. Overlord's teammates shook their heads. When they responded just now, Long Qi was a little slow, otherwise the ball might not have been intercepted. Next, we need to concentrate. After restarting the game and regrouping, losing another goal did not have much impact on their morale. The West Han team is still powerful. They scored so quickly. This counter-attack was really fast as lightning. Zheng Liang's long pass was wonderful, and Hanxin's follow-up was also good. Many spectators in the stands began to discuss. They saw the West Han team's counter-attack clearly from a high position. The long pass made them feel relaxed and happy. The so-called butchering of an ox is no more than this. Although the attack of the Overlord team just now was also smooth at the beginning, it was intercepted in the middle, which made it look much worse. It seems that the Overlord was lucky to score in the first half. Compared with the West Han, they are still a lot worse. Many spectators thought so in their hearts, and they didn't pay much attention to the Overlord team who started to organize the attack again. Zheng Qi continued to organize the attack, constantly running, constantly receiving the ball, and constantly passing, slowly pushing the attack into the opponent's half. This kind of attack is very stable in advancement, but after reaching the opponent's half, it is obvious that there will be more pressure. The interception just now seems to be an example. Zheng Qi received the ball again in the front court, and then he turned half a turn and passed the ball, but Zheng Liang came up to intercept. The ball flew close to the ground to Yuji on the left, and Xiao He appeared between him and Yuji again, and quickly fell to the ground to tackle the ball. When Xiao He was running, he calculated his route and could definitely intercept the ball in the middle. He couldn't see the ball flying over and then tackle it, that would be too late. So next, after he fell to the ground to tackle the ball, he was shocked to find that the distance the ball flew from in front of him was a little farther than he had predicted before. How is this possible? Xiao He thought in surprise in his heart. He clearly calculated that it would not be so far. Did Zheng Qi pass it to someone else? However, others clearly saw that Zheng Qi's pass had an extremely obvious arc, which just bypassed Xiao He's tackle and landed accurately in front of Yuji. Yuji received the ball, but she didn't go down the bottom, but directly raised her foot and passed the ball into the penalty area. This was a high-altitude ball, and the Overlord began to sprint towards the ball's landing point. He was originally being eaten up by Xiao He in the penalty area, but now Xiao He rushed out of the penalty area. Only General Pu was defending in the penalty area. The Overlord was extremely confident that he would score the ball over the opponent's head. He, the Overlord, was at least a top-ranked striker in the Chinese qualifiers last year. Being eaten up by Xiao He was fine, but the Overlord didn't really care about other defenders. Of course, his confidence was justified. Facing the fallen ball, the Overlord jumped high, with a strength and bounce of up to 140 points, allowing him to completely suppress General Pu. Although General Pu was barely interfering with him, the Overlord in the air was like a stone, standing still. After staying in the air for 2 seconds, the football began to fall. The Overlord faced the fallen ball, gathered his strength between his waist and abdomen, and headed it. The ball quickly flew towards the goal, hit the grass, then quickly jumped up, past Liu Bang's outstretched hand, and bounced into the goal. 2-3. Shortly after losing the ball, the Overlord team recovered another point through a beautiful attack. After landing, the Overlord clenched his fists and roared loudly to the sky. At this moment, he was full of domineering aura, just like the Overlord of Western Shu. The other players of the Overlord team ran towards the Overlord from all directions. They cheered and vented their excitement. Zheng Qi did not run over. He glanced at Xiao He. "Hey, buddy, do you really think that the same defensive method can work on me every time?" Chapter 537 The Wisest Decision. "Brother, do you really think that the same defensive method can work against me every time?" Not only Xiao He heard this, but Zheng Liang also heard it. The two looked at each other. "Damn, does he think he is a sensei? Xiao He said. "This guy is too arrogant, I will never let him be arrogant again." Zheng Liang said. "He can pass the arc ball. This defensive method can't be used in the future. It's too risky. Failure once means we have one less defensive player." Liu Bang said in the team channel. "Let's play normally and kill them with Ifnsa." While they were discussing, the stands were already in an uproar. "Did you see that low pass just now? It was a perfect arc. Yeah, it just bypassed Xiao He's defenser. Every failure makes you wiser. That header from Overlord was really domineering. He completely suppressed the central defender, and then he bombarded the goal from a high position. Now Overlord is only one goal away. Looking at their momentum, they are totally comparable. This game will not be one-sided." "Hey, what are you doing? Watching Carway bully the weak? Damn, what's so good about that? Come over here, Old Trafford." The fight between Overlord and West Ham was really exciting this time. Boom. The recording is not as interesting as the live broadcast. Many spectators began to call their friends to watch the game. There are more and more people in the stands now. When the game just started, there were only about 20,000 to 30,000 people. Now there are 40,000 to 50,000 people. It seems that more spectators will come in next. It is not uncommon to see more and more people in the game. After all, communication is well developed in the game, and those who come to watch classical football games often have an extremely strong away spirit. Fortunately, although Old Trafford was copied in the arena, the stands can be expanded infinitely. Otherwise, according to the current speed of fans pouring in, even if Old Trafford could accommodate 70,000 or 80,000 people in history, it would not be able to withstand so many people pouring in. There are so many more people in the stands. The players on the field also noticed it. Although they had seen such scenes before, after all, when the Chinese qualifiers reached the quarterfinals and the top 16, there were already hundreds of thousands of people watching each game. However, they knew why the changes in the stands happened now. This game itself was very popular in this qualifier, but because there were too many games, not everyone would pay attention to this game. After all, the teams of classical football can be said to be amateurs. They did not organize fans and did not have too many fixed fans. Therefore, when the game started, there were only 20,000 or 30,000 people on the field. And now there are more and more people. What else could be the reason? A game that was previously thought to have no suspense now began to have suspense, and this is the reason. We can't let them be arrogant anymore. Liu Bang said. Initiate the attack. I will go up. I will try my best to help everyone by passing the ball. Zheng Qi said. No problem, only 6 minutes have passed in the second half. Let's see whether their current offensive is excellent or our offensive is strong. Hanksin, who has always been relatively taciturn, also began to speak. Although Hanksin has always been the top scorer of the West Ham team, he is relatively silent on the court, just like his style. For the honor and face of classical football, the West Ham team is going to fight hard. In their opinion, this Guanzhong is most likely Fan Yuan, the top player of Shenhua. Shenhua's performance in the league this year is not very good. Is he going to find confidence in the classical football game? How can we let such a guy find confidence from us? They have already determined that this Guanzhong is a god-level player in the professional league, although it is not wrong to think so, under such circumstances, they began to be more united against the enemy. For fans of classical football, they are naturally unhappy with the football-era professional league, thinking that it has deviated from the essence of football. However, seeing that the most popular players now are the professional players of the football era, they can't help but feel a little envious and jealous. In fact, in the past games, it was not that there were no players from the professional league to participate, but once they were discovered, they would be targeted to death. It was not difficult for others to find out. Suddenly, a player with more attribute points than ordinary people appeared, and only appeared during the league break, which basically meant that he was a professional player. Even if the god-level players among the professional players are all fierce dragons crossing the river, they are also standard local snakes. How can they be frightened by the opponent? The West Ham team, which broke out, quickly launched an attack after the restart. They are one of the best teams in the entire Chinese region. Last year's runner-up has proved their level, and after the current outbreak, they immediately showed their extremely strong strength and state. Under Zheng Qi's defensor, Zheng Qi still got the ball, and then used a beautiful turn to pass the ball and get rid of Zheng Qi's defensor. This fake move is great, Zheng Qi thought to himself. Screams rang out from the stands. Zheng Qi's dribbling was full of beauty. The audience in the stands often watched football, so they could naturally understand the brilliance of this dribbling. The most important thing was that after dribbling, Zheng Qi immediately sent a beautiful diagonal pass, Zhao Bo inserted diagonally, and after receiving the ball, he quickly shot a lob. The ball flew over Fan Xingji's head and flew into the goal along the far post. 4-2, the Western Han team once again expanded its lead. Zheng Qi is indeed a top attacking midfielder. The pass after the dribble was done in one go, and the defenders of the Overlord team didn't have much time to adjust. Of course, Zhao Bo's volley shot was also very beautiful. Compared with last year, the West Ham team seems to be even better. Of course, they played together for only 2 years last year, and this year they have 1 more year. They have also gone through the baptism of the finals. It is normal for them to improve. They are not too old, and it is their prime time. The audience in the stands praised the performance of the West Ham team, while more people wanted to see the outstanding performance of the Overlord team. Didn't you say that you can fight the West Ham team now? Don't let us down. You have come all the way here, but you have already used up all 3 of your tricks. That would be a bummer. Obviously, the Overlord team did not use up all 3 of their tricks. In fact, they are getting better and better. The biggest problem was that they had never worked with Zheng Qi before. They did not expect to form a tacit understanding with Zheng Qi after just 1 game. However, what they did not expect was that Zheng Qi was like a drop of water melting into a glass of water, so fast, so natural, and so natural. His pass always found teammates who ran out of space in time, and when his teammates were in trouble, he was always able to appear in front of them in time to respond. Even if it was just a simple ground pass, it could make the Overlord team's offensive as smooth as flowing water. This is Zheng Qi's biggest feature. Overall view and observation ability. It doesn't seem very high-sounding to say, but as long as you are familiar with classical football, you will know how much a core midfielder with excellent overall view and observation ability can play when he fully plays on the field. Receiving the ball, passing the ball, running and responding, what he did on the field was not eye-catching at all, but slowly, all the audience in the stands discovered how important his performance could be. He was like a brilliant conductor, controlling the entire situation on the field. He was like a spider, slowly weaving a big web. No one could defend him. After he got the ball, he would pass it out, and then he would keep running so that the opponent would lose his position. Zheng Qi had already given up on marking him. If he continued to run like that, Zheng Qi would also lose his sense of position. Such running and receiving also put great pressure on the defense of the West Ham team. Although they had not yet endured even a single frontal attack, their spirits had to be highly concentrated at all times. The members of the West Ham team were all excellent players, but they were not professional players. Although their performance in the classical football game was enough to make them a top team, they still had a big gap in mental concentration compared to the professional players in the football era. The professional players in the football era were the best group of people in training their mental abilities, because they had to maintain the highest concentration at all times. Zheng Qi received the ball again, but this time he did not pass the ball, but turned around and broke through. Several players at the front of the West Ham team's penalty area were thrown away in one breath. Zheng Qi's grasp of the timing of this breakthrough was extremely accurate, leaving Chen Pin and others completely unable to react. The only one who reacted was Zheng Qi, the mainstay of the West Ham team's defense line. He quickly moved over to stop Zheng Qi from moving to the front of the goal. Zheng Qi stepped on a bicycle and forced a breakthrough again. He rushed directly to the bottom line, then raised his foot to pass the ball. Zheng Qi rushed over and intercepted his cross. The next moment, Zheng Qi stopped suddenly without warning, then turned the ball from his right foot to his left foot, made a small half-turn, adjusted his direction, and then raised his foot and passed the ball horizontally. The overlord who followed up in the middle knocked General Pu away in the physical confrontation, and easily pushed the ball towards him. The ball flew out quickly close to the ground. Facing this close-range push, Liu Bang fell to the ground quickly enough, but the football still got into the neck from his armpit first. There was a sound of gasps in the stands. This attack of the Overlord team, damn, isn't it too powerful? With such shouts, Overlord opened his arms, ran towards Zheng Qi, and then lifted Zheng Qi up. He was now certain that letting Zheng Qi join the Overlord team was the wisest decision he made out of helplessness. Being able to play such a game, what does it matter whether you win or lose in the end? Chapter 538. Entering the state. Keep passing, 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 and then suddenly a goal is scored. Damn, this tactic is still useful now, a fan in the stands muttered to himself. For veteran fans or fans who were interested in ancient football, this tactic is quite familiar. After all, in a very short period of time, this tactic was considered invincible. It was indeed a tactic that swept everything. Almost no one could resist it. It was even believed that it would end the suspense of football games. However, in reality, there must be a way to break it. There is no tactic that can sweep everything. Even in the years when this tactic was the most invincible, some excellent coaches broke their unbeaten record in various ways. Just like that, little by little, they summarized the way to deal with this tactic, which made the entire football world once again enter a situation of competition among heroes. The theoretical best way to solve this tactic is man-to-man marking and strengthening running. Coincidentally, in the current classical football game, the players are least lacking in running ability. When everyone's speed is about the same, it is almost impossible to gain an absolute advantage in ball control through continuous passing. However, the Overlord team repeated this tactic in their attack just now. How could it not surprise people? The key is that Yuan's Thong. He can always get rid of our defender, and just like that, he led the offensive of the entire team. We can't defend anymore, so we use defense to solve them. We must thoroughly grasp the advantage of one ball. Liu Bang said in the team channel. He saw this very clearly. It is very difficult to defend now. The West Ham team is not a team that is particularly good at defense. They are better at offense. In order to better control Zheng Qi's organization and defense, they have sacrificed the offensive power of Zheng Qi, the core of the organization. Now it seems that it is really a bit of a loss. So now they must be firm in their offensive tactics and fully exert their level. Amid the shouts of the audience in the stands, the West Ham team launched a fierce offensive. There were already many of their fans in the stands, but now in the stands, it seems that there are more people supporting the Overlord team. After all, most of the audience who came later were here to see how the Overlord team performed better than last year. This is a surprise, and many people like surprises. The West Ham team launched a fierce attack, and the Overlord team began to defend without showing any weakness. Now their morale is quite strong, and with such fighting spirit, their defense should be more powerful. The Overlord team was able to quickly accept Zheng Qi because Zheng Qi not only showed excellent ability in the attack, but he never had any airs and always helped them defend. Who can not accept such a guy? Under the pressure of a strong opponent, when a player who can compete with the opponent appears, others will unconsciously rely on him. Although Zheng Qi had made some mistakes before, he would immediately admit his mistakes and said with a smile that he had made them. This approach is more likely to make people feel good. The current Overlord team as a whole. Zheng Qi kept running in the penalty area, but he rarely received the ball. The Overlord team's defense was too tight. Everyone would try their best to block when they were broken through or lost their defensive position, which brought more trouble to the West Hand team's offense. Seeing that he couldn't get the ball, Zheng Qi began to withdraw from the penalty area to get the ball. This made the fans of the West Hand team exclaim again, because they rarely saw such a scene before. Zheng Qi began to withdraw from the penalty area to get the ball. When was the last time they saw such a scene? Many senior fans of the West Hand team quickly remembered, it was last year in the final of the Chinese qualifiers, facing the powerful Kalaway team, and the midfield was also suppressed by the opponent. Zheng Qi pulled out of the penalty area to receive the ball and launch an attack. In other words, if the opponent did not put enough pressure, Zheng Qi would not do this. He did this when he was under great pressure. In fact, the West Hand team is indeed under great pressure now. The pressure brought by Zheng Qi's attack made them dare not underestimate it. In this case, if their offense cannot open up the situation, then their next game will be very difficult. It is precisely because of this that Zheng Qi began to actively withdraw from the penalty area to assist his teammates in attacking. As he withdrew from the penalty area, the defenders of the Overlord team were a little stunned. They had no experience in this area, and they had just adapted to Zheng Qi's running in the penalty area. Now that Zheng Qi retreated, the sudden different feeling immediately caught them off guard. The next moment, Zheng Qi sent a lob pass, and Zhao and Fan Kuei, who were advancing on both wings, found an opportunity in the penalty area. After Zhao grabbed the first landing point, he headed the ball to the goal, and Fan Kuei, who followed up, headed the ball into the Overlord team's goal. 5-3. Fan Kuei roared after landing. Being able to score such a goal under pressure is enough to make people feel proud. The fans of the West Hand team also cheered. After the start of the second half, the opponent narrowed the lead twice and expanded the lead twice. Such performance and pressure resistance are enough to prove that the West Hand team is a strong team. You, the Overlord team, have seen hope again and again, and we have shattered your hopes again and again. This is a kind of pride and domineering, the pride and domineering of a strong team. After all, compared with the West Hand team, which has achieved outstanding results in the qualifiers for 2 or 3 consecutive years, the Overlord team is a rising rookie last year. They were able to win to the quarterfinals last year, which is also related to this, because many strong teams are not familiar with them. Unfortunately, Zheng Qi has never been a person who will be easily defeated. The players of the Overlord team are now completely immersed in the atmosphere of the game. They don't think about the score, they are just playing. Whether it is serious defense or crazy offense, it is a game. Such a state often allows them to play better. After the game resumed, the Overlord team also launched an attack. Zheng Qi kept passing, and all the players of the Overlord team began to run. They didn't think too much, they just ran naturally. With such a mentality, their offense began to appear more and more smooth. 2 people go together and keep an eye on Yuan's thong. The West Hand team decided to focus more on Zheng Qi. This was the right choice. Zheng Qi's passing and organization was the key to the Overlord team's smooth offense. Unfortunately, the Overlord team's players were now in a state that had been completely stimulated. When Zheng Qi passed the ball to Yuji in the front court, he was stared at by the West Hand team's players. As a result, without Zheng Qi's participation, the Overlord team's offensive players keenly noticed that the pressure from the opponent's defense had been reduced. After all, most of the defensive attention was on Zheng Qi. The next moment, after Yuji got the ball, she began to break through from the wing. When the opponent's defender came up, she quickly stopped and blocked the pass. The Overlord ran out of the penalty area and pretended to receive the ball, attracting the attention of Xiaohe and General Pu in the penalty area. However, Yuji directly raised her foot and made a long pass, passing the ball to the other side of the penalty area. Long Qi got rid of Xiaoyan's defender, lifted his foot to unload the ball, and then began to cut into the penalty area. Xiaoyan chased closely behind him, and General Pu also came to intercept Long Qi. However, Long Qi did not continue to move forward, but raised his foot to pass the ball to the middle of the penalty area. The Overlord took the ball in the penalty area, and Xiaohe pressed hard from behind. When the opponent took the ball with his back to the body, Xiaohe was absolutely sure that he could stare the opponent to death. He did this last year. The role of the Overlord is not only to grab points, but also to force a breakthrough after he took the ball with his back to the body. It is also an important part of his offense. However, in this regard, he was eaten up by Xiaohe, so the natural offense was useless. Although he was alone, Xiaohe still had great confidence. The next moment, he felt the huge power coming from the Overlord. Xiaohe was not surprised but happy, and acted a little effort to prepare for the opponent's forced turn. Unfortunately, the Overlord did not force a turn. He passed the ball out of the penalty area in a straight line, blocking his passing action with his body. Yingbu, who was running forward, appeared in front of the ball. He swung his right foot while running and kicked the return pass of the Overlord without stopping the ball. This shot was not the super long shot with a huge arc and extremely fast speed that Zheng Qi had shot before. After all, not many people can use that kind of long shot now. Even if they know the trick, they mostly rely on luck to really score a goal, otherwise it would be too easy to score a goal. Although Yingbu was also a good midfielder and is good at long shots, he can't make the kind of super long shot. However, the charm of football games lies in the fact that when you can't make the kind of long shot, you can still use other methods to achieve the same effect. When Yingbu shot, Yingbu, Overlord, Xiaohe behind Overlord, and Liu Bang standing in front of the goal behind Xiaohe were all in a straight line at the same time. Among these four people, Overlord stretched his body as much as possible and completely blocked the sight of Xiaohe and Liu Bang, while Yingbu's shot flew diagonally to the upper right corner of the goal. Liu Bang didn't see the ball until it flew past Overlord and Xiaohe. Although his reaction was extremely fast, there was always a limit. He could react to long shots outside the penalty area, but when he saw the ball, it had already flown past the penalty spot. At such a close distance, he could no longer react in time. When he jumped up, the ball had already whizzed into the gate of the Western Han team, hitting the net and causing it to tremble violently. Chapter 539. Strange opponent. At the end of the first half, I remember the score was 2-1. Someone in the stands asked his partner. Yes, you remembered it right. The partner replied. Damn, it's only been half an hour now, and it's 5-4, one goal every 5 minutes, and the quality is still so high. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought that this half an hour had passed without me noticing, and it was all climax. The game was exciting, and the audience in the stands were naturally enthusiastic, which was also a virtuous cycle. This game has been a peak until now, and only a few teams can surpass the performance of both sides, but it is difficult to meet such a team in that first round. Invisibly, the influence of this game began to grow. Of course, the players on the field can't take care of these extra things now. The game has long lost its knowability. Their form is out, so are we afraid of them? Now Liu Bang can't come up with any tactics, so he can only encourage morale. As a strong team, the Western Han team certainly has its own pride. Although they were affected in the previous game, they can still use most of their strength to fight with the Overlord team. There are still 15 minutes before the end of the game, and they are still leading by 1 goal. Now they want to be more secure. Of course, they have to strive to expand their lead to 2 goals again to better increase their winning rate. The Overlord team also knows what the situation is now. Hold this ball. Let them know how powerful we are. Overlord shouted, waving his fist. Not only him, but also Longzhu and Juqi also returned to defense. The Overlord team began to defend with all members, which brought more pressure to the attack of the West Han team. When the Overlord team began to return to defense, the power they could burst out was also extremely outstanding. Although there may be some gaps in personal ability, except for facing top players such as Zheng Qi and Han Xing, facing any player of the West Han team, they can fight against the opponent with their fighting spirit and not fall behind. Even if they face Zheng Qi and Han Xing, they are not bound to lose. Football games are not games that only look at the ability of players. In addition to ability, there is also fighting spirit and a strong desire for competition. The two sides were entangled on the field. As the game was about to end, the players of the Overlord team were still running on the field one by one, blocking the attack of the West Han team. When one side began to run a lot to fill the gap, it was difficult to score. Otherwise, when both sides played so well before, they wanted to score every time they attacked. In addition to the excellent offensive performance, the defensive side did not use all its strength to defend. This was a key. Now, the Overlord team began to defend with all its strength. The offensive of the West Han team began to fall into great trouble. They began to try various offensive methods, breaking through the wing, penetrating the middle, combining the wing and the middle, passing on the ground, long passes in the air, personal breakthroughs, small-scale cooperation. They used all the offensive routines, showing the extremely comprehensive level of this team, but the defense of the Overlord team was still as solid as a rock. A flaw of the West Hand team that was usually inconspicuous but very obvious at this moment was exposed. They lacked a strong center who could directly break through the opponent's defense. Zheng Qi was a top shooter, but his style was an assassin in the shadows, not a strong battering ram. Fang Kuei and Zhao Bo will take on such responsibilities at some time. They have good impact, but after all, they are not serious centers. Facing the tenacious defense of the Overlord team, the offensive efficiency of the Western Hand team began to decline, which is not a good phenomenon. Why do I feel that the Western Hand team seems to have no way to deal with the defense of the Overlord team? Everyone is defending, there is really no way, but the Overlord team can't easily counterattack. Zheng Liang was stared at by Yuanzong so badly that he can't get the ball now, and can't attack. This Yuanzong is really a real all-around midfielder. The praise of an all-around midfielder does not mean that you can do everything on the court, but that you can do everything well. This is not a compliment that ordinary players can get, but obviously at this time, the audience in the stands think that Zheng Qi really deserves such a title. How about it? Do you think I'm awesome? Zheng Qi said as he ran beside Zheng Liang. Zheng Liang almost didn't have the strength to answer him. Zheng Qi's defense was getting stronger and stronger. He was so exhausted by his strength and reaction that he couldn't even get the ball. When he defended Zheng Qi before, Zheng Qi always had the chance to get the ball no matter what. With such a comparison, it was obvious who was better. This also dealt a serious blow to Zheng Liang. He was a veteran, but he had never encountered such a strange opponent. It's not that he had never encountered a strong opponent. He had encountered Guo Jie, the core of the Kalawei team, Hu Liang, the core of the Shuhan team, and Zhao Yu, the core of the Dongguo team. The opponents were all excellent and could suppress him so that he couldn't move. This made him unconvinced. However, Yuanzong, the opponent, was a little too strange. At the beginning of the game, he still had many shortcomings and flaws that could be easily exploited. However, in the following games, he improved little by little and made up for these flaws and shortcomings little by little. Now, Zheng Liang suddenly found that he had no place to exploit. Such progress is beyond common sense. At the beginning of the game, Zheng Qi seemed very inexperienced in all aspects except ball control. However, now, he can no longer be seen as a novice. Otherwise, how could the Western Hand team suddenly become ineffective in attack? The fact that Zheng Liang, the core player, was completely targeted was a key point, and the fact that other players could not find opportunities in the crazy running of the Overlord team was also a key point. Now it seems that we can only control the ball and kill time. Our only advantage now is that we are one goal ahead. Such a thought flashed through Zheng Liang's mind, but he himself did not dare to believe it. Zhao Bo's cross from the side was blocked by Xiang Zhuang and flew in the direction of Zheng Liang and Zheng Qi. Zheng Liang ran towards the ball landing point, and Zheng Qi also ran towards the ball landing point. The two ran entangled and kept colliding with each other. Slowly, Zheng Liang was knocked off balance by Zheng Qi. How strong is his strength attribute? Can it continue to increase? Zheng Liang thought in despair. In the collision, Zheng Liang finally couldn't keep his center of gravity. This kind of collision is also very particular. How to make the opponent lose the center of gravity without fouling, many people can't grasp the key. Zheng Qi couldn't grasp it at the beginning, and gave the opponent a lot of fouls. But now, Zheng Qi has been able to control his strength well. After Zheng Liang fell down in embarrassment, Zheng Qi raised his foot to control the football, and then turned lightly and passed by Zheng Liang who fell to the ground. Return to defensa. Liu Bang shouted loudly. Although the opponent had no chance to counter-attack, it was necessary to return to defensa. Half of the people returned to defensa, and the other half of the people counter-attacked on the spot. Facing Chen Ping's pressing, Zheng Qi controlled the ball with ease, and then broke through again and shook off Chen Ping. Return to defensa, all return to defensa. Liu Bang continued to shout loudly, leaving only half of the people to counter-attack on the spot. It was obvious that he couldn't snatch the ball from this guy's feet. Instead of wasting time in that front court, it would be better to return to defense and keep the ball. Seeing the players of the West Hand team rushing into their own half like a tide, Zheng Qi passed the ball without panic, and then began to move forward. Once he crosses the half court, keep an eye on him. Liu Bang said in the team channel. Just now, the Overlord team had all its players return to defense to prevent the West Hand team from attacking. Now the West Hand team will also let the Overlord team have a taste of the same. Zheng Qi ran forward, and all the players of the West Hand team watched Zheng Qi's movements. Han Xin and Zheng Liang were ready. Once he crossed the half-court, they would keep an eye on him. The West Hand team, which had all its players returned to defensa, had enough people on defensa. They were not worried about using too many people to keep an eye on Zheng Qi, which would lead to weak defensa in other places. At most, the others would just run more. However, just when Zheng Qi was about to cross the midline, he stopped. Then he received a pass from his teammate and started to move forward. After getting the ball, he started to break through. Han Xin and Zheng Liang rushed forward at the same time, but failed to stop him from getting the ball, so they would prevent him from moving forward in the next period of time. However, Zheng Qi's ball control skills began to burst out completely. Although his ball control was very good before, it was not his full ball control ability. Until now, he has fully demonstrated his ball control and breakthrough skills. After 4 or 5 consecutive shakes, Han Xin and Zheng Liang were completely unable to grasp the center of gravity. They had to follow it. If they did not change the center of gravity, Zheng Qi's fake move might become a real move. They also needed to consider the consequences of this. In this case, Zheng Qi shook the opponent to lose the center of gravity, and then dunked the ball continuously and killed through the middle of the two. Excellent. The stands burst into warm applause. In the current classical football games, this kind of skill is also very common, but it is only when the strength is very different. It is very difficult for players with similar strength to shake off the opponent. After all, everyone's reaction is superb. This scene can only prove that Zheng Qi is much better than Zheng Liang and Han Xin in reaction and flexibility. This made the players of the West Hand team unbelievable. Han Xin's reaction has always been the strongest in their team, and Zheng Liang is also a midfielder who is close to an all-around player. The two of them joined forces, but were easily broken through by Zheng Qi. This man's breakthrough and ball control abilities have been enhanced by who knows how much compared to the beginning of the game. This opponent is really too weird. Where did the Overlord team find such a strong player? Chapter 540. So calm, beautiful, wonderful goal. The score is now 5-5. Amid the thunderous cheers from the stands, Overlord jumped up, waved his fist in the air, then turned and rushed towards Zheng Qi, hugging him tightly again. This ball was still not assisted by Zheng Qi, but it was instigated by him. After breaking through the double team of 2 opposing players, Zheng Qi began to drive straight into the goal with the ball. It was not that the other players of the Western Hand team did not want to stop him, but once they left their targets, Zheng Qi would quickly pass the ball to his teammates in the open space, then move forward and attack again after receiving the ball. Under such fast and accurate delivery, Overlord's attack was very fast, so fast that Han Xin and Zheng Liang had no time to return to defensa. It was not until they attacked the front of the opponent's penalty area that Zheng Qi sent a beautiful diagonal pass. After Yuji received the ball, she passed it to the middle again. Overlord followed up and leaned on General Pu to volley and scored again. Overlord couldn't help but be excited. He had already completed a hat-trick. Although he had completed many hat-tricks in the game, there was no doubt that this hat-trick was the most exciting for him. It's just a draw. Next, we have to keep up the good work. Get rid of them within 90 minutes. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. No problem. The players of Overlord team responded one after another, and their morale was high. Zheng Qi completely mobilized the morale of the whole team. Even though he had just joined the team, even though he had not scored a goal so far, and only had 1 direct assist, everyone knew that it was because of his existence that Overlord team could have such an outstanding performance now. The morale of West Hand team at this moment has begun to decline. Although there were only a few minutes left before the end of the game, the lead was completely gone, which still dealt a huge blow to their mood. They were not that fragile, but before the game started, they never thought that this game would be so difficult. After all, for them, Overlord team was beaten by them last year and couldn't fight back. The personnel were basically the same as last year. What changes could there be? As a result, just because of the change of one person, the Overlord team really changed dramatically. Overall, the Overlord team may still be at a disadvantage on the field, but in terms of the score, they have already tied. In the last few minutes, can the West Hand team take the lead again and keep the score until the end? Keep defending. Withstand their attack, at least drag the game into overtime. Overlord shouted in the team channel. Press them, move forward, pay attention to their movements, and start pressing in the midfield to make their attack more difficult. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. What if they attack from behind? Overlord asked. I'll play as a sweeper. Zheng Qi replied, I'm at the back, they will only encounter offside and be intercepted by me. We believe you for this, but what about Zheng Liang? Overlord was stunned for a moment. Believe me, he will fall into a huge discomfort. Zheng Qi smiled. The Overlord team was a little worried, but they still decided to believe Zheng Qi. Without Zheng Qi, there would be no good situation now, and this situation is much better than they thought before. Look at how the Overlord team is defending. Their defense just now was really outstanding. What? They started pressing in the midfield. The Overlord team is getting arrogant. When the audience in the stands expressed that they didn't understand, the Western Han team was also a little confused. Especially Zheng Liang, he had become accustomed to Zheng Qi's omnipresent entanglement and blocking in this game. When he launched the attack, he was still thinking about how to fight against Zheng Qi. As a result, when he participated in the attack, he found that Zheng Qi was not around him. Where is Zheng Qi? Zheng Qi was at the back, standing in a row at the Overlord team's defense line. After he retreated, Wan Shu pushed forward and reached the midfield, and started pressing together with Yingbu and Jegu. Not only Wan Shu, but also their two fullbacks Yuziki and Thong Lei Mei pushed forward, which made the pressure of the Overlord team's midfield stronger. As soon as they reached the midfield, the attack of the West Han team encountered a tight scramble. Zheng Liang waited eagerly for his teammates to pass the ball to him to organize the attack, but no one passed the ball to him for a while. Pass the ball to me, what are you thinking? Zheng Liang said angrily. Oh, I forgot, I didn't dare to pass the ball to you before. Fang Kuei, who had the ball, quickly passed the ball over and explained. Zheng Liang received the ball speechlessly. After receiving the ball, he initiated the organization, which was originally what he was best at. However, at this moment, his mind suddenly went blank. In the previous game, he would encounter Zheng Qi's fierce scramble after receiving the ball, but now there was no scramble, but he was not used to it. Yingbu pressed fiercely, but Zheng Liang made a rare mistake and was almost intercepted by the opponent. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, turned around to protect the ball, and then passed the ball back. Chen Pin received the ball and saw that Zhao Bo on the wing had already started to cut in from the wing and was about to cross the opponent's defense line. He immediately raised his foot and passed the ball quickly. Most players have a good grasp of the timing of this kind of aerial pass. The ball flies very fast in the air with a high arc. As long as the landing point is accurate, with the help of the speed of the forward insertion, the opponent's entire defense line can be left behind in an instant. Chen Pin played at very high level with this long pass. The football quickly fell in front of Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo, who had been accelerating and sprinting, had left the defense line of the Overlord team behind him. As long as he caught the ball, he could form a single knife. Zhao Bo ran quickly, running towards the falling football. The next moment, he could touch the football, but a figure rushed over quickly from the side. The speed was not faster than him, but because of the problem of route selection, he got ahead of Zhao Bo and took the lead in raising his foot to intercept the ball. Zheng Qi started at the first time, ran at the first time, and intercepted the ball at the first time. Seeing that the ball was intercepted by Zheng Qi, Zhao Bo immediately rushed up and tried to steal the ball back again. Zheng Qi raised his foot and made a fake move to pass the ball horizontally, luring Zhao Bo to shift his center of gravity to intercept, then suddenly changed direction and accelerated, rushing past Zhao Bo. This breakthrough was as fast as lightning. When Zhao Bo turned around, Zheng Qi had already rushed at least 5 meters away. Go, go, go! Rhythmic shouts rang out in the stands. For the audience, what made them most excited was that a certain player suddenly broke out, passed several opponents in one go, and then sent the ball into the opponent's goal. This kind of goal rarely appeared in the past, and it is even less common in today's classical football games. Everyone is very fast. In such a situation, to be able to do this, you must have the right time, place, and people, and you must have an outstanding performance. Zheng Qi now passed Zhao Bo in the back and dribbled the ball forward, which made many spectators involuntarily look forward to it. Zheng Qi's previous performance had conquered them, making them feel that if this game could produce a long-distance one-way goal, then it must be this guy named Gyun Thong. Being suppressed all the way, and then succeeding in a comeback at the last moment, or relying on a wonderful one-on-one personal goal to complete the law, this kind of thing, just thinking about it makes people feel excited. For a moment, the hearts of many spectators began to stand on the side of the Overlord team. And Zheng Qi's action really looked like he was going to score a goal directly. After Zhao Bo was shaken off, Zheng Qi moved forward very quickly. Han Xing came from the side to interfere with him, but Zheng Qi accelerated and rushed past Han Xing, who had not stood in the defensive position. The second one. After Zheng Qi was Zheng Liang. Facing Zheng Qi's dribbling attack, Zheng Liang interfered and retreated at the same time. He didn't want to lose his center of gravity and position, and he didn't think about stealing the ball immediately. After this game, he had already had a very clear understanding of Zheng Qi's ball control ability. Facing such a guy, you can't expect yourself to steal the ball. He fought and retreated, while Zheng Qi continued to rush forward and maintained a high speed. This is very important. If your speed of advancement is delayed, you will instantly fall into the opponent's siege. Zheng Qi forced a sprint, and Zheng Liang could only follow him closely. The two of them were at about the same speed, and it was inevitable that they would constantly collide with each other during the sprint. Again, Zheng Liang complained in his heart, but every time there was physical contact, his center of gravity would shift, while Zheng Qi was extremely stable. This kind of breakthrough is the kingly way, because he had no other way. It was not until Chen Ping and Cao Shen came up to support that Zheng Liang was slightly relieved. Next, there would be a three-man double attack. It should be okay, right? The two continued to entangle and move forward. Although Zheng Liang was about to completely lose his center of gravity, he still followed him very tenaciously. As long as he held on for a while longer, his teammate would be able to come up to support him. Chen Ping was in front, and Cao Shen was behind. They quickly approached Zheng Qi and Zheng Liang, and they were about to make contact in the next moment. Zheng Qi moved sideways again without warning, and walked sideways for 3 or 4 steps in a row. During this process, he still firmly controlled the football under his feet and did not let the football leave his control range. Chen Ping's eyes blurred, and the next moment he saw Zheng Liang bumping into him involuntarily. The two of them collided into a ball, and Cao Shen was also startled. While he was stunned, Zheng Qi whizzed past him from the side with the ball. The 3 midfielders of the Western Han team only blocked him for less than a second. The distance of more than 10 meters flashed under Zheng Qi's feet in an instant. He was facing the entire back line of the Western Han team. He had already passed 5 people. How many more would he pass next? When will this goal come? Everyone was thinking about this question. The Western Han team's defenders also focused on Zheng Qi, but when Zheng Qi sent a diagonal pass without warning and sent the ball to Yuji's feet, who cut into the penalty area, almost everyone collapsed. How can you still be so calm at this time? Chapter 541 Boom Boom Boom. In fact, even Yuji herself did not expect Zheng Qi to pass the ball at this time. After continuous breakthroughs, especially after getting rid of the 3 midfielders of the West Han team in one breath, Zheng Qi's momentum has reached a peak. With his ball control skills, even if he faces the entire West Han team's defense line, he has a chance to break through. After all, the morale of the West Han team has indeed declined at this time. No classical football player will give up the honor of scoring a great goal at this time. After all, there is no benefit in participating in classical football games, only fame. Such a goal is enough to make him the most dazzling star. But Zheng Qi is different from the players of classical football. In the professional games of the football era, it doesn't matter who scores the goal. The key is the overall victory, because even if it is a core player, when he plays a sufficient role in the offense, that is enough, and it is not demanding who scored the final goal. His overall view and observation ability made him observe his teammates' running positions while dribbling the ball. In this case, when Zheng Qi found that Yuji was advancing and the defenders of the West Han team did not notice this, he realized that this was a good opportunity and passed the ball without hesitation. Yuji was alone, but goalkeeper Liu Bang's attention was still on Zheng Qi, so even though Yuji was surprised and her feet were a little slower, it still did not affect the next attack. A close-range push shot, Liu Bang, who had just turned around, could only watch the ball enter the net. 6-5. The last-minute Lauren led. Such a goal should be very exciting, and extremely happy, but Yuji was stunned, with a look of confusion on her face. The players of the West Han team were also stunned, and the players of the Overlord team were also stunned. The hundreds of thousands of spectators in the stands, none of them cheered, but stared stupidly at the football bouncing in the goal. This ball should go in, but it shouldn't go in like this. This is what everyone was thinking at this moment. After seeing Yuji score, Zheng Qi wanted to raise his arms and shout loudly. He didn't celebrate much before, because he felt that the score was still behind. What was there to celebrate? Now he is finally ahead again, and looking at the time, it is also a goal that determines the victory. If not celebrating now, when else can he celebrate? However, after he raised his hands high, Zheng Qi found that everyone else was standing there, saying nothing and doing nothing. He was a little embarrassed, and carefully put down his hands, and then turned to ask the Overlord who was closest to him. Hey, what's wrong, doesn't this ball count? After being asked this by Zheng Qi, the Overlord woke up from his daze, and after shouting in distress, he shouted at Zheng Qi, "Why did you pass the ball just now? Passing the ball is a single-handed attack, which is easier to score." Zheng Qi replied inexplicably, "But even if you broke through just now, there is a great possibility of scoring." The Overlord shouted, "The probability may be more than 50%, but if I pass it, the possibility of scoring is more than 80%. Zheng Qi said in surprise. "For a goal like that, let alone 50%, we have to fight for 30%. B.A. Wang shouted in a state of collapse. "But, isn't victory more important?" Zheng Qi asked. B.A. Wang was stunned. Zheng Qi spoke a little loudly, and he didn't say it in the team channel. At that moment, all the players on both sides of the field heard it. "Yes, isn't victory more important? Isn't the charm of football games that there are many ways to complete the attack? Then isn't it normal for him to make such a choice? You're right, well done." B.A. Wang stretched out his hand to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi smiled and high-fived him. This goal, which occurred in the 88th minute, was the last goal of the game. When leading 5-3, the West Ham team had no idea that they would lose the game. However, in the last 20 minutes of the game, the B.A. Wang team completed an epic reversal, which amazed everyone. The audience in the stands were reluctant to leave for a long time, and gave their warm applause to the players on the field. This is also the only reward that players can get in classical football games. It has nothing to do with money, but only with honor. This kind of game seemed extremely pure. After the game, the players from both sides shook hands, hugged and said goodbye on the field. "Are you, Fang Yuan?" Zheng Liang gasped Zheng Qi hesitantly. "I'm not, what's wrong?" Zheng Qi answered naturally. Zheng Liang looked at Zheng Qi with some doubt, but Zheng Qi's tone was very natural, so natural that he thought it was true. "I don't know who you are, but you should be a professional player. I hope you can find what you want in the game of classical football." Zheng Liang sighed and said, "Well, I think so." Zheng Qi nodded, and then immediately asked Zheng Liang, "How did you use the force for that long shot? How can you achieve such a large arc?" Looking at Zheng Qi, who was about to strike the snake, Zheng Liang was stunned at first, and then laughed. Then he told Zheng Qi all his experience in detail, without hiding anything. At this moment, Zheng Liang had a strong premonition that Yuan Thong must be an amazing guy. What's wrong with being able to teach this guy something? After the players of the West Ham team left, B.A. Wang came over and said to Zheng Qi with a smile, "There is another game in the afternoon, starting at 2 o'clock. Take a break now, and remember to come when the time comes." Zheng Qi was stunned. There are actually 2 games in one day. Yes, there are too many participating teams, so in the first few rounds, there are 2 games a day, and after 3 days, there will be 1 game a day. B.A. Wang replied, "Anyway, our physical fitness will not be a problem, and the opponents at the beginning will not be too strong, so the impact will not be big. Well, I hope we don't meet another strong team. After all, although our physical fitness is not a problem, our energy is a bit behind." Zheng Qi replied, "Don't say that. What if we really meet a strong team? Then we will suffer a lot." B.A. Wang said nervously, "Why are you so nervous? This situation is rare." Zheng Qi laughed. "Not necessarily. The defending champion last year was the Shuhan team. They met a strong team in that first round. Although they won, everyone was a little tired. Then they met the Kaowei team in the second round in the afternoon. Kaowei might not have won them, but Kaowei's opponent in the first round was very weak. In the best condition, they faced the tired Shuhan team. It was unfair for the Shuhan team to lose." Overlord said nervously. "That's really bad luck," Zheng Qi laughed. This luck was really bad. After all, each round was randomly drawn. Being able to meet 2 strong teams in a row was not much different from the probability of winning the first prize. So, what if our luck is so bad? If we meet a team of the level of the Western Han team again, it will be difficult for us to win in our current state," Overlord said. After sending away the mumbling Overlord, Zheng Qi was a little disappointed. Of course, it was not disappointment that the game was won, but in the communication with Zheng Liang just now, Zheng Qi found that Zheng Liang could not explain it clearly. He relied more on experience and hard training to occasionally shoot out those super long shots. In the end, it was nothing more than some small skills of exerting force, which he had heard from his teammates of the Overlord team before. We need to practice shooting well. In the final analysis, classical football is nothing more than controlling the ball, passing and shooting, which are the most basic offensive actions. Now I have no problem controlling the ball, and passing is not a big problem. It's just shooting that needs to be practiced well. I didn't score a single goal in a game. It's so embarrassing. Zheng Qi thought to himself, and then left the game. After coming out of the holographic cabin, he went to the gym to exercise for a while, took a nap after eating, and entered the game with full energy. After entering the arena again, the members of the Overlord team also arrived quickly. No one would be late for such a game. It seems that the opponent in the next round is relatively ordinary. Zheng Qi said to the Overlord. Oh, how did you know? The Overlord asked in surprise. You can tell from your expressions, Zheng Qi said. Ba Wang smiled embarrassedly. The next opponent is not famous. We checked their first game and they won very reluctantly. Such a team is mostly a new team and their level is not very good. But we have to be careful, right? Zheng Qi said. Of course, what if the opponent is a strong team lurking? Brothers, don't relax. Ba Wang waved his fist and said. No problem. The players of the Ba Wang team waved their fists and shouted. They really won't relax, although the opponent may really be a weak team. However, they didn't expect that this game would be so difficult. It's not because the opponent is too strong, nor because they underestimated the opponent, nor because they overdrew a lot in the morning and performed poorly. In fact, they still easily suppressed the opponent in the game. The opponent was indeed just an ordinary team. However, they spent a long time and failed to break through the opponent's goal. In the end, they only won the game with a header from defender Wanshu in the penalty area. The number of shots of the Overlord team in this game surprisingly reached 3 digits. They shot 103 times in the 90-minute game, with a shot in less than a minute. More than 90% of them were contributed by one person, that is, Zheng Qi, who conquered them in just one game and became the core of their midfield. Throughout the game, Zheng Qi was doing one thing. After getting the ball, he shot from a distance, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Then the football kept flying out of the bottom line, flying out of the bottom line, flying out of the bottom line. For this situation, the Overlord team was also helpless, but seeing Zheng Qi's outstanding performance in the last game, they enjoyed it. Anyway, they still won this game in the end. Chapter 542 This day I think you can win the title of the King of Indiscriminate Shooting just by this game. When the game was over, the Overlord sighed and patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder. Really? Why? Zheng Qi asked naively. In a normal game, if the whole team shoots more than 50 times, it is already a lot. You shot 93 times in this game, which is a record. You shot so many times, but didn't score a goal. What else is that if not indiscriminate shooting? Said the Overlord. And none of them hit the goal frame. Zheng Qi laughed. Do you have any conscience? If all of them missed, then how did we score this goal? Zheng Qi asked confidently. Zheng Qi choked. Indeed, Zheng Qi's shot finally hit the goal frame, but was saved by the opponent's goalkeeper. Then Yuji took a corner kick, and Wanshu, who assisted, scored with a header. But that was the only time Zheng Qi shot within the goal frame among the 93 shots in the whole game. How dare you brag about it? Are you practicing long shots? Asked the Overlord. Yes, it's so convenient to train in such a game, Zheng Qi said with a smile. Well, in fact, you can set up such an environment for training, but it's hard to make much progress in such training. The training method is nothing more than constantly testing the way to exert force and the part that touches the ball. However, it is easier to kick a free kick in a static state. It's still difficult to make such a shot in the game. Ba Wang thought for a while and said. So I have to study the trick. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Don't worry, I was a little willful in this game, but isn't it because the opponent is too weak that I did this? Don't worry. The players of the Ba Wang team all nodded. They believed this. After all, if the opponent was very strong, Zheng Qi would not be so irresponsible, otherwise, he would really be a psychopath. Remember to be there tomorrow. There are 2 more games tomorrow, but the probability of encountering a strong team should not be high. Our luck is not that bad. Ba Wang said hello to Zheng Qi and left. They also wanted to celebrate after winning 2 games in a row today. Of course, they did not think about calling Zheng Qi to celebrate together, but considering that Zheng Qi hid his true face, he probably did not want to reveal his identity. They also guessed that Zheng Qi was probably a professional player, so they would not create trouble for Zheng Qi under such circumstances. After Ba Wang and others left, Zheng Qi did not stay in the game for long, then went offline and went to the tactical department. The club is still on vacation, but only the first team is on vacation. Other staff members will not be on vacation. They have their own normal vacations and shifts, which are different from the first team. The tactical department. The status of the tactical department in the Fifth Club has always been special, not only because of the specialness of the department itself, but also because of the specialness of the staff in this department. Since the establishment of the tactical department, there have always been only these 10 people. Zheng Qi and Su Jin have not thought about expanding the number of people, but the 10 uncles in the tactical department are determined not to take apprentices. The reason is very simple, because they think that they can only communicate with each other, and other people can't communicate with them, and communication is just a waste of time. This reason was too strong, so strong that Zheng Qi and Su Jin were helpless, but it seemed to be true. According to Zheng Qi, his senior brothers were all Frankensteins with extremely developed brains. Only between each other could they communicate everything smoothly. If other people wanted to listen to what they said, they would only have 4 words. I don't understand, but I feel powerful. Moreover, they didn't know how to teach their apprentices. What seemed to be very logical to them was completely incomprehensible to others. When others talked about a thing, they might go on like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but what about them? They might just jump from 1 to 5 directly. People who couldn't keep up with their brain circuits could only be depressed to death. Of course, there were only 10 of them in the entire tactical department, and it would definitely not work in the future. They would have to leave one day, but now Fifan couldn't care so much. Fengking also promised that when the time came, all the results of their research would be left behind, and they would tell a story in a simpler way, so that as long as there were a few experienced tactical personnel, they could quickly take over. In this case, Zheng Qi could only choose to let him go, otherwise, what else could he do? The tactical department also had a holiday, but their holiday time was also very strange. Every now and then, someone would leave. In short, there were at least 9 people working together in the tactical department. In their words, they needed more people to discuss together so that their thoughts could collide with more sparks of wisdom. It was not enough to rely on one person to think. Science is an activity of collective wisdom. This made sense, so Zheng Qi became the boss. Anyway, if there were any tactical needs, Zhu Shan, Meng Fan and the tactical department would discuss it. As a member of the first team, Zheng Qi would just follow that training. This time, Zheng Qi had something to deal with them personally, so he was inevitably a little nervous. He was not very good at dealing with this group of people. After entering the tactical department, Zheng Qi took a glance. Today was quite rare. The 10 great Frankensteins were all there. They did not point out the holograms, but instead chatted together, each talking about their own things. However, the topic they talked about was a big profound. Zheng Qi stood by and listened for a long time. He felt that he understood every word, but when they were put together, he had no idea what it meant. So after listening for a while, Zheng Qi decided not to waste any more time, and he coughed. 10 scientists turned to look at him together, which put a lot of pressure on Zheng Qi. Although he was a major shareholder of the club, he felt a little uncomfortable at this time. What's the matter? Fengking asked. Well, it's like this. I want a training space, Zheng Qi said. Liu Fenyu, this matter is left to you. Fengking turned to a slightly fat and burly companion and said. Liu Fenyu nodded, then stood up. He was half a head taller than Zheng Qi. Go out and talk, don't affect their discussion of the problem. Zheng Qi immediately followed him out. He felt a little uncomfortable here. What kind of training space do you want? Liu Fenyu asked, and then continued without waiting for Zheng Qi to speak. You should first make it clear what effect you want to achieve. Zheng Qi nodded. Well, it's like this. He then told everything that happened today, and then emphasized that he wanted to practice long shots. Actually, it's just shooting practice. Shooting is easy, just set it up casually, but this kind of long shot is a bit interesting. Liu Fenyu did not agree immediately, but asked Zheng Qi about some details he got from Zheng Liang with interest. Come to us in a few days, we need to calculate this problem. Ah? No need to be so troublesome. Zheng Qi was surprised. The shooting space is easy, I can help you set one in the game now, and I will notify you in the game later. Liu Fenyu waved his hand without explaining anything, and then turned to the tactics department. Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and left helplessly. Looking at the watch, it was time for dinner, so Zheng Qi ran to eat dinner, then exercised for a while, and couldn't help his curiosity, so he went to find Liu Fenyu again. However, this time, the tactical department pressed the door. Zheng Qi knocked on the door twice, and Liu Fenyu came out with a dissatisfied look on his face. I have sent you the password of the arena in the game. Come back to us in 3 days. Before Zheng Qi could say anything else, Liu Fengyue closed the door, almost knocking Zheng Qi's nose off. "What's wrong, so angry?" Zheng Qi muttered, thought about it, returned to his room, entered the holographic cabin, and then entered the game. After entering the game, he immediately went to the arena, then turned on the communicator, found the training room that Liu Fengyue had set up for him, and got in. This kind of training room can be set by yourself, of course. Others can also set it up and provide the room number and password for you to use. As soon as he entered the training room, Zheng Qi could tell this was indeed a place dedicated to practicing shooting. There were various shooting methods on the holographic screen. For example, the long shot that Zheng Qi wanted to practice now, as long as he set it, the football would continue to appear at his feet, and the goal he faced was completely blocked in the center, with only a small area around it open, which meant that he had to avoid shooting in places where the goalkeeper could easily save the ball. Let's practice straight lines first. If straight line shots can't hit the dead corner, practicing arc shots is useless. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Zheng Qi spent the next few hours in training. Shooting training is actually very boring. It's not just about shooting the ball casually. If you want to have the best effect, you have to constantly simulate the opponent's reaction and interception in your mind, and then shoot the ball out. Such training is tiring and boring, but Zheng Qi maintained a very high enthusiasm. Being able to maintain unlimited enthusiasm in boring training is also one of Zheng Qi's specialties. After practicing from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., Zheng Qi finally stopped. After coming out of the holographic cabin, he didn't even want to eat supper. He took a shower and went straight to bed. Although he was very tired, Zheng Qi didn't go to bed immediately. Instead, he kept thinking about the feeling when he was training shooting just now. He tossed and turned for more than an hour before falling asleep. This day was very fulfilling, with 2 games, 3 hours of training, and some other things. This made Zheng Qi sleep soundly. While he was sleeping, in the tactical department of the Extraordinary Club, the lights were on, and 10 scientists, whose eyes had begun to turn red and were ready to become red-eyed rabbits, began to do a lot of calculations and argue with each other. This day was wonderful. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinis fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 543. A frustrating game for Zheng Qi. After getting up the next day, he entered the football era again with full energy. The morning game started at 10 o'clock, and he entered the game at 8 o'clock, just to practice shooting before the game started. When he began to be interested in something, he would be like this, thinking about this thing all day long. After practicing in his training room for an hour and 40 minutes, Zheng Qi stopped, walked out of the training room, and went to meet up with Ba Wang and others. After seeing Zheng Qi, Ba Wang and others were relieved. After all, for them, they were now worried about whether Zheng Qi would fail. They were not familiar with Zheng Qi and had no contact information. Just now, Zheng Qi turned off his communicator in the training room, and they could not contact him, and they were anxious to death. "Oh, you finally came out," Ba Wang said to Zheng Qi. "Don't worry, I will be there on time." "How is it, is the opponent today not strong?" Zheng Qi asked with a smile. "It's not strong, but if we shoot like yesterday, then I'm afraid we will be a little dangerous." Ba Wang smiled. "Don't worry, my shooting today is different from yesterday. I've practiced hard," Zheng Qi said, patting his chest. The players of the Overlord team almost collapsed collectively. "One day of hard training is different. Don't joke, brother, and if you really want to shoot indiscriminately today, it will be a bit dangerous." But they can't say anything. Zheng Qi is so confident that they can only go on the court with trepidation. However, after the game started, they found that Zheng Qi today was really different from yesterday. The difference is not that Zheng Qi didn't shoot indiscriminately anymore, he continued to shoot, keeping the record of completing every attack by him. After getting the ball, he took a long shot outside the penalty area. The force was heavy, the heavy artillery hit the goal, and the super long shot. He ran more actively outside the penalty area than yesterday, so he received more balls, and then after he received the ball, he didn't care whether the position was good or not, and whether there were opponents to intercept. In short, he took around and kicked. "Don't be like this, we want to play football." The players of the Overlord team wailed at the same time. Not only were they lamenting, their opponents were also lamenting. But soon, the players of the Overlord team found something different. In yesterday's game, Zheng Qi shot nearly 100 times, but only one of them hit the goal frame. It was unbelievable how bad his footwork was. But today, his accuracy has improved by who knows how many times. Although his long shots today were basically straight shots, unlike yesterday when he had to shoot a super long shot with a curved ball, being able to hit the goal frame with almost every shot was indeed an amazing improvement. Moreover, most of his shots were aimed at the blind spot, not directly at the goal, which was even more valuable. After discovering this, not only the Overlord, but also Yuji and Longju on the two sides, as well as Yingbu and Jibu behind them, began to rush into the opponent's penalty area, ready to grab the ball at any time. Although straight shots are easier for goalkeepers to save, Zheng Qi's shots are sudden and tricky, and they are really powerful. Even if the goalkeeper knows that he will shoot from a distance, it is easy to cause the ball to slip out of his hands. The first goal of the Overlord team came from the opponent's goalkeeper's slip. Zheng Qi shot straight to the dead corner, and the opponent's goalkeeper flew to block the ball. The ball just rolled in front of Overlord. Overlord headed the falling ball and shot at the goal, 1-0. After the situation was opened, the next thing was easy. Zheng Qi kept firing long-range shots, and the opponent's goalkeeper always slipped out of his hands. Once he did, the forwards of the Overlord team in the penalty area would pounce on him like wolves and tigers. At the end of the first half, the Overlord team scored 6 goals against the opponent. Zheng Qi's 6 long shots caused the opponent to slip out of his hands, and then the forwards of the Overlord team made up 6 shots. If we play like this, the game will be too simple. Many spectators in the stands thought so. It's no wonder they think so. After all, for a game, it's impossible to keep copying goals. What about today's game? The Overlord team seems to have used only one tactic, that is, Zheng Qi's long-range shot, and others pick up the leaks. If the game is really that simple, that's great. Football games are certainly not that simple. Although the current classical football has inherited almost all the characteristics of past football, compared with the past, there has been great progress in personal physical fitness. Although they may have a certain gap in personal skills compared with those professional players who have practiced hard, there has never been a lack of genius in this world, but there is a lack of soil for cultivating geniuses. Compared with the previous football training, there were various accidental factors that made a genius fall so easily. The environment in the current football era is now countless times better. In terms of physical fitness, young players don't have to worry too much. As long as there is a decent attribute, then the performance will not be too bad. Of course, Zheng Qi, who can bully people with super attributes, is really an anomaly. For many children, they can enter the football era under the guidance of their parents when they are very young. Of course, they don't go to the dungeon with others, but they can enter the self-set space and receive various educations, whether it is cultural knowledge, work skills, or sports. For example, Zheng Qi actually received a lot of cultural courses and football training since he was a child. These were all forced by his family, but he didn't want to do it. So, after he turned 14, he ran away from home and began to look for his own income in various games. Looking back now, in addition to Zheng Qi's own high talent, the football training he received since childhood also gave him a lot of help. Although the game of football era is very different from traditional football, in the final analysis, this game is called football era, and football also occupies a large proportion in all derived games. Zheng Qi, who has received the top football training since childhood, actually has a very good foundation, and his subsequent good performance in various like games in football era is also closely related to his foundation when he was a child. There is no one who is born with knowledge in this world, and there is no one who gets something for nothing. Zheng Qi felt that he could learn everything in one go, but he just had a good foundation when he was young. The players participating in the classical football basically had such an experience, but few of them were better than him in terms of training effect and environment. Under such circumstances, the players participating in the classical football basically had no problem with their basic skills, and in terms of physical fitness, the worst of them was several levels better than the stars with the most amazing physical conditions back then. What is this concept? In other words, basically every game, there are 22 American captains playing on the field. In such an environment, the space has actually been compressed to the limit. If you want to win and score goals, you must have an advantage in personal ability to score goals. The game of classical football has never been simple, and there is no tactic that can conquer the world. Only by performing well in each game and the level of specific individuals can you gain more advantages. There are only 11 people, no coach, and everything depends on yourself. This is the true meaning of the current classical football game. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi made the first half of the game so simple. Even if the Overlord team is strong enough to suppress the opponent, it is enough to surprise people. In the first half, Zheng Qi helped the Overlord team score 6 goals with long shots. This kind of thing is really unbearable. If it was another game, and 6 goals were scored in the first half, the Overlord team's opponents would have been in the second half just to enjoy football. After all, there are millions of participating teams, and they are fighting for that one spot. Basically, most of the teams are in the mentality of playing one game at a time. Although there is a protagonist every year, it is obvious that most people are not destined to be the protagonist. In this case, once the opponent is really strong and quickly establishes an advantage, the lacking party will not fight hard, but will play the rest of the game with a mentality of entertainment and learning, and truly achieve friendship first, competition second. But what about now? Damn friendship first and competition second, just use long shots to beat us like this, brothers, fight with them. So, after the start of the second half, the Overlord team's opponents followed Zheng Qi like crazy. No matter what, even if they were beaten into a sit by others, they would not let this guy score again through long shots. Besides, this guy's long-range shots are powerful and heavy. Although he won't really get hurt in the football era, he will still feel pain. Every time their goalkeeper saves a shot, he will grimace, and they feel distressed watching him. Their goalkeeper is quite popular in the team, and they don't want the goalkeeper to be beaten stupid by the opponent. They stared at Zheng Qi intently. The 2 consecutive passes made by the teammates of the Overlord team were intercepted by them and failed to fall into Zheng Qi's feet. Seeing this scene, Zheng Qi was overjoyed. Taking the lead and long-range shots under the opponent's tight defenser, this kind of training content can't be done in the training room, you can only simulate it in your mind. After all, the training room can only provide you with the environment, but can't provide you with a real person as an opponent. Isn't it just right now? Brothers, I will not organize the attack next time. I will just run along the line in front of the penalty area. You must try to pass the ball to me. See if I can get a long shot in this situation. Zheng Qi shouted loudly in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team naturally saw it. They looked at each other, then looked at the excited Zheng Qi, and then looked at the opponents who were united in purpose. For a moment, they all had the urge to cry. How can I face people when the game is like this? At this moment, Overlord wanted to cry. Chapter 544. The powerful Overlord team. In the second half of the game, the Overlord team didn't score a single goal, but the opponent scored 3 goals in a counter-attack, which was quite embarrassing for a time. This made the Overlord team's opponents feel a little proud. They almost shook hands with the Overlord team in a proud manner, even though they were the ones who were eliminated. Many spectators in the stands also applauded them. They were badly defeated in the first half of the game, but they knew their shame and fought hard in the second half, and finally got a defeat that was not shameful. They deserve praise. The most important thing is that they made that annoying Thong have few shots, avoiding the tragedy of someone in the stands suffering from an unexpected disaster. So this is simply a matter of heaven and man, and it deserves praise. Does it make sense? Overlord asked Zheng Qi with a sigh. Others thought it was meaningless, because after Zheng Qi completed a steal shot in the opponent's double defenser, the opponent was really furious. 4 people surrounded Zheng Qi and intercepted all his routes to receive the ball. The Overlord team still only attacked Zheng Qi. Wouldn't the offense be repeatedly frustrated and then repeatedly counter-attacked by the opponent? If the opponent's offensive strength was not really a bit poor, they might have been overturned when they were leading by 6 goals. It makes sense, of course it makes sense. Zheng Qi replied, I remember that feeling, and the next practice has a direction. Looking at Zheng Qi with a happy face, Overlord shook his head. He couldn't say that Zheng Qi affected the team's performance. Everyone knew that without Zheng Qi, they couldn't get past the West Ham team. What's the point of him being a little willful in the game now? Besides, even if he was willful, it didn't affect the team's continued winning. Well, Boss Thong, you continue to practice shooting. Actually, we don't object. But if we do this, our offense will be very monotonous. With such a monotonous offense, we are confident that we can win against ordinary teams. But once we get used to this monotonous offense, it will have a great impact when we meet a strong team. B.A. Wang said to Zheng Qi in a kind voice. Zheng Qi was stunned, and then stared at B.A. Wang. B.A. Wang felt uncomfortable when he looked at him, and subconsciously shrank. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? No, you're absolutely right. Zheng Qi patted B.A. Wang's shoulder heavily. The game requires all kinds of tactics. If you only use one, the whole team and one person will be stupid. Don't you think so? Hearing Zheng Qi's question, Ba Wang immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're absolutely right. At this point, Ba Wang came to his senses. Didn't I remind him of this? Why did I make it sound like he reminded me? It's really strange. Why I'm so smart but I didn't think of it. Big guy, you'll look so stupid but you thought of it. It's really strange. Zheng Qi muttered. The other players of the Overlord team looked at the Overlord who was bending over and smiling beside Zheng Qi in silence. They were all very speechless. Boss, you are the Overlord. Did you grab this name casually? At the time, you're allowed to use this name because you were domineering enough to support the whole team. Of course, it was also because you're the only one in the team who had a wife, but looking at you now, you are no longer the Overlord, you are simply a lackey. But the others understand the Overlord very well. Although Zheng Qi has a bad temper, he is really capable and likes to play some tricks. Is it okay not to coax such a person? They also saw that this guy has a childish temper. If you really make him angry, he might just give up. You really can't do anything about him. If Zheng Qi knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. He considered himself as the captain and always considered things from the perspective of the team. Well, let's play normally in the next game, but I may shoot more. You don't have to cooperate with me on purpose. Just run according to your own habits. I will keep up with your pace, Zheng Qi said. Ba Wang let out a sigh of relief. What he wanted was what Zheng Qi said. The days that followed began to become normal. Zheng Qi still trained his shooting every day, but in the game, he played honestly. The Ba Wang team was not bad in the first place. Although they were lucky and strong enough to reach the quarterfinals last year, even if we comment on their paper strength, they are at least in the top 100 among the millions of teams. Ordinary teams are really no match for them. Ba Wang is a very comprehensive center forward. His shooting skills are not the best, but they are not bad either. He has strong physical fitness. He can be a beacon in the penalty area. He can also set up turrets for teammates to pass the ball when he is out of the penalty area. He also runs a lot on the field. Such a center forward can often play the role of two people at the front. Yuji is the best at breaking through the wing and crossing the ball. She and Ba Wang also have a tacit understanding. The other people on the Ba Wang team think that when the couple is in love, they are probably discussing how to pass the ball better. Longju is another sharp knife on the Ba Wang team's front line. His cross accuracy is not as good as Yuji, but his ability to break through in a small range and score from the back row is not comparable to Yuji. Sometimes he can also play as a double striker with Ba Wang. This is actually a feature of classical football games. Everyone can play as two people, making the space for activities on the field smaller. Yinbu and Jibu are both midfielders with strong coverage and running ability. They both have good forward insertion and long-range shooting abilities. Distributing the ball is also their job. As for their real job of defenser, they also have their own division of labor. Yinbu was good at sprinting forward and backward, while Jibu was good at intercepting back and forth. The running range of the two can completely cover the entire midfield, which is a solid backbone. Among the two central defenders, Wensa is tall and has strong head and confrontation ability. Xiang Zhuang is more flexible in running and can fill in positions back and forth. Goalkeeper Fan Xingji is experienced and has accurate judgment. The two fullbacks Thong Leimei and Yuziki have good assist and defensive abilities. They can stick to their positions in defensa, and they have their own characteristics in defensa. Yuziki has Longju in front of him, so his ability to overlap and cross is very good. Thong Leimei is good at cutting inside, which just complements Yuji. The Overlord team's lineup may not be particularly outstanding in terms of individual ability, and cannot be compared with those top teams, but in terms of mutual understanding and cooperation, it is first class. Now with Zheng Qi, the core who can bring everyone together, their ability can be described as geometric growth. So in the next few days of the game, Overlord is advancing all the way. Without encountering a particularly strong team, they easily defeated their opponents all the way. Zheng Qi did what he should do most of the time in that game, organizing the ball, getting to know his teammates better, and then taking a long shot from time to time. The only thing that seemed unlucky was that although his long shot seemed to be more and more skilled due to practice, he couldn't score a single goal. The Overlord team still has a lot of offensive routines, and many opponents are not outstanding, so almost everyone has the opportunity to score. Overlord naturally scored the most goals, and Zheng Qi also scored a lot. Although Yuji rarely went to the penalty area to grab points, she was able to score a single goal occasionally. Yinbu also scored a long shot. When it was a set piece, it was a good opportunity for the defenders to score. 4 defenders had a record of scoring. After playing 10 games, among the 11 people of the Overlord team, except for goalkeeper Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi was the only one who didn't score. The Overlord team felt quite embarrassed about this, so in the 11th game, when Overlord was fouled in the penalty area and got a penalty, Overlord asked Zheng Qi to take the penalty, but Zheng Qi refused and called Zheng Qi to take the penalty. Why? Zheng Qi was stunned. I have a chance to score any time. The next opponent will only get stronger and stronger. It will be difficult for us to get a penalty. Even if we get one, we will not let Uncle Fan take the penalty. Isn't this giving him a chance? Zheng Qi replied. This reason was very strong, and others could only choose to agree. Although Zheng Qi was a goalkeeper, it was no problem for him to take a penalty. He kicked the ball into the opponent's goal cleanly and became the 10th goal scorer of the Overlord team this season. Nice goal, Uncle Goalkeeper! Zheng Qi shouted at Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi was very sad. I'm only in my early 30s. Impossible, the captain is 30, you're his uncle, at least 45. Zheng Qi said. I'm only 25. Overlord said angrily. What? Impossible. Zheng Qi looked at Ba Wang with a shocked face. The others almost died of laughter. Ba Wang was a mighty man, and he looked extremely reliable. To put it bluntly, he just looked old. I am his father's youngest brother, and I have 3 sisters in between. Zheng Qi explained. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Zheng Qi replied. Zheng Qi and Ba Wang both felt internally injured. In this game, Ba Wang's team finally won easily, because it was already the 11th round, and there would be one game a day until they entered the top 32. So after this game, Zheng Qi went offline and prepared to take a nap after dinner, and then train well in the afternoon. Who knew that not long after he lay down, his door was knocked by everyone. Who is it, in the middle of the day? Zheng Qi muttered, got up from his bed, and opened the door. Then he saw Liu Fenyu standing in front of him with a happy face. What's wrong? Zheng Qi asked. It's calculated. Liu Fenyu shouted at Zheng Qi. What did you calculate? Is there a way to control the football era? Zheng Qi asked nonchalantly. Liu Fenyu choked. Damn it, this is a problem the scientists all over the world want to study. It has been studied for hundreds of years, but there is no progress at all. What does it mean to say this to me? He could only say depressedly. Of course it's not this, it's the way the ball is kicked out of rotation. We spent 5 days and finally calculated it. What? Now it was Zheng Qi's turn to be shocked. Chapter 545. No shortcuts. Zheng Qi's original intention of looking for them was actually to find a training room. A training room where he could practice long shots. As for other things, he had never thought about it. That kind of spinning ball can be regarded as a killer in classical football games. If you can master it, the strength of a midfielder can immediately rise to a higher level. This means that if the opponent wants to defend him, he must expand the scope of defense and press him more fiercely. Of course, no one dares to say that he has mastered that kind of spinning ball. After all, even if you know how to kick it, you can only kick it out by luck in many cases. It is not a miracle that can be achieved by force. Everyone's strength is different, but it exceeds the limit of human beings in reality. It is conceivable that the ball kicked out with such strength wants to rely on rotation to form a rapid falling effect. After all, humans are not machines. Although in the football era, humans have a very precise control over their own strength, it is still almost impossible to be so precise. So when Zheng Qi heard Liu Fenyu say this, his first reaction was, are you here to entertain me? However, considering that Liu Fenyu might throw a computer at him and yell I'm here to tease you, he just asked back. Really? Why would I lie to you? Liu Fenyu said unhappily. Enter the game, I'll wait for you in the training room. After that, Liu Fenyu turned around and left. Zheng Qi was stunned for a while, then closed the door and got into the holographic cabin. He was completely sleepy at this time. Not long after entering the game, he saw Liu Fenyu also enter the training room. We have an extremely complicated formula, but because the power of your shot is different every time, what you need to do now is to get used to using a fixed power in each shot. Liu Fenyu first said to Zheng Qi. If the former players heard this request, they would have turned hostile. Who can control the power of their shots to be the same? Zheng Qi just nodded after hearing this. It is not difficult to add a certain amount of power and use a certain amount of force when shooting. The next moment, Zheng Qi took a run up, then raised his foot and kicked the football out. Liu Fenyu glanced at the hologram in front of him, then nodded, signaling Zheng Qi to kick again. Zheng Qi then kicked again. This time he did not run up, but exerted force on the spot and kicked the ball out. Liu Fenyu took another look, with a surprised look on his face, and looked at Zheng Qi, who smiled triumphantly. "Try to volley the ball," Liu Fenyu said. Zheng Qi nodded, then jumped sideways and volleyed a falling football out. "The force is the same for all 3 times," Liu Fenyu said somewhat expressionlessly. "See, every time I shoot, I control the force to this extent." Zheng Qi smiled. "You're awesome," Liu Fenyu muttered, then began to calculate on the hologram in front of him, and then raised his hand, and a hologram appeared in front of Zheng Qi. The hologram was a standard football, and then Liu Fenyu began to gesture on the football. "Maintain this strength. Every time you kick the ball, you have to make sure you hit this part. Do you understand? The football is always in this plane when facing you. Your toes should hit this part. After hitting it, the whole foot should be quickly lifted up and rubbed upward at an angle of 46.75. At the same time, your force should not change. When kicking the ball, your foot should be in this part." Liu Fenyu began to explain in detail how to kick the ball. This is the key to ensure that you can kick the football with such strength that the football will fall rapidly after flying 20 meters. This is true at any angle. If the distance is farther, the toes will be lifted more. If the distance is closer, the toes will be lifted less. The angle I mentioned is to ensure that the effect can be achieved at a straight line distance of 30 meters from the goal. Do you understand? Zheng Qi nodded. I understand, but it will probably take a long time to practice. Of course, although science pursues repetition to determine success, I also know that in football, if you can succeed once out of 10 times, you will win. In short, the trick is this. What we calculated may not be as profound as what the players know, but we can grasp some rules. Thank you very much, but I have a goal for the next training. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said. It's good to have a goal. Liu Fenyu nodded. Nothing is wrong. Well, nothing is wrong. Zheng Qi said. If you have any problems, just tell me, and solve them if you can. Liu Fenyu said impatiently. Oh, that's it. During training, I want to practice training against people. This problem seems to be unsolvable. Zheng Qi said. That's not easy to solve. AI can't be put into the game, but in the club's training room, we can set it up. It's nothing more than physical confrontation with you when you shoot. Liu Fenyu thought about it and said. That's great. Zheng Qi was overjoyed. In general clubs, it is difficult for the club training room to have perfect functions. Most professional clubs also use the training ground in the game for training. However, FIFA can undoubtedly compare with the top clubs in this regard, and Zheng Qi's requirements are not high. The confrontation training shooting can be done in the club's training room, and other training can be done in the football era, including the first time to shoot and so on. In fact, the training at the classical football team is also completed in the football era. After Liu Fenyu left, Zheng Qi began to practice long shots. Although Liu Fenyu had explained the key points to him in detail and he also mastered them, including the power used for each shot, he could keep his balance, but it was still difficult to shoot that kind of spinning ball. If it was really simple, every time such a long shot appeared in the game, it would not be called a world wave by the fans of classical football. In the following days, Zheng Qi began to immerse himself in shooting training, which made the players who had finished their vacation very strange. What's wrong with the captain? Wang Yuanfen asked. The captain has other tasks, so he will be absent from the training during this period. Zhu Shan said dryly to the other players, and then handed them the training plan one by one. After seeing the training plan, the players immediately wailed. Although the intensity is similar to that of the first half of the season, it is still very tiring. Fortunately, no player thinks that Zheng Qi is using his power to avoid training. After all, in the training of the first half of the season, he trained harder than others, and his attribute points can be regarded as trained by himself. Throughout the first half of the season, Zheng Qi was the best player on the field and was able to fully play the advantages of his role. Such training is no longer completely necessary for him. In short, we have to train well and wait for the captain to return. He will be back before the start of the 25th round. Meng Fan said. No problem, watch us. The extraordinary players waved their fists and shouted. They are quite motivated for the second half of the season. It must be said that after the 24th round, they returned to the top of the standings again, which made them very excited and kept them motivated enough. Next, they trained very hard, and Zheng Qi also trained very hard. Long-range shooting training is always boring, one shot after another, and each time you have to try to maintain that effect, and strive to make such a shot feel instinctive. There is never any shortcut to football training, only through continuous hard training can you fully exert your strength. 3 days later, Zheng Qi finally kicked a wonderful spinning ball. The football took off the ground, flew high, and then fell rapidly after flying 25 meters. There was an obvious arc in the air, and it flew into the dead corner of the goal. Zheng Qi excitedly waved his fist. He was sure that if such a shot appeared in the game, any goalkeeper would not be able to save this shot if he was in a normal position. Being able to make such a shot proved that Zheng Qi had completely mastered the trick. Of course, being able to kick it once does not mean that you can kick it every time. This is just the first step in the long march. Zheng Qi still needs more practice to make this long shot more likely to occur. A little higher than before means that you will be a bigger threat on the court. Continuous practice, continuous shooting, let this feeling become instinctive. This is a very long process. So after mastering this shot, Zheng Qi did not practice other shooting methods, but continued to practice shooting. This is the only way to quickly familiarize the body. So in the game, he did not show obvious progress in this regard. In the game, he still kept organizing his teammates to attack, and occasionally he took a long shot, but it was difficult to hit that kind of spinning ball. However, he only took such a long shot 2 or 3 times in a game, which was not outrageous. In addition, his organizational ability became more and more outstanding after getting familiar with his teammates. The Overlord team also made great strides in the game, constantly defeating opponents and moving forward. Millions of teams, it is actually very fast to eliminate them like this. After rounds of buys and so on, after the 13th round, there were only more than 300 teams left in the China Cup qualifiers. The entire month of July was only 10 days long. The 300 teams would be divided into 32 groups, with 8 to 9 teams in each group. After a 10-day round-robin tournament, the final 32 teams would be decided. This group stage seemed more humane, but there were at least 8 teams in a group, and only one could enter the final 32. This was a very cruel thing in itself. Chapter 546. Draw a good lot. We must draw a good lot. We must draw a good lot. When the draw ceremony was about to begin, the players of the Overlord team performed a seemingly superstitious ritual together, praying to draw a good lot. What are you doing? Is it useful? Zheng Qi looked at them and said with a smile. Of course it worked. Last year, we used this ritual after entering the group stage. The group we drew was full of weak teams. We easily advanced and made it to the quarterfinals, said Overlord. So amazing, I admire you. Zheng Qi said. Come on, come along too. Overlord said to Zheng Qi. Okay, let's go together. Zheng Qi himself was a person who liked to join in the fun, and he immediately joined in. A group of people began to pray devoutly to the ancient football gods, such as the first generation of football kings, the second generation of football kings, the football saints, the football tyrants, the football jades, and the footballs. I don't know what those legends who had long gone to heaven would think if they were still conscious. They kept praying until the draw ceremony began, and then they closed their mouths and looked at the hologram in front of them nervously. The boxes of the 32 groups are now empty. Next, the names of the teams will appear in the boxes of the groups. You can know what kind of people your opponent will be at a glance. It is very clear. And such a draw will not draw a group at once. Even if the classical football game is not commercial now, the basic suspense must be guaranteed. So, the first batch of 32 teams were drawn and each entered a group. B.A. Wang and others had already divided the work. Each person looked at 3 groups. Zheng Qi took advantage and only looked at 2 groups. Zheng Qi looked at his 2 groups and felt that there was nothing worth noting. Anyway, he was not familiar with these people, so he reported the name. Others did not react. It seems that there is really no need to pay attention. Hey, the 18th group, our team name is out. Yuji suddenly shouted, and everyone's attention was shifted to it. Our group is the first one to be drawn, not bad. B.A. Wang said happily. Are there any discounts for the first team to appear? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. There is no discount, but we only need to focus on this group from now on, Longji replied. Zheng Qi was speechless. But that's true. Anyway, there is only one team coming out of each group. There is no need to pay attention to other teams now. There are at least dozens of strong teams in the country. No matter how strong a team is, if it encounters 3 or 4 strong teams in the group stage, it will most likely not qualify. Last year, the Caraway team had the last laugh, but the Shuhan team, which was as famous as them, was eliminated early on due to consecutive encounters with strong teams, and the Dongguo team was defeated in a group that was a little too strong. The Caraway team finally took advantage, which made their championship last year seem a little undeserved. What is a strong team and what is a weak team? Zheng Qi asked. You can tell from the names. Those messy names are generally not very outstanding. If you encounter a team named after a dynasty or a nice-sounding name, you have to be careful. A team without any strength cannot keep such a team name, because in normal competitions, such teams will be constantly challenged. If they lose, the name will be taken away by others, so you know. Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qi. It can be like this. Zheng Qi said with emotion. Yeah, there are so many teams, who doesn't want to have a good name? For example, those names that look very high-end, or names with some special meanings, there are too many people who want them, so of course we can only grab them. Zheng Qi said proudly. Our Overlord team defeated more than 50 teams before we got this name. What if a team with a good name wants to grab someone else's name? It's just like grabbing the leader. So many good names are mine. Zheng Qi suddenly thought of something and asked. No, that won't happen. Once you grab a name, you have to give up your original name. You can't be so overbearing as to not let others use your name. Zheng Qi explained. So that's how it is. Zheng Qi nodded. The Three Kingdoms is very popular, so the three teams of Caraway, Shuhan and Dong were indeed very strong. Among the other teams, the names of the teams such as the Tang Dynasty, Ming Dynasty and Song Dynasty are often grabbed, and then there are some team names in famous books that are also popular, such as the Seven Great Saints team, Zheng Qi continued. Wait, aren't there only seven Great Saints? Zheng Qi said. Including Zhu Baihe, Mengshi, Tang Seng and White Dragon Horse, aren't there exactly 11? Zheng Qi replied. Zheng Qi was speechless. At this time, the second team of Group 18 also came out, the Hengyong team. TSK, it looks like an ordinary team. Zheng Qi said. Then, one by one, the names appeared in the sight of the Overlord team members. Some groups have 8 teams, and some have 9 teams. The Overlord team is in Group 18, which is a group of 8 teams, so Overlord said before that they were lucky. Overlord team, Hengyong team, Seven Colors team, Liufen team, 3 teams came out in a row, and the players of Overlord team all expressed disdain. However, when the 5th team appeared, everyone's expression was a little solemn. Golden Wind and Drizzle team. This name doesn't look very good. Zheng Qi said. This is a strong team. Overlord smiled bigly. Is there a dynasty called Golden Wind and Drizzle? Zheng Qi asked. This is the name of a gang in a martial arts novel. It is very popular. Although it is a bit unpopular now, they can keep such a name. Do you think they will be mediocre? Overlord asked back. It's okay, we all want the Western Han team. Zheng Qi comforted Ba Wang. Ba Wang nodded. Yes, with you here, our strength is definitely first rate. Even if there is a strong team, we will be fine if we are careful. At this time, the 6th team appeared. The Qinglun team. This name sounds like a supporting role. Zheng Qi said happily. Brother, don't make a fuss. The Qinglun Club is a popular organization in another martial arts novel. They are like Jinfeng Xiu, and they can often enter the top 32. Ba Wang said weakly. 2 ordinary strong teams, nothing. Zheng Qi continued to be stubborn. I hope there will be no other strong teams next, otherwise it will be a headache. Zheng Qi said. His words seemed to work. The 7th team was called Luoxia team, and it was not a strong team at first glance. But this time Zheng Qi didn't dare to say such a thing, but looked at Ba Wang. Well, I haven't heard of this team. It should not be a strong team. Ba Wang nodded. That's good. Zheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief. However, when the 8th team appeared, even Zheng Qi knew that this was not good. Caraway team, Ba Wang said in amazement. Last year's champion was in the same group as Ba Wang's team. There are also 2 other strong teams that are fully capable of entering the top 32 based on their strength on paper. Look at the bright side, we will play Caraway in the last game, so we won't lose hope right from the start. Zheng Qi patted Ba Wang on the shoulder and said sympathetically. You remember the schedule very well. Ba Wang said in surprise. Of course, who am I? Zheng Qi laughed, and then said, the draw is done, I'm leaving, I will be there on time for the game tomorrow. After that, Zheng Qi patted his butt, turned around and left. Ba Wang wanted to call him, but put his hand down. Don't we discuss a strategy or something together? Zheng Qi asked. There's nothing to discuss. Aren't we familiar with each other after more than a dozen games? B.A. Wang shook his head and replied, from the beginning to now, he and we have been cooperating more and more tacitly, and haven't you noticed that he has been practicing shooting, and the curvature of his long shots on the field is getting better and better. Ah? Really? I didn't notice that he still hasn't scored a goal until now, Zheng Qi said. I did notice that, although he doesn't shoot dozens of times in each game like before, he still has shots in every game, and they are all long shots from 30 meters away from the goal, with a good curvature, and his progress is becoming more and more obvious. Have you ever seen someone who improves so quickly by practicing spinning balls? The Overlord asked. Never seen it, everyone shook their heads. Are you kidding? That's a spinning ball. It doesn't sound fancy at all, but in the entire Chinese division, there are no more than 20 players who can kick it and often score goals with long shots in the game. There are only 20 players among tens of millions of contestants. The difficulty can be imagined. And the number of players with such strength in other countries will not be more than that in China. Many people know the trick of kicking a spinning ball. It's not a secret, but only so many people can practice it. Of course, it's not that you can practice it by just kicking out an arc casually, but while maintaining the power and speed of the usual shot, kicking out a huge arc to bypass the goalkeeper's hand is the most difficult part. It is obvious that Zheng Qi didn't know about this kind of shot before the game with the West Ham team, and it's only been a few days since then. In just a week, Zheng Qi can practice it to be like this. What kind of concept is this? The players of the Overlord team have practiced spinning balls. After all, every fan of classical football has a dream of easily resolving battles with long-range artillery fire, but many people have practiced for a year or two and still can't figure out anything. He is indeed improving very quickly, but what does it have to do with the current situation? Yingbu asked. He is gone now, he must be going to continue training. The stronger he is, the more chances we have to defeat the Carloway team. Overlord sighed. We have played football for a long time, and our strength has basically been determined. Being able to play normally is victory, and Yuan's Thong, I want to say that he is actually a layman, you must not believe it. In many places, he is indeed a layman, at least there are many places where he is still unfamiliar. Yingbu replied. Yes, with so many obvious defects, as long as he makes up for them, he can be improved in a short time. If he improves, our entire team will improve, so don't interfere with his training now, give him time and confidence. Overlord said. Of course, we have confidence in him. The players of the Overlord team answered one after another. Chapter 547. A good start. Zheng Qi did go to training. However, the draw of this almost death group did not shock him much. After all, there are 8 or 9 teams in a group, and only one place can be qualified. Under such a competition system, what group cannot become a death group? Take the group where the Overlord team is, even if there is no Zheng Qi team and Qinglong team, and there is only Carloway team, isn't it a death group? After all, don't you have to beat Carloway team to qualify from the group? So what does it matter whether it is a death group or not? And this grouping is not bad in his opinion. Although there are 3 strong teams, there are still 4 ordinary teams, right? Win the games that can be won first, and then play against Carloway team in the last round, just fight hard. And in the last round against Carloway team, at least Zheng Qi can observe the opponent. Zheng Qi is also very cautious against such a strong opponent. It is still time to observe on the field against other teams, and it is always right to understand Carloway team. After entering the training room, Zheng Qi thought about it and did not continue the previous long-range shooting training. He had memorized the feeling of long-range shooting. The next step was to practice continuously. However, the long-range shooting of the spinning ball would not be effective in a short time. Even if he mastered it, whether he could score in the game depended more on metaphysics. Now Zheng Qi felt that he still had a lot of areas to improve. He still had to make up for it. What should I practice? Zheng Qi thought about it and decided to practice shooting in the penalty area. After all, although he would have more long-range shooting opportunities outside the penalty area, the probability of scoring a goal with a straight shot was too low, and it was difficult to hit a curved ball easily. Instead, it was easier to score in the penalty area. As an attacking midfielder, he also had to expand his range of activities. Organizing from behind was one way, and attacking from the front was another. If he was more capable of moving forward, he would have more cooperation with the Overlord at the front, and he could also increase his own threat. However, the situation of grabbing points in the penalty area will be very complicated. Fortunately, The training room that Liu Fenyu helped him to build has all kinds of conditions. Zheng Qi set up the two wings to pass the ball continuously, and there will be various obstacles to movement in the penalty area. In this case, he can exercise his ability to grab points. Such training can be effective at the last minute. At least Zheng Qi soon noticed that how to judge the first landing point or even the second and third landing point while avoiding the opponent is a matter that requires concentration. Many times, it may be empty running, but as long as you can hit it once, it is definitely a victory. This day passed like this. Zheng Qi trained until the evening before coming out of the holographic cabin. This day, except for watching the draw in the morning and eating lunch at noon, he did not rest. At this moment, he just wanted to eat, take a shower and have a good sleep. As a result, he bumped into Su Jing as soon as he came out. I looked at the schedule. Are you going to play in the group stage? Su Jing asked Zheng Qi, who was eating voraciously. Yeah. Zheng Qi answered vaguely, then swallowed the food in his mouth, drank a mouthful of soup, took a breath and said, yes, the group stage is coming soon. I'm now training shooting and scoring. I hope you can enter the World Cup. Su Jing laughed. It's not that easy, right? I'm a novice. Zheng Qi replied. Is there a novice like you? Don't joke. Su Jing sighed. The situation in the team is good now. I came to you today to tell you not to worry and concentrate on doing your work. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that I still have an extraordinary club. Zheng Qi laughed. Su Jing smiled slightly and said nothing more. She knew that Zheng Qi was now fully focused on the classical football game. Although Su Jing didn't know whether such a game would really allow Zheng Qi to better exercise his overall view, she felt that Zheng Qi wanted to do something so much, so let him do it. Zheng Qi's level of commitment was indeed much more than many people imagined. In addition to training shooting, he was also observing the schedule, so he could immediately say that the last round would be against Kaowei after the draw was made. The group stage schedule was a 1-on-1 fight, and the schedule was set in advance, with the last round of competition at the beginning and the end. As for the schedule in the middle, it was arranged randomly. The other four teams should be relatively average. Jinfen Xiaoyu and Qinglun may have some trouble, but they should not be particularly strong teams. The final battle against Kaowei is the key battle. But we have to play well in every game before. If we draw 2 games, we will probably lose the chance to compete with Kaowei. There are so many teams in a group, and there is only one qualifying spot. The safest thing is of course to win all the games. With the strength shown by the Kaowei team in the past, if there is no strong team at the same level as them, it is not a rare thing for them to win all the games in one go. This is the style of the Kaowei team. They are strong in attack and aggressive. If it is not a team with strength close to them, it is very likely to be defeated by them. This is how the Western Han team lost in last year's final. They wanted to control the situation on the field, but they couldn't do it well. Under the impact of the Kaowei team, Zheng Liang couldn't organize himself, and Han Xin's advantage in grabbing points couldn't be brought into play. The back line led by Xiao He performed very well, but it couldn't resist the endless offensive of the Kaowei team. The last round, we have to start preparing now. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Thinking of this, Zheng Qi gradually fell asleep. Starting tomorrow, the group stage will officially kick off. The group stage will last for 10 days. Of course, only 7 to 8 days will be played. The next 2 days will be rest time. In the last 10 days of October, it will be the final 32-team knockout match. The final champion will get to participate in the World Cup next month. Today our opponent is the Seven Colors team. We must have a good start. Overlord said to all the players. We are the first game, don't let others see our strength, just play normally. Zheng Qi said with a smile. In the past few games, our strength has long been seen by others. Long Qi said. I'm a secret weapon, don't worry. Zheng Qi patted his chest. There were 2 games in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The first game was between the Overlord team and the Seven Colors. The next game was between the Golden Wind and the Raindrops. In the afternoon, it was between the Blue Dragon team and the Hengyon team, and finally between the Kaowei team and the Liufen team. The 4 strong teams did not meet in the first game. This is an opportunity for us to observe each other. Zheng Qi sighed. Then we must play well and not lose our momentum. The Overlord said. That's right, I will do the work of hiding our strength. Zheng Qi smiled. After hearing him mention hiding his strength several times, the Overlord team players who had begun to get familiar with him began to mutter in their hearts, did this kid really hide any strength? But they couldn't ask anything, so they could only keep their doubts in their stomachs. But today's Zheng Qi came very early, so they didn't have to wait too long, and they felt that Zheng Qi still attached great importance to this group match unlike before. Even when he played against the West Hand team, he arrived when the game was about to start. When the players of the Overlord team and the Seven Colors team entered the stadium, the other 6 teams all appeared in the stands. There were quite a few spectators in the stands. The competition had reached the group stage, which was actually very valuable. From millions of teams to hundreds of teams, it was 1 in 100. The teams that could enter the group stage were at least of decent standard. Such a competition was of course very attractive. The schedule also determined that any team's game would be played under the watchful eyes of other opponents. In this way, both sides of the game were actually under some pressure. When they came out, the players of the Overlord team observed that the opposing players had some nervous expressions on their faces. Although it was not very obvious, the experienced Overlord team players could observe it very well. It seems that the opponent should be a new team. Zheng Qi did not participate in the team's activities yesterday, so he naturally did not know. The other players of the Overlord team had watched the Seven Colors team's games during this period and felt that the opponent was nothing special. At this moment, they were still in a relaxed mood. After the game started, the Overlord team immediately launched an attack. Their overall performance is not bad, and with Zheng Qi's passing, they can have quite good results in offense. Zheng Qi, like in the previous games, mainly passed the ball in the midfield. He had a large running range, received the ball many times, and passed the ball accurately. He easily connected the attack of the Overlord team. Of course, he also took 2 long shots from time to time. Although they were also threatening, they still didn't score a single goal. Being able to win to the group stage, the Seven Colors team is naturally not a team that will be defeated by the Overlord casually. They are also very concerned about this game. In the first game of the group stage, they have to perform well. If they lose, the next game can basically only train the team. The schedule of picking 1 out of 8 is so cruel. The performance of the Overlord team this year is no secret. Their performance along the way has been seen by people, so the Seven Colors team is more often on defense, trying to resist the attack of the Overlord team, and then wait for an opportunity to launch a counter-attack. The Overlord team's offense is very distinctive, but the defense is not particularly outstanding. If it is the defense after returning to defense, it is not bad, but when dealing with a quick counter-attack, they seem to have a lot of defects. However, no matter how good the theory is, it must be combined with practice. The Seven Colors team wanted to defend and counter-attack, which was good, but if the defender could not hold, there would be no counter-attack. Overlord rushed in the penalty area, and the opponent's central defender was miserable under his pressure. Zheng Qi's distribution of the ball allowed Yuji and Longju to have a lot of crosses and passes on both wings, which continuously provided firepower to Overlord. Under such circumstances, Overlord's ability to grab points was fully developed. In the end, relying on Overlord's goal in the first and second half, Overlord defeated the Seven Colors team 2-0 and got off to a good start. Chapter 548. Strong teams and weak teams. The Overlord team is just so-so, and the Seven Colors team is not strong either. They only scored 2 goals after such a lively fight. In a corner of the stands, Zheng Qi of the Golden Wind and Rain team yawned and said nonchalantly, "The Overlord's impact is still very strong, be careful." Captain Zheng Qi shook his head and said, "Don't worry, our offense is much better than the Seven Colors team. If the Seven Colors team fights with them more in the midfield, they can't attack so recklessly." Bai Fei said nonchalantly, "Besides, our defense is also very good. Even against the Overlord, we are not without a fight." "That makes sense. Let's pay attention to tomorrow's game. Win the next game first, and then prepare for the next day's game." Zheng Qi waved his fist and said. In another corner, the people of the Blue Dragon team had different opinions. Their core is still that Yuan's Thong. His passing is the key to the Overlord's continuous opportunities. The captain of the Blue Dragon team, Yuan, said coldly. "Then it depends on you, Captain. Keep an eye on him in the midfield, and then we attack and get rid of the Overlord team." The teammates laughed. In the corner where the Carloway team was, no one spoke. It was a comfortable game. B.A. Wang said with a big laugh as he left the court. "But will it work?" Yuan's Thong's performance was the key to the game against the Western Han team. No one would be so stupid as to think that you are the core of our goal, right? Longju expressed his doubts. "What are you talking about? Am I not the core of our goal?" B.A. Wang said loudly. Everyone laughed. They were all very happy to win this game. Instead of going to the locker room to rest, the entire B.A. Wang team went directly to the stands to watch the next game. Jinfeng team vs. Luoxia team. They naturally paid more attention to Jinfeng team. There were many strong teams in this group. However, in the final analysis, the other 4 teams were not well known and their performance was average. The schedule also made it impossible for the so-called dark horse to hide their strength. Only one team qualified from the group stage. Among the other 4 less well-known teams, if someone hid their strength, they would definitely go all out in the first round and not dare to lose a single game. The Jinfeng team showed a strong pressure in the game. Their 3 core players were all midfielders. Zheng Qi, Zheng and Baifei, all nearly omnipotent midfielders who can do anything in the midfield. Under their control and pressure, the Luoxia team couldn't even hold the ball in the midfield. When attacking, they could only use long passes to launch attacks. This kind of attack efficiency is naturally very low and is constantly destroyed by the Jinfeng team. With the support of the 3 midfielders of Jinfeng, their forwards continue to get more opportunities. With absolute advantages in all 3 lines, the result of the game is almost suspenseful. Jinfeng finally defeated the opponent with a score of 5-0. They scored 4 goals in the first half alone. If they hadn't slowed down the pace of attack in the second half, they might have scored more goals. They are demonstrating. It seems that tomorrow will depend on you. The Overlord patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder and said, "No, as long as you play the same as today, there will be no problem." Zheng Qi laughed. The opponent's 3 midfielders are so fierce. Can you handle it by passing the ball alone? The Overlord asked with some doubt. I wish all 3 of them would come to mark me. Then you will have 10 against 8. Can't you win? Zheng Qi asked. The players of the Overlord team were all stunned, and then laughed. Football games are certainly not that simple. However, if Zheng Qi plays better tomorrow and attracts the attention of the other team's core players, it will be much easier for the Overlord team to win. The pressure from the 3 core midfielders of the Golden Wind and Drizzle team is quite huge. Zheng Qi can still joke without changing his expression, which proves that he is not very worried about it, or at least proves that Zheng Qi is not under any pressure psychologically. Since he is the core midfielder of the team, he is not worried, so there is nothing to worry about. Although the Golden Wind and Drizzle team is also one of the strongest teams, it may not have any advantages compared to the Overlord team. What's more, everyone in the Overlord team firmly believes that they are much better now than before. After watching the 2 games, Zheng Qi went offline, and he did not appear until the 3rd game started halfway in the afternoon. You are late. The Overlord said. Sorry, I took a nap and took too long. Zheng Qi smiled. It's okay. King Clun's games are nothing to watch anyway. They have always been like this, suppressing the midfield and attacking like lukewarm water. They can hit a team worse than them accurately, but they can't do anything against a team stronger than them, so their best result is the top 32. B.A. Wang said. Such a tactic must have a leader. Zheng Qi thought about it and said. Of course, that is their leader Oyue. They are excellent as a whole, with no problems, but the best is Oyue. He has an excellent level in both midfield offensive and defensive. Some top teams want to dig him, but he just wants to be the boss, and the King Clun team was also built by him, so it is difficult to dig him. B.A. Wang introduced. After listening to B.A. Wang's words, Zheng Qi didn't need to look carefully, and immediately saw Oyue. In a team with average strength, the one who stands out from the crowd is always the most dazzling. Perhaps it is because of this dazzling that Oyue doesn't want to leave the team he has built. Without the temptation of money, there are many factors that attract a player. Glory is undoubtedly the most important link. All the attention is on him, all the praise is on him, this is his one-man team. Although it is already the second half, although it is already 4 goals ahead of the opponent, Oyue still did not relax any attitude towards the game. He was free and easy in the midfield, and his figure was everywhere. He was there to steal, organize the attack, and shoot forward. The meaning of the all-around midfield was interpreted by him vividly. When Oyue scored another goal with a powerful long shot, cheers rang out in the stands, but Zheng Qi went unnoticed. What's wrong? Yuji asked curiously. Nothing, the game is boring. Zheng Qi said. Oyue's performance is very good. Yingbu asked in surprise. No matter how good it is, it's just his performance. This kind of player and team, it's meaningless, it's just the level of the top 32. Zheng Qi replied lightly. After hearing his words, the other players of the Overlord team were stunned. Zheng Qi continued, perhaps you were all inferior to Oyue in terms of individual ability, but even without me, it would not be difficult for your combination to defeat the King Clun team. No matter how strong he is, can one person do all the work? Being able to do all the work and being able to do all the work are two different things. Zheng Qi's words sounded very confusing, but after pondering for a while, the players of the Overlord team hit some understanding. In the following time, the players of the Overlord team were somewhat silent, until the end of the game and the Callaway team's game was about to start, they became interested. There are no changes in the personnel of the Callaway team this year. Overlord said. Last year, they made it to the finals of the World Cup, and finally lost to the Brazilian team. Their performance was already very good. Zheng Qi said. Not winning the championship is not particularly outstanding. Yuji laughed. Yes, every year in the World Cup, the probability of the Chinese team winning the championship is not small, and they are already embarrassed. Yingbu said. There are still some personnel changes. Oh, there's Zheng. Is he a super rookie? How dare they give him such a name? Wan Shu shouted. Zheng played in the previous game, but his performance seemed mediocre. Xiang Zhuang said. Maybe they are reserving their strength. The strength of the other players on the Callaway team is there. If they want to have any plans, they have to rely on this newcomer. Zhong Li Mei said. They are already very good. If there is really a super rookie, other teams will probably have a hard time making any impact on them, right? Don't destroy your own prestige. Watch the game carefully. Wei Yuojia, Zheng Yuan, Maokai, they already have many top players. If there is one more, it will be a bit scary. Watch the game. Okay. As last year's champion and one of the traditional strong teams in the Chinese region of classical football, the Callaway team is naturally full of good players. Zheng Qi is also very interested in this game. However, in the next game, he was a little dazed when he watched it. Do you think this game is a bit weird? After the game, everyone was silent for a while. After a long while, Overlord said something. His words broke the silence, and everyone began to nod. Yes, it is indeed very weird. Zheng Qi said. There was no big waves on the field, it was just so plain, and then the Callaway team won the game 3-0. From the scene, I saw that the Callaway team did not have any advantage. It was so easy to score 3 goals. It was so weak that it could score 3 goals. Is this the style of a king? Fan Xing complained. It is. Zheng Qi let out a long breath and then said. We think this game was calm because the Callaway team completely controlled the situation on the field, causing the opponent to lose the game without any resistance. This kind of controllability is a bit scary. Zheng Qi continued. It doesn't feel that scary. Jibu muttered. Such controllability also depends on the opponent. Liufen team does not seem to be performing well at all. The Overlord team can also suppress the opponent in this way. They did this in the match against the Seven Colors team without bloodshed. Liufen team is very good, so I feel scared. Zheng Qi glanced at him and said. The other players of the Overlord team were all stunned. Is Liufen team very good? I can't see it. Chapter 549. Young people who want to become famous. After the first day of the game, the 4 recognized strong teams in Group 18 all won easily. They didn't even lose a goal in the game. After the first day of the game, the situation of the entire group seemed to have become clear. Henyong and Luoxia are average, but we have to pay attention to Liufen team. It would be bad if they capsized in the ditch. Zheng Qi continued to speak, and his emphasis made the players of the Overlord team pay attention. If the strength of the Liufen team is very good, but it is just suppressed by the Callaway team, then the Overlord team should be careful. Because their second game is against the Liufen team. This is the time when it is easiest to capsize in the ditch. After Zheng Qi said these words, he went offline. He already had a better understanding of the overall strength of this group stage. Next, he had to practice shooting better. The strength of the Callaway team was better than he thought. He couldn't comment on this for the time being, because just watching on the court and experiencing it in person were two different things. Did you win the first game? Su Jing asked Zheng Qi with a smile. For an ordinary team, winning is nothing special. The next period of time will be a test. Zheng Qi sighed. I gave the information of the Callaway team to the tactical department. Let's see if they can analyze anything. Su Jing smiled. Will it not affect the team's preparations? Zheng Qi asked. No, they have already prepared the next training content, and it will not affect the overall preparations. Su Jing replied. That's good. Zheng Qi laughed. Otherwise, if my personal reasons affect the entire team, I will feel guilty. Su Jing smiled. The team atmosphere of the Fifth Club is very good now. Although Zheng Qi did not participate in the training, Because of the enthusiasm and level of training he showed before, no one thought that he was deliberately avoiding training. If he did not clearly understand this, Zheng Qi would not have gone to participate in the classical football game by himself. He is still very clear about what is important. What's more, Zheng Qi has been very hard during this period. After watching the game today, he practiced shooting for several hours before going to bed. Meng Fan, who had been paying attention to Zheng Qi's health, was relatively happy. Recently, Zheng Qi had not been lacking in energy. It was obvious that his health had improved significantly compared to before. Although the hidden disease had not been completely removed and it was unknown when it would break out, it was a good thing that there was no movement now. What's wrong with everyone? When Zheng Qi saw the players of the Overlord team the next day, he found that they all looked a little absent-minded. That's not your fault. We have been thinking about how good Liu Feng is, and we didn't get enough rest yesterday. Overlord yawned and said. Why is your mental quality so poor? Zheng Qi smiled. Maybe it's because this is an unexpected opponent. Long Qi said. But it's better to worry yesterday than to worry on the court. I see that you are like this. It's useless to watch the game. Our game starts in the afternoon. Go to bed now and see you in the afternoon. Zheng Qi waved his arms and said. What about observing the opponent? Yuji asked. What's there to observe? Didn't we observe it yesterday? There is no strong confrontation today, and the strong team will not show its true ability. You should go to bed. Zheng Qi drove them away. Thinking carefully, it is the same reason. Yesterday, the top 4 played against the weak 4, and the 4 strong teams won at the same time. Today's situation is similar. In this case, it is actually impossible to observe other things. Thinking of this, the players of the Overlord team who did not sleep well yesterday left the court one by one, ready to catch up on their sleep. Although the effect of such a sleep may not be very good, it is better than nothing. Although there is no physical problem in participating in the game, the energy requirements are higher. You can't play that game well in a daze. After everyone else left, Zheng Qi thought about it and left the field. There is really nothing good to see in today's game. It is better to practice shooting. Grabbing points in the penalty area is nothing more than training judgment and the ability to kick at the first time. Judging the landing point requires a bit of luck. The first time to kick the ball must be shot at an angle so that the goalkeeper cannot react in time. This can be practiced. Zheng Qi's basic skills are not weak. After 1 or 2 days of such shooting training, there are already some effects. After passing the ball, the Overlord pulls out and I push up. This kind of position change seems to be possible. Zheng Qi thought to himself. The tactics of classical football are different from those in the football era game. The classical football field is smaller, and the space and activities are also smaller. There are no means to stop the opponent, so it is more of a test of the performance and display in an instant. Even if your attributes are several times stronger than your opponent, if the opponent takes the lead in shooting at a key position, then you can't stop the opponent's defense. There are 11 people against 11 people on the field. Although the field is relatively small, it cannot be occupied by everyone after all. There are always weak points. It is necessary for the attacking party to form a number advantage or a one-on-one situation in a local area. Space, to put it bluntly, is the competition for space. How to create space where you can directly threaten the goal is what you must do in the game. And the more places you can create threats, the more space you can use. After figuring this out, Zheng Qi had a feeling of enlightenment. The goal of a classic football match is actually very simple, that is, to send the ball into the opponent's goal. If you do it more times than the opponent, you're in the final analysis. This is what it is all about. Going a goal is a battle for space and time so it requires passing the ball back and forth, and it requires forced breakthroughs, all kinds of offensive methods, in the final analysis, to send the ball into the opponent's goal. And everything done in the process is to work towards this goal. If you don't pay attention to this, it will be putting the cart before the horse. It was not until the afternoon that Zheng Qi appeared in the arena again. At this time, the players of the Overlord team also arrived. It was obvious that after the morning rest, their complexion was much better. Have you all rested well? Zheng Qi asked. Almost. What Liu Feng team? Now it is completely out of my sight. Long Qi said. Very good, this is the effect I want. Zheng Qi waved his fist. How was the game this morning? Overlord asked. Oh, Zheng Qi said. What are you? Overlord was helpless. I left when you left. How would I know how the game was going? I can just check it out. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Overlord went to check the information speechlessly and found that there was no surprise. King Klung and Kawe swept through Kiesi and Luoxia, showing a good state. Okay, next we have to deal with Liufen. Their strength is very balanced, and we should pay attention to their right back. He has a strong assist ability and often joins the attack from the back row. Not only does he cross the ball, but he is also very threatening when he cuts in. I think he is better than you. Zheng Qi turned to Yuzuki and said, "Really? He is so powerful." Yuzuki was a little unconvinced. However, Yuzuki knew in his heart that he was good at cutting in after going forward and crossing the ball. His cutting ability was average, because Zheng was good at cutting in, so he didn't need to work hard in this aspect. If the opponent's right back was really so comprehensive, he really couldn't beat him. But what can I do? Football matches are not about who is more comprehensive and outstanding. In a team, the most suitable one may not be the strongest. The role he can play in the Overlord team is no worse than anyone else. While the Overlord team was preparing for this game, the Liufen team was also preparing for this game. For the Liufen team, the first loss was undoubtedly a huge blow. We lost yesterday's game, and we lost badly. However, don't forget that we only lost the first game, not that we have absolutely no chance of qualifying. The captain of the Liufen team, who was also their right back, said in a low voice, "Our goal was to move forward in a low-key manner and make a big splash in the end. As a result, we were unlucky in the draw and met Kawe in the first game. However, even though we lost the first game, we are not without hope. As long as we can win all the following games, we can quietly wait for Kawe to capsize in the gutter. Although such hope is very small, we should not give up." The captain's words made the players of the Liufen team nod their heads. They are all very young and have excellent levels. After being formed together, they know that they have excellent strength and are capable of impacting the final 32. However, for them, they certainly don't want to just impact that position. Although the 32 is already enough to attract attention, they are young and hope to have a better appearance. Therefore, in the knockout rounds, they have also concealed their strength all the way, just wanting to make a big splash at a critical moment. After successfully entering the group stage, the young players of the Liufen team were not afraid, but overjoyed when they saw that they were in the same group as the Kawe team. Showing their level in front of last year's champions, and preferably defeating them, this is the way to quickly become famous. If you want to become famous quickly, of course you have to face the gods head on. If you can kill the gods, then you will naturally become a god. This is common to all industries. So the Liufen team was very excited and wanted to give their opponents a good look in the first round. However, the Kawe team easily defeated them. In this game, the Liufen team showed their strongest strength, but it still didn't work. Although they lost the game, the Liufen team did not give up. Even if they lost to Kawe, they had to achieve good results in other teams to prove their strength. Losing in such a death group does not mean that they are weak. As long as they win against strong teams such as Overlord, Golden Wind and Rain, and Azure Dragon, they can still become famous. Young people who want to become famous are always very motivated. Chapter 550. Overthinking. When the two sides shook hands, the players of the Overlord team had already felt the fighting spirit and murderous aura emanating from the other side. This fighting spirit and murderous aura are very illusory, but in fact, experienced players can feel it very well. Whether a team has the fighting spirit to participate in the competition, what is their expected goal for the competition, all of this can actually be shown, it's just a matter of strength. Yuan's Thong is right, the other side is indeed not a good person. The players of the Overlord team thought to themselves. In fact, this is also that case. The young players of the Liufen team who want to make a splash, after losing the first game without temper, they are actually not thinking about qualifying from the group. With the strength of the Kawe team, they can beat the Liufen team, so the team that they will capsize in the gutter is not a team that the Liufen team can deal with. The players of the Liufen team also understand this truth. So in the next game, their goal has actually shifted unconsciously, that is, to perform well in the game against other teams, proving that they failed to win to the top 32, not because of their lack of strength, but because of their bad luck in the draw and met the Kawe team. The Overlord team, which was one of the top 8 teams last year and eliminated the Western Han team this year, has become a good target. Compared with the Golden Wind and Rain team and the Blue Dragon team, the Overlord team is more famous and performs better. If they can beat the Overlord team, it will prove that they have the strength to rank among the top teams. Let's wait until we are stronger next year and strive for better results. The players of the Liufen team are all very young, only 18 or 19 years old, and many of them are less than 20 years old. They have good development prospects. What about the Kawe team? Their captain Wei became famous the earliest and is now famous, but he is already 28 years old. Although he is at his peak, after a few years, he is almost going downhill, at least there is no prospect for development. Zheng Yuan, Zheng Lingjin, Miao Kai, all of them followed Wei Worley, and they are not young anymore, ranging from 25 to 27 years old, which is also the right age to play, but it is also difficult to make progress. The youngest midfielder Guo Jie is also 24 years old, and may not have any development prospects. With the potential of these young players in the Liufen team, they may be able to surpass Wei in 2 years. It is precisely because of this that they have to perform better in the next game, accumulate experience and fame, and lay a good foundation for the future. What Overlord team? They are famous, but compared with the Kalaway team, it is far behind. The high-spirited Liufen team immediately launched a fierce attack after the game started. Their captain continued to attack from the right. He hit strong impact, comprehensive skills, and the level he showed was also extremely outstanding. Under such circumstances, their defense naturally began to lean towards this side, suppressing Zheng a little bit. Zheng characteristics are actually quite versatile, and he can be said to be good at attacking and defending, but on this side, Yuji is a person who focuses on attacking and can't help much in defense. Facing the opponent's concentrated attack, he soon couldn't support it. When the game reached the 8th minute, the attack from this side finally worked. After the captain rushed up from this side, he received a pass from his teammate. Zheng was ready. The captain of the Liufen team began to forcefully rush to the side. After attracting Zheng attention, he quickly raised his foot and passed the ball to his teammate who was on the side. Zheng could only turn around to intercept the player who pulled the ball, but the opponent quickly passed the ball back. After the running captain of the Liufen team received the ball, he took advantage of the situation and cut into the penalty area of the Overlord team. Zhang Juan quickly went to fill the position, but in the small space, the opponent still forced a sprint, dodged the shooting gap, and then suddenly kicked the ball hard. The ball quickly flew to the upper corner in front of the goal. Fan Zheng, who had been preventing the opponent from pushing the far corner, wanted to react again but was a step slower. The ball quickly flew into the goal, hitting the net and causing a turbulence. A beautiful goal. Liufen team took the lead. Wonderful, this cooperation is so beautiful. Many people in the stands were amazed. Everyone had a good eye. In fact, this goal was not particularly rare. However, in the past few minutes, relying on running and cooperation, Liufen team completely suppressed the Overlord team, which was surprising. Now many people in the stands are spectators who follow the Overlord team's game. They naturally know the strength of the Overlord team. The Overlord team defeated the Western Han team. Now this Liufen team can actually suppress them. Lost to Kalaway without temper again. Was the gap between the champion and runner-up last year so big? Not quite used to it. Zheng Qi asked in the team channel. Not quite used to it, these guys are dead beating this side. We were a little bit hit and couldn't stand at the beginning, so we were always at a disadvantage. Zheng said depressedly. Then we just need to counter-attack well next time. Zheng Qi snapped his fingers. Follow me. The Overlord team players who were a little unhappy because of losing the ball unconsciously quieted down after hearing Zheng Qi's words. Because of Zheng Qi's indifferent attitude, they could not help but have more confidence. The game started again. The Overlord team launched an attack, but it was obvious that the Liufen team had made a lot of preparations for this game. They deployed heavy troops in the penalty area and let Zheng Qi go. It didn't matter if you passed the ball outside the penalty area, I would defend in the penalty area, that was enough. Originally, the Overlord team was not worried about such an iron bucket formation. After all, they had an Overlord with strong impact ability, but the two central defenders in the penalty area of the Liufen team seemed to have added a lot of points in this regard. With 2 against 1, although they could not completely control the Overlord's rampage in the penalty area was disturbed a lot. After passing back and forth and crossing to try to attack several times, seeing that the opponent was defending very tightly, the Overlord team hit the ball back. Zheng Qi received the ball again, and then he began to dribble forward. When he began to dribble forward, the opponent began to get nervous, and several midfielders retreated and set up a tight defense in front of Zheng Qi. The middle is crowded, there will be a chance on that side. Zheng Qi thought to himself. He did not even look up to observe the situation on the right side. Instead, he raised his foot without warning and made a lob pass. This lob pass flew accurately to the side. Long Qi, who was advancing, did not stop the ball, but directly volleyed the ball towards it. This kind of shot was not directly facing the goal, but Zheng Qi was better at it. The football drew an arc in the air and flew straight to the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of the Liufen team took 4 consecutive big steps back and returned to the back point. Then he jumped up, saw the direction of the ball, raised his hand and lifted the ball over the crossbar, a corner kick. Not fast enough, Zheng Qi shouted at Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi waved his arms in regret. If the speed was enough, there would be nothing to say. No matter how fast the opponent's feet moved, it would be impossible to quickly retrieve 4 steps. But if the speed was faster, the angle could not be guaranteed. Do you think I would shoot that kind of spinning ball? However, although there was no goal this time, it proved that even if the Overlord did not play a role, the Overlord team's advance would not stagnate. 1 minute later, the Overlord team came back. Zheng Qi took the ball in the middle and started to break forward. When the opponent set up a tight defensive lineup, he sent a beautiful diagonal pass. Yuji, who entered the penalty area diagonally, almost received the ball and formed a single-handed attack. Fortunately, the captain of the Liufen team returned to defense in time and took the risk of tackling the ball from the side and back, destroying the ball out of the baseline. Although these 2 attacks did not score, the Liufen team became serious. They carried out targeted offense, but the opponent quickly took out other offensive means. Was the top 8 last year so outstanding? You know, although the Liufen team's defense against the Overlord was effective before, it was also very strenuous. The impact and strength of the Overlord restrained their 2 main central defenders. Even if the Overlord continued to play like this, it was inevitable that he would seize the opportunity. This discovery made the Liufen team hesitate. The level shown by the Overlord team alone surprised them, even though they were still leading. So how powerful can the Callaway team really be? They were suppressed by the Callaway team before. Even if their condition declined, the players of the Liufen team improved rapidly. Could they really catch up with them? Moreover, without the Callaway team, there would be other teams, such as the Overlord team in front of them. The Overlord team has only been famous for 1 or 2 years, and the players in their team may not be very old. Of course, in the fierce game, they did not have the leisure to think like this, and the third wave of attack of the Overlord team came again like a flood. After passing back and forth, the football returned to Zheng Qi's feet again. The players of the Liufen team dared not underestimate him. Before Zheng Qi got the ball, someone was pestering Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi still got the ball by running. While getting the ball, he bumped into the opponent's shoulder, directly knocking the opponent to stop on the spot, and then accelerated forward. The next Liufen player who rushed up was forced to accelerate and break through by him. After being broken through 2 people at once, the defensive strength of the Liufen team suddenly seemed stretched. 2 people come together. The captain shouted in the team channel. The remaining 2 midfielders rushed towards Zheng Qi at the same time. Zheng Qi raised his foot and glanced to the left at the same time, as if preparing to pass the ball. The 2 Liufen team midfielders immediately followed him and shifted their center of gravity. Zheng Qi had always passed the ball before, and they had always been wary of this, so it was understandable that they overreacted. So when Zheng Qi dunked the ball back and easily passed by them, they didn't even react. After breaking through the opponent's entire midfield, Zheng Qi approached the penalty area. A defender who was originally staring at Wang rushed over. Zheng Qi passed the ball to the penalty area while running. Wang in the penalty area used his body to lean on the last central defender and shot directly at the rolling ball. The powerful shot at close range blasted open the opponent's goal. Wang team proved with a goal. Liufen team, do you want to win? You think too much. Findes capture lo much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olviden all like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Suscribete nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscription o donaking nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.